What's going on, party people? This is another live stream on both the Center Hub's YouTube channel as well as Twitter page, Twitter X, whatever we call it nowadays. It is here, gentlemen. It is NBA free agency. It is now 6:02. Free agency starts 6 p.m. Eastern time, so we're just getting underway. My name is Stephen Bagell. I will be hosting during this duration 4 5 hour live stream. You can follow me on Twitter at _NBA goal. I am joined by Conrad Pascal, another executive of the Center Hub. You can follow him at CP3_777. I'm with Aaron Washington from No Trade Clause. And I am with Aaron. Let me see. What's your Twitter handle? I don't have it.
My Twitter handle is A_A_RON25.
And last but not least, we are joined by James McCauley from Sacramento Kings on SI for Sports Illustrated. James, how are you doing today? And you could follow him at JamesMC__, correct? Yep.
I think it's just 2. I'm not really sure, honestly.
Okay.
To be here.
Nice.
Okay, so let's just get into things. We did this last year, and things moved a lot slower. Like, we didn't get the Paul George really breaking the ice till almost 2 a.m. last year Eastern. This year, we already have a lot that transpired, obviously, with a lot of trades, either before draft night, on draft night, or a lot of guys already re-signing. What move, Conrad, I'll start with you. What move do we think, was the biggest either surprise to you or even maybe a trade you liked for a specific team or re-signing, anything like that? What move did you like most?
Like or what was surprising?
Let's do one of each.
Okay. Well, I mean, this one is definitely a smaller scale move. I mean, relative to the other bigger names that are currently slated to be free agents. But Day'Ron Sharpe re-signing with Brooklyn for 2 years, $12 million. I mean, I think we've said it several times, on the Center Hub and various other podcasts and forms of media. I mean, just the landscape of like the big men free agent market, and even just like, how desirable they are, in terms of supply and demand, as you saw the effects of having actual functional size and athleticism in the front court. I mean, you kind of see where the league is going. We know who the stars of tomorrow are going to be. I would have thought that Day'Ron Sharpe would have made a little bit more than what he got. I mean, I'm happy for him, and I'm glad that this partnership with the Brooklyn Nets is really fruitful, right? I mean, I think it really speaks to the organization that they really are committed to developing their youth, and they're not just interested in continuously turning over the roster and kicking down the can down the road. So that was interesting. Another one that, well, not necessarily surprising, but I was a little bit surprised that the Pacers tendered Isaiah Jackson a qualifying offer. We had talked about that in our offseason previews, right? Just, again, the ambiguity of a big man, even if he is younger, still a big man having torn his Achilles. But again, I like it from a macro perspective and a team culture perspective. We'll see what that leads to. But I kind of thought that maybe in order to maintain max flexibility, they would have just turn it down and be able to bring him back through whatever exception. But I'm happy for him.
Okay, so we haven't gotten any official signings yet. James, I'm going to bring it to you next, obviously, because you're tied to the Sacramento Kings. Chris Haynes just tweeted, Kings basically arranging Zoom meetings to talk with Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook, looking at both but have other point guards to speak of. What's your thoughts on Schroeder to the Kings potentially, or Westbrook to the Kings? And then I'm going to ask you the same question as Conrad. Any move that either surprised you or moved you really liked?
Yeah, okay. So Schroeder and Westbrook specifically, I mean, anyone who watched a second of Kings basketball after the deadline knows they needed a point guard. Like, nothing made any sense on offense. It looked so clunky. Even with all the offensive talent, things just didn't mesh. Just so many turnovers. It was just not a pleasing watch. So on that front, I'm glad this front office is at least a little bit aware of the needs. Sabonis just came out and said it immediately, we need a point guard. So that is a good start. In terms of like actual game-changing targets out there, I think Schroeder is about as good as you could really get on the market. So like that part's not too bad. I mean, it's all about the price, and like the price that I've heard is full mid-level for 2 years. So I mean, that's a little steep for me. I don't know. Does he have a market there? It's hard to say. Westbrook, it sounds like they're trying to get both of these guys too. So like, where does that leave Devin Carter in the rotation there? I don't know what they see with him. He wasn't drafted by this front office. I know he's a lottery pick, but they might have a different view of him. Like they just drafted Nick Clifford, who's kind of a Swiss Army-ish guard wing kind of guy, which I think is what the vision with Devin was too, because they drafted him with Fox. I feel like they saw he could play off ball. So I think Devin would be part of a bigger deal now. And it seems like they're just trying to get older. I don't know. It's not what I would do, but I'm glad they're doing things, I will say. The last front office was always an inch away from potentially possibly making deals, and this one is actually doing things, like the trade up, another one they actually acted on that they're going to do. I don't know how you feel about it, but like they're actually doing things, so I can respect that at least. But yeah, that's how I feel about that. I think it will come together quickly. Honestly, surprised it hasn't happened already. For the Schroeder one specifically, Westbrook is a new development today or so, I would say.
Okay, and Aaron, how about you? Anything that really has stuck out to you, either in a good way or in a surprising way, or maybe both in free agency thus far, or any trades?
Yeah, I would say I'll go both. First of all, as far as a good move, I would say, or I guess a series of moves, is what Houston has been doing over the past few days, just signing these guys to extensions, keeping their team together. We saw what they did last year, getting that number 2 seed, winning 52 games with Ime Udoka, who himself signed an extension with the team. He's back with a new deal. I've heard up to 8 figures annually, based on what reports have said, which I think is he's earned it. He's been a great coach before in Boston. He showed that again in Houston, implementing a nice defensive culture there, getting that foundation, getting those guys to really lock in on the end of the floor. They were a top 5 team defensively all year long. And, they had some offensive shortcomings in the playoffs, as we know, against Golden State. They had a good performance, and, their main weakness was just on-ball creation, getting points in the basket. They were one of the, I think, 5 worst teams in terms of points per game in the playoffs. So now they go out and get Kevin Durant, one of the best scorers of all time. Even at age 37, going into 38, I mean, he's still incredible as a scorer. He's one of the most efficient players in the league. You know what you're going to get from him every night. You're going to get a 50, almost a 50, 40, 90 type of guy. So you throw him in the mix in Houston, along with bringing back Jabari Smith, bringing back Steven Adams, Van Vliet. I mean, all these different guys. I mean, they have a very solid roster. So they're going for continuity plus a little bit of a bump from Kevin Durant, getting that shot creation that they need, a little bit more juice on the ball, and then just banking on some development from some of those younger guys like Amen Thompson, who had a sensational season. So I think if you kind of combine all those different elements, we can expect a very strong season from them once again. And I would project them to be, once again, a top 3, top 4 team in the Western Conference. And now with KD, I mean, they might be in the championship conversation if the pieces keep developing the way they have. If Amen Thompson keeps doing what he's been doing, then they're on track to be a very good team next season. In terms of a move that was a little bit surprising to me, I would say it was that Utah and Charlotte deal. Trading Nurkic to the Jazz and Sexton over to Charlotte. It was a little bit confusing for me in the moment. I kind of understand it from Charlotte's perspective. You're getting Sexton, another bona fide scorer in there, a little bit of insurance if LaMelo Ball is hurt again. And then, of course, they can spend some time together in the backcourt a little bit. But for Utah, I was really confused by that move. Getting Nurkic, I mean, solid player, but, having Kessler Edwards and, really banking on some youth movement there. A little bit interesting there. I wasn't expecting that. So I would say that was one of the moves that surprised me the most. It seemed like it was out of nowhere. And I mean, Utah's in the middle of, doing a ton of things right now, trying to be a competent team again. They haven't been a really solid team since they lost Donovan Mitchell. So, I mean, they're really going for maybe more of a competitive team next season. We'll see. And then Charlotte is just kind of trying anything they can. I mean, I think they really just need some things to go right. I mean, they've been so beat up the past few years, losing a lot of games. Looks like they're trying to maybe instill a little bit more of a veteran presence there, getting Sexton, a guy that's established, know what you're going to get from him. Solid scorer. He's been a 20-plus point scorer for several years now, or at least capable of being one. So that caught me off guard. I can kind of see it for Charlotte, but I was confused by it for Utah. And maybe they have more moves coming. Maybe it was just a setup move, but I would say that left me a little bit confused. But yeah, for Houston, I love what they're doing, and I think they're on track to be a very good team this coming season.
So I just put up here real quick. The Kings are also panning me of Malcolm Brogdon for what that's worth, which goes with Chris Haynes' first tweet of, them still looking for a point guard for what that's worth.
They're just going to get the market.
Let me ask, while Aaron brought up Houston, there's potential rumors about Dorian Finney-Smith meeting with the Rockets later today. I mean, obviously they just lost Dylan Brooks and the Kevin Durant deal. Like, DFS would fit great with them, in my opinion. Obviously, you'd have him. You'd have Amin Thompson. Excuse me. Both of them on the perimeter defensively. Like, Fred VanVleet is still, in my opinion, an adequate perimeter defender. DFS could take some of those bigger wing assignments. Kevin Durant could as well. Like, I just feel like he had so much sort of versatility. I mean, what do we think about that potential signing? Again, it hasn't happened yet, but potential signing.
Yeah, I mean, building on what Aaron said, I think Houston would have been my team that I was most pleased with this far too. And this is just icing on the cake, exactly like you said. I think it's a Brooks approximation. Van Vliet number is very palatable, I think. It's a great springboard for the young guys. Well, they have plenty of talent that's going to win right now too. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, especially when they're bringing back so much of their roster. I think Kelly Eco just reported they just re-signed Jeff Green. Bear with me.
Yeah, Tate and Holiday too, back on Mins-ish, I think, $3 million.
Yeah.
Love
that. Okay. Conrad, Aaron, what about you? About a potential Dorian Finney-Smith signing to Houston?
I mean, just in terms of the gamesmanship alone, right? You get stronger by making your direct competition weaker, right? I mean, I'm sure the Lakers will have, they'll find ways to pivot and replace Dorian Finney-Smith, but at the same time, right? I mean, like, he was there for a reason, right? They traded him. They sent out real assets to acquire Dorian Finney-Smith. So, I mean, it is a whole. Well, it's TBD if they'll take a step back. But for the Rockets, I mean, obviously with Kevin Durant there, in terms of shot creation, specifically shot creation in the half court, boom, right? I mean, that is just a massive increase in addressing, something that the Rockets weren't particularly proficient at. And obviously it allows, right, takes a little pressure off of, say, Amin Thompson and even Alperen Sengun in terms of like the playmaking and shot creating duties. I bring all that up because DFS still allows them to kind of maintain that identity, right? Which is a defense-oriented idea or identity. And he can kind of get back. I said it last year, too, at the deadline. Like, if you think DFS is the type of guy who's going to come in and, like he's your Tony Allen or your Bruce Bowen, you're probably going to be disappointed. I mean, he's not that kind of point of attack defender, but he is an amazing, right, like disruptor, a weak side helper, like weak side defender. And in that case, when he does that, when he has the opportunity to be in that position, he becomes a defensive playmaker. And what happens, right? You start forcing turnovers, you get out and run, and boom. So I like that for the Rockets, in the sense that it maintains that identity, play into their athleticism, play into their speed, maintain up court, Again, right? It's all about just kind of adding while still providing some different looks.
So, James, I'm going to get your opinion as well on this. But meanwhile, we have, I suppose, our first breaking news of official free agency starting has started at 6 o'clock. Memphis Grizzlies are expected to agree on a 5-year, $240 million maximum renegotiated extension with Jaren Jackson Jr. I mean, this one definitely isn't surprising. We sort of figured the Grizzlies would become a cap space team to make this happen. I still think they'll probably have to salary dump John Conchar to get close to that number. I unfortunately don't have the cap sheet in front of me at this moment. But, I mean, that's what the idea always was for Memphis, that they'll use that cap space. I know that they now opened up the room exception, given their cap space team, to make this happen. You can, just for perspective, you need to be a cash-based team in order to renegotiate and extend your player. So Memphis, we know, is going to be a cash-based team, which means we know they'll have the $8.8 million room exception. Reportedly, that may or may not be going to Ty Jerome. That's TBD. I know Mark Stein and Jake Fisher reported that earlier. But any thoughts from anyone on Triple J signing with? I mean, again, this was pretty. This isn't any by surprise, I don't think.
Yeah, I think the question was just how they're going to get the space to do it. So I don't think they done anything to get there yet. I mean, Conchar was like the low hanging fruit. Cole Anthony trade could have been it somewhere. There's got to be something next, I guess, but good number for him, I think.
Well,
and they're also right. They're reportedly at least in the mix for Ty Jerome.
Well, so, Ty Jerome would be that room exception number. That
okay.
Yeah,
but they would still have to dump Conchar first, or can they do that in parallel?
My assumption is they need to dump Conchar in order to sign Triple J to that number.
Okay.
And then at that point, they have the $8.8 million room exception from there that they could then add Jerome or any other free agent. James, now let's get to you about DFS, just because we were talking about Houston. I mean, what does that do for the Rockets? And, I mean, how does that open up the flexibility for the Lakers? Obviously, I believe the Lakers would open up the mid-level exception if he walks.
Yeah, the full one.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they need a big, but, like, they also need the length on the perimeter like that to cover up for Luka. And, I don't know, LeBron's 40, getting a little slower defensively too. So, like, they still need good team defenders out there, because I completely agree that he's a great team defender. It's not necessarily he's going to guard your point guard and have him in jail all night. Like, he was good at covering up a lot of deficiencies from other guys too. So now I guess they look at the center market, and the move that surprised me are these buyouts that we're seeing now, like Ayton out of nowhere. Like, I would love to know what prompted that. And I think Clarkson was the same. I think I saw that earlier. So yeah, that's just an interesting trend right now. And I mean, that immediately jumps to the top of the list for kind of a ripple effect for the Lakers off this Rockets thing. Yeah, I think he's a far better option for them than Lopez, who's kind of slow on the foot. That's not exactly the kind of center I think you need with Luka, if that's really what they're building for now. And same with Capella, a little over the hump. Ayton's at least got the stuff you think you could get it out of him. I'm sure JJ Redick looks at that and says, I can fix that. So I think that's what frees up for him.
So we have more Memphis Grizzlies news. Santi Aldama, 3 years, $52 million. That's a pretty
bargain.
That's a bargain for Memphis, in my opinion, right?
That is a bargain.
Okay.
You know how I feel about Santi, man.
So, okay. Obviously, this is all about order of operations for Memphis. First, they need to dump the salary to get Triple J's number, re-sign him, and then they'll have Santi Aldama's cap hold, which they would then sign him to this deal. That's a bargain, though, in my opinion. Maybe that's why he wanted a 3-year deal rather than a 4-year deal, because I think 4 years, that number would have looked even better for Memphis. But James, Aaron, any thoughts on Santi Aldama to Memphis?
Yeah, I'm a fan of this deal. As you guys said, it's a good deal. 3 years is a good kind of middle ground. I think he'd still be in a position to get another lucrative contract once this is over. It's provided he plays how he played last season, which was a career year for him. But I mean, yeah, in a league like this, you need guys like Santi Aldama, with a little bit more size, that are going to be able to still kind of operate on the perimeter, get good shots, be efficient from three, and just provide a little bit of a scoring punch and a little bit of that depth. And it can start in a pinch as well. So as far as from a versatility standpoint, I think he kind of gives Memphis, and really what any team in the NBA needs these days, what they're looking for from that position. You're looking at fours that can stretch the floor and create a little bit for themselves off the dribble, not to a crazy extent, but be able to maybe get by slower players and, be pretty dynamic. So, what Memphis is looking for is to stay competitive. I mean, they're making moves, they're pivoting. We know that last season didn't really end the way they would like, but, they want to stay in the mix. They still have Ja. They just re-signed Jaren. They still have a very solid team. Getting KCP, he had a down year, but he's still, a 3-and-D guard that you can lean on a little bit, and hopefully he has a bounce back here. But, just keeping Aldama in the fold, I think it's going to be positive for them. It's going to keep them in the mix in the Western Conference. Couldn't really afford to lose him, in my opinion. You need a guy like that on your team to kind of help shore up everything and a guy that can take advantage of the space that Ja creates when he's going downhill. And Jaren as well. I mean, they play together a little bit. So, yeah, overall, I like the deal for Memphis. It makes sense. It's a good dollar figure. And I think overall it's going to help them be in a position to remain competitive and just really kind of take advantage of what they have on the roster right now.
So, real quick, Bobby Marks of ESPN, friend of the pod, Bobby Marks. Memphis needs to clear $10 million in order to sign Jaren Jackson this number. Contract makes 6.1, so that'd be a start. I'm thinking maybe it's Brandon Clark, maybe it's Cole Anthony, maybe they decrease Contavious Caldwell Pope. Something along those lines would get them there. I'm interested to see how exactly that has some sort of deal lined up if they're already announcing the Triple J extension, the renegotiating extension, but they're going to have to play a little bit of cap gymnastics, as I like to say.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about who wants to talk about the New Orleans Pelicans. Interesting about what they've done.
Oh, boy.
So when I first saw the CJ McCollum and Kelly Olynyk trade for, who was it, Jordan Poole and Sadiq Bey, I was like, okay, well, the Pelicans are just hampering all the flexibility for future years because McCollum and Olynyk are both expirings, and they're taking on Poole's contract for multiple years, this year and next year. But then on draft night, they traded that unprotected 2026 first-round pick to move up from 23 to 13, where that pick was more favorable of themselves and Milwaukee. So even if the Pelicans are good, if Milwaukee somehow bottoms out, if Giannis has out, they're still giving up a premier pick. So they had 2 bites at the apple at a good pick with that, and they moved it to Atlanta to move up a few spots. I mean, what do we think about what the New Orleans Pelicans are doing right now?
I mean, I respect the conviction. I didn't believe it at first, but then I heard they actually were calling every team from 8 up. And Misi was on the table for those higher picks, plus what they gave.
Wow.
So,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted it. They wanted it bad.
It's a new regime, right? It's a new front office, and it just goes to show, right? We always say that. They always kind of want to make their mark, put their imprints, right?
Yeah, they're doing that. Big time.
But, it definitely does pertain to the New Orleans Pelicans. But another big picture kind of observation, I know Steve and I kind of discussed this a little bit. If you look at the Jordan Poole going to the Pelicans, Anthony Simons going to the Magic, and I'm missing somebody else. Who else? Oh, Sexton going to Charlotte. That each time the team sending him out had to attach some draft capital to them, right? Which, again, that's not to say that they're necessarily bad players or even negative contracts. I mean, I suppose that's a separate conversation to be had. But it's interesting, it's definitely a theme, right? In terms of that specific player archetype, kind of like I don't want to blanket label all of them, but kind of like the scoring guard who might not be a primary playmaker and kind of plays questionable defense, if at all, isn't as highly coveted around the league. At least definitely not in amongst league offices compared to say how maybe some fans would feel. Because I think a lot of fans are like, well, wait a minute, Washington's getting the older player and CJ McCollum. Why do they have to attach draft capital? But once you factor in, even despite their age being the younger players, you factor in the contracts and stuff like that, and kind of maybe they're not as versatile as you'd like. Kind of speaks to the direction of where some front offices are going, and how they want to assess the market.
Yeah, that Washington trade I think is pretty interesting. They're a Brooklyn level blank slate on the cap sheet. I think it's in next summer, which is a year before they have the huge extension class with Sar, Bub, and all those guys. Next year they got Koulibaly, and good, they can pay him easily and absorb whatever. But yeah, it's interesting that they cleared this much. I wonder what they think they could do with it.
I mean, they have up to what, close to 100 million or so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely they're targeting the more appealing free agent class, right? I mean, compared to this one, make no mistake, still exciting, but yeah, it's not as exciting as next summer.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think also what they've done here, I mean, the salaries for sure, the expiring contracts are, definitely a point to look at. But I think also just having those guys in the locker room, Chris Middleton, Marcus Smart, CJ McCollum, all those guys have been around the league for a long time. And we saw what happened with Detroit last season, having those veteran guys in the locker room. We saw how it helped propel their jump. Of course, Cade Cunningham and other guys, internal development is huge. But looking at what Tim Hardaway Jr. provided for that team, Malik Beasley, I mean, I think Tobias Harris, having those guys in the locker room and just helping them kind of establish a little bit more consistency and a good baseline to start from, it helped them so much. So I think the Wizards are also looking at that portion of things, having those guys in the locker room that, they're good locker room presences. You're not going to have to worry about them causing any problems. They're not going to butt in and try to, get a ton of playing time. They're not going to disrupt things. Obviously they want to be part of the rotation, but I think at the end of the day, they're going to be team players. They're looking for those young guys to succeed, have opportunities to move up and grow. And the Wizards did show a little bit of that last season, even though the record wasn't good. They did have some guys like Bub Carrington and others, Alex Sarr, have good moments. So I think that having those guys in the locker room with them could help accelerate that growth. And then who knows, if they go to next season, those guys are free agents. Maybe they bring one or a couple of them back. It's possible if they have really good seasons for them and help those young guys grow. So I think it's kind of like a two birds, one stone type of thing. They can clear the slate for 26 and then also bring in a little bit of a veteran presence and just help that team be a little bit more competent, a little bit better, not a playoff team necessarily, but, have some good moments there and help be a springboard for the next generation of Wizards basketball. So I can see what they're doing here for sure.
Yeah, and a lot of people have asked me, well, what are the Wizards going to do with $100 million in cap space? They're not a free agent destination. It's more so just having the flexibility. Maybe you take a couple bad contracts with assets attached. Maybe you get a couple decent free agents when no one else. Like, you could kind of dictate the market, sort of what the Nets were doing this offseason with their substantial cap space.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a comment here. They needed to get Ace Bailey, the Washington Wizards. Conrad, thoughts?
For the Wizards?
Yeah. Well, isn't the Wizards are the one team that he reportedly worked out with, and that's where he wanted to go.
I mean, I understand that, but they ended up with Trey Johnson, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
They did. A better player.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah. Steven, now you're talking to two guys that had him significantly higher on our boards than Ace Bailey, so I would respectfully disagree. But I don't know. I understand that, but in the same, well, not in the same light. I guess I understand that point. If you truly believe Ace Bailey is kind of cut out, has the ability to become a team's like primary, like first option, and not even just first option, like maybe like your offensive catalyst, the guy who makes that entire offense go. I'm not sure he is, in my most optimistic projection of him, I see him more as like a high-end complementary piece, maybe at best a second option, someone who's more of a play finisher as opposed to a playmaker, which is why like I totally understand Washington's desire to kind of go with a more, on-ball guy, a guy who can actually create, not just create for himself from all three levels, but create from others, right? A three-level playmaker as opposed to just a three-level shot creator. So,
Okay. Well,
news.
I'm glad we already talked about Dorian Finney-Smith. He signs a 4-year, $53 million deal with Houston. Looks like it's for the mid-level exception. Looks like it might be a little bit less than the mid-level exception.
Yeah, because what is it now? 13?
14.1.
14, okay.
So, okay. And we have another one. Free agent center forward Paul Reed, a.k.a. B-Ball Paul, has reached a 2-year, $11 million deal to return to the Pistons. Okay. B-Ball Paul, let's go.
I'm sorry, I just laughed on air. Okay, all right, let's go.
Interesting that the Pistons gave some of their likely cap space to give him 2 years, $11 million. We talked about the ability for the Pistons to open up to $24 million. It's interesting that they gave, because they Oh, I guess they do have his bird rights, don't they? Because they picked him up off a waiver claim last year. So maybe they do have his bird rights, but either way, they didn't announce them. Aaron, your time with us is winding down. Is there anything you want to promote? Anything you want to quickly mention before you sign off?
Sure, yeah. I just want to quickly let everybody know about no trade clause. We've been a little inactive the past few weeks here, but ramping things back up as Summer League approaches. We will be at Summer League, so if any of you guys are out there, definitely be sure to say hi. I think 16th through the 19th will be our dates. But yeah, you can follow us if you want to check out our work. We're on Twitter X at no_trade_clause, so you can check us out there. Our primary website is notradeclause.com. So if you guys are looking for cap sheets, if you're looking for draft capital, which is the page I maintain, some articles and things of that nature, be sure to check us out. We have your front office needs taken care of, and we will be updating things as free agency progresses and we get deeper into the summer and things start to unfold here. So, Steven, thanks for having me. I appreciate the time. James, Conrad, great to see you guys and spend a little bit of time talking about this crazy free agency. Hope the rest of the steering goes well. And thanks again.
We appreciate you, Aaron. Thank you for coming.
Appreciate you, Aaron.
Of course. Yes, sir. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
Take care.
So let's see. We now have Julian. Julian Mendelson, everyone.
I'm back, guys, with actual coherent sound, audio, video for the first time in probably almost a week. As you can see, my screen is horizontal, not vertical, which means I'm not on my phone, as I've had to be for the last couple of streams. It's exciting.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Speaking of breaking news, so it keeps taking me a couple seconds to share my screen, so I'm a few seconds behind. Cam Spencer, 2-year, $4.5 million deal to return to the Memphis Grizzlies. Not surprising. I mean, I always thought he was more than a two-way player, but he's just another rotation player the Grizzlies might have at like $2 to $3 million. Obviously, they already have Vince Williams, Gigi Jackson, Jay Huff, Scottie Pippen Jr. Like, the Grizzlies are great at finding these guys and then just signing them to basically minimum deals. Again, the Grizzlies are going to have to find a way to shed a little bit more than John Conchall's deal in order to make that renegotiation extension for Jaren Jackson Jr. work. But, Julian, since we didn't get your opinion, since you're just joining us, what move the last couple of days, whether it was a re-signing, whether it's a signing that just happened, or whether it was a trade the last couple of days, did you like, and which one caught you really off guard?
I'll be honest, this is kind of an obvious one here, but I was not expecting Ayton to get bought out.
Okay.
That one caught me off guard a little bit. I thought that they would have tried to trade him at some point and get some sort of value for him in this offseason. I'm sure there were teams that, as we'll see probably in the next couple of days, you're going to be interested. As far as most of the signings, nothing too crazy yet, I don't think. Memphis has been pretty active so far early on, which has surprised me a little bit how quickly they got, a few of their guys re-signed. But in terms of the guys that they're re-signed themselves, like, that's not surprising to me. I was more surprised by a lot of the action on draft day than I've been so far in this free agency.
In terms of the draft picks made or the transactions made?
A lot of the transactions made. Draft picks themselves, I think we kind of talked about it a lot when we streamed for the draft. Like, I think a lot of teams outside of Brooklyn did really, really well. Like, even, talking about New Orleans and the move that they made, I didn't like. But in terms of the picks themselves, I'm like, you know what? Like, I actually can get on board with these. Obviously we'll see what happens with some of these teams if, they splurge for anybody that maybe they shouldn't be splurging on. I will say I was surprised a little bit that after last season that the Rockets decided to go with Van Vliet again this year. The deal itself, like, very team friendly. They kind of got him at a bit of a bargain. But I'm hard pressed to see that they get very much further in the playoffs with him as their lead guard.
I guess that my question to that would be, what would be the alternatives in terms of like a lead ball handler and playmaker?
I mean, they have so many assets. There's got to be some names on the market that they could be looking at, right? Like, I think Derek White's a really good option for them to bring in, given that Boston is looking to dump guys. Obviously, this would have been before they offloaded Holiday and Porzingis. Holiday himself, if you're bringing in KD at that age, it doesn't hurt, I guess, to bring in Holiday if you can get him for a discount. I don't think he fits, but talent-wise, I think Kobe White isn't a bad shout, given what the Bulls are capable of doing. I think they should have been looking at Simons. Like, that's just a few names off the top of my head that they could have at least looked at,
I was going to say Colin Sexton, but it doesn't seem that he had much value given they attached a pretty decent second-round pick to get off of him for Yusuf Nurkic. They're both expiring. Like, that one didn't really make a bunch. I think Sexton's expiring this upcoming year, if I'm not mistaken. But let's talk about. We didn't really get to have the opportunity to talk about the Desmond Bane deal much. I really like Bane's fit with Orlando, as they needed the shot creation, they needed the legitimate shooting, and Desmond Bane's probably a top 10 shooter in the world. I think I don't want to say that's safe assumption, but like he's up there. And he's not a liability defensively. And like Orlando, we saw with the Noah Penda pick, especially in the second round, like they value their defensive infrastructure. And Bane's going to add to the offense what they needed without hampering that defensive infrastructure that the coach likes to run. So James, let's start with you for this one. I mean, it's just the price for legitimate 3-and-D wings at this point, 4 first-round picks plus.
I mean, I would say no, because part of that was the KCP contract, which, my God, he just absolutely fell apart last season, forgot how to shoot. So, like, one of them was to get off that. So, like, you could say 3 were because of that. And I don't remember exactly whose picks are which that went where, but I don't think they were all the best. So, like, it was fair enough for me. That's the best guy they could have reasonably gotten without selling the entire farm or having to give up, like, one of the guys they considered untouchable that they wanted Bane to play with, because they kept pretty much everything that meant something to them when they made this trade. So, like, I think it's pretty good for them. I appreciate that they went in like this.
So that was a perfect transition into, we talked about how the Grizzlies are going to shed, some of their money in order to sign Jaren Jackson Jr., renegotiate, extend him. Looks like Cole Anthony's reps are working towards resolution to allow Memphis to create the necessary cap space. For what it's worth, Cole Anthony makes $13 million. He fits into a team's mid-level exception. So, like, a team like the Milwaukee Bucks could use a point guard. We already talked about the Kings are looking at numerous point guard options. A team like that, who else? Maybe Indiana if they want another ball handler, but I don't know if they'll quite have the full MLE. The Lakers just open up their MLE, though they need a big man, not a ball handler. But either way, like Detroit's another one. Like,
if they, I think there have been reports that they have, trying to pursue Karis LeVert. I believe even Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I think both will have quite a market if they happen to strike out on both. I think Cole Anthony would be a great fit. It sounds like Dennis Schroeder will be taking his talents to Sacramento, or that's a good possibility. So, yeah, I mean, even with, I've been saying it a long time, or this entire time, even with Jaden Ivey, the Pistons are kind of thin in the backcourt, specifically in terms of ball handling, playmaking, shot creation off the dribble. I think Cole Anthony definitely gives them a little juice in that regard.
Yeah. I'm trying to see what else here. We have a lot that has happened. So let me ask you, the Lakers with the DFS deal, this is just open to the floor for anybody. With DFS now signing with Houston, the Lakers now open up the full $14 million mid-level exception, $5 million biannual exception. Which big man specifically? Because I believe they've been linked to Brook Lopez, Clint Capella, and now DeAndre Ayton. I mean, the biggest winner out of this whole thing, Conrad, might be Brook Lopez. And I say Conrad because we've been talking about Brook Lopez on every offseason preview as a coveted big man for almost any team who needs one.
He
So-
plays for all 30 teams at this point.
So, like, if he realistically wants to go to Lakers, they now have an extra, what, $8 million plus to spend on him.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because according to Chris Haynes, it sounds like the Lakers, they're trying to be ambitious here. They're not trying to get Brook Lopez or DeAndre Ayton. They're trying to get both. So, yeah, it'll be. I mean, I get it. I get it. You know, is it a reactionary move to what happened to them last year in the playoffs? Sure, but I mean, I think it's a valid move. I'm just wondering if they'll have either the necessary cap space and role playing time to maintain being a desirable destination for either or both of those guys. It'll be interesting. But I mean, yeah, Brook Lopez, you see it, right? Whether it's the Lakers, the Warriors, San Antonio, I think, well, no, Philadelphia has Drummond coming back, but there are just a number of teams that Shams and all of them have been reporting as teams that are going to be in contact with Brook Lopez if they haven't already. It should be interesting. Having said that, not to completely pivot away from Brook, it is kind of cool to see that there is a market for Al Horford, former Sixer Al Horford, who has been in connection. Yeah, right.
I was going to say maybe future Sixer Al Horford.
Oh God.
Go. Really? This is, what is it? Embiid, Drummond, Bona.
And Janai Broom.
Janai Broom.
Broom and Al Horford as a starting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Obviously, this morning, we were discussing it. He's kind of been Al Horford's name has been put out there in connection with the Warriors. I totally understand it. I see it. It's a nice, like, if it actually does happen, and I'm not checking my phone right now, so I don't know if it's happened yet, but like if it does happen, I would totally understand it, right? It's like, hey, he wants to play on a team that has, some playoff aspirations, making a deep playoff run. And there's that mutual understanding. It's not like he's trying to play for another contract. It's not like he's asking for like 38 minutes a night. He wants the exact opposite. Well, I mean, I'm sure he'd want like a healthy contract, but still, I think so that would be great. I could totally understand that if the Warriors are not the leading candidates in the Brook Lopez quote unquote sweepstakes, which I don't understand why social media uses that word so like casually. Like I don't understand the bull sweepstakes.
Oh my God, yeah.
Like what?
Couldn't tell you.
And who's even betting on that? Degenerates, man.
They need the hotline.
Just ask FanDuel. I'm sure they know.
So,
let me ask you if we could circle. Oh,
no, go ahead, Conrad. No.
Oh no, like just because the Cole Anthony news came up as we were talking about New Orleans situation. I kind of wanted your guys' take on this. I mean, like, so for example, I just Googled Jeremiah Fears draft player comp, and the first name that came out was Jordan Poole, right? Who is now his teammate. Like, in terms of, like, it's weird. If you look at the Pelicans' moves in isolation, with the exception of trading a future unprotected 2026 pick, like, they all seem to have merit on their own. But I mean, like, what do you guys think is the actual like vision here? Go ahead. We'll circle back.
That's a big move for the Lakers.
That's
so
exactly
isn't that the Brook Lopez money?
No, because now they have the full MLE.
Oh,
okay. Out of it, I guess because they
Wait a second. Chris
I'm
Haynes
confused.
just tweeted that Jake LaRavia is re-signing with the Kings.
So Shams tweeted twice. He tweeted that he was signing a $2 million, 2-year, $12 million deal with the Lakers, and then immediately after that, he said the Kings.
Incredible.
Hold on.
I don't know where he's going. Where is Jake LaRavia?
No, had a strong finish after joining Sacramento Kings. But Chris Haynes just said he's re-signing.
Yeah, Chris Haynes said he's re-signing with the Kings.
Jeez. Okay, so until we know
I'll make
I'm-
a guarantee. Jake LaRavia will be in California by the end of tonight.
So I'll take those odds.
Where is Jake LaRavia signing? That is the question that I do not have the answer to yet.
Yeah. I mean,
Anyway,
that's a steal. I really think he should have got a lot more. I mean, the only way I saw him taking a discount like that is if he wanted to come back to SAC bad enough and just take the 5 point whatever it was. Definitely thought he would be closer to the room or something like that.
okay. I still have no clarity, by the way, on where Jake LaRavia is signing. So
Breaking news NBA, which is like my fantasy basketball app, said he's signing with the Lakers, but that's yet to be. I don't know if they're just going off the Shams.
I think they're going off of Shams.
So, yeah, it says per Shams. I mean, I like either team getting him for that amount of money, if we're being honest.
That's a home run.
Yeah, like that is.
There we go.
If Brooke Lopez can play for all 30 teams, LaRavia could definitely play for like the Lakers and Kings.
He's just going back and forth.
This is an insane source off right now. For these two teams, come on.
The I-5 rivalry has gone to another
We're
level.
gonna need
We're still.
we're gonna need Jake Fisher or Mark Stein to come in and break the tiebreaker.
I think
between
Woj
Hayes.
should come out of retirement. Just
Could
to
you
break the
imagine
record.
if Woj just tweets and just doesn't
Oh.
tweet anything else? Jake LaRavia to Sacramento and just leaves.
just leaves?
Mic drop.
Like-
Mic drop. Oh, let's see.
See, the thing is, like, if he was actually negotiating and like it came out after like this, I feel like that would mean it's probably the Lakers because like he knew what the Kings could give him immediately. I think.
So
Yeah, Haynes
It-
just said.
Haynes just said it is the Lakers. So Haynes was incorrect. 1-0 Shams. So we have
That was messed up.
right here.
We don't know. Of course.
Where is Jake LaRavia signing? The answer is the Los Angeles Lakers.
That's huge.
That's a
That's
great.
great.
That's
So that's probably with the biannual exception, I'd imagine.
I think so. It
I
could
mean-
be mid-level, but
I would imagine it's the biannual and they keep the full mid-level open for a big man. That's at least what, yeah.
it's pretty good for them. I mean, to get an extra rotation player and still have the cap. I was thinking when we were talking about the Lakers, by the way, that it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for them to go for either Ayton or Brooke, get one of those two, and then have Capella come off the bench for cheap money. I don't think you can really justify both Brooke and Ayton without one of them starting. Clint Capella, on the other hand, though, just let him run and catch lobs from Luka and LeBron and play about 10 minutes of good defense, maybe 5.
So it looks like Jake LaRavia. It looks like he signed for the taxpayer MLE, which is weird given the Lakers have the full mid-level because, again, the biannual, he can only do 2 years, $10.5 million.
I think they're
So-
just giving it out piecemeal. I think they're using parts of it because
So what, do they sign a big man for the biannual and then use the rest of the MLE on another big man, maybe?
I guess, yeah. Or you can keep part of it as a trade exception for the season.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
Andrew said, which was worse, John Heyman doing Austin Judge or Chris Haynes doing Jake LaRavia to the Kings? I think
mean-
Austin Judge.
Arson Judge put me in therapy. This one will not quite put me there, but it's close. Arson Judge. Oh god, that was awful too, though.
As a diehard Giants fan, yes.
I was waiting for Conrad to
Heyman.
react.
John Heyman is my enemy.
Arson Judge was he supposed to be tweeting Aaron Judge and he tweeted
Yes.
out
Yeah.
Arson
And,
Judge?
but he tweeted Austin Judge to the Giants because he was between the Giants and Yankees in free agency. So everyone's like, "Oh my God, Aaron Judge is going to the Giants," and you could tell he got the tweet out so fast it corrected the spelling of his name to Austin. I guess spell check changed it.
Amazing. Amazing.
So Yossi Goslin said Lakers would have $8.3 million remaining other non-tax MLE if Jake LaRavia signed with it. So they still have $8.3 million for a big man, and then another 5.1 for another, or
Yeah.
as James said, for a big man, whatever that may be. But okay, let's talk about. I mean, a lot of stuff has happened. What do we think about the Timberwolves? Maybe let's wait for Timberwolves for Maxwell to come on, given he has some ties. What about the Celtics 2 trades? For what it's worth, I do want to note how masterful of a job it was for Brad Stevens to find a way to get off of Drew Holiday's deals and Kristaps Porzingis' deal without having to give up a first-round pick. Like, that is masterful. Everyone was under the assumption Boston's going to be giving up at least a pick for Kristaps expiring and at least another pick for Holiday's 3-year deal. They found a way to get off of both. No issue.
Yeah, I'm shocked the Nets did not get one of those, especially because, they're the main team that has the cap room to absorb a contract. They're the only team that has the cap room to absorb a contract. You could have held the Celtics up for ransom and said, look, you guys aren't going to be as good next year. Give us your pick.
Well, for what it's worth, the Nets did get a first-round pick for taking on Terrence Mann from Atlanta, who got Kristaps in that deal.
Right, but it wasn't – I would want the Celtics unprotected pick next year because it forces them to at least be semi-competitive and not trade their entire roster and just be like, look, we're going to suck. We're going to get a top whatever pick next year in the lottery and pair him along Jason Tatum.
Again, that shows how great of a job Brad Stevens did that he didn't. That only one team controlled the whole market, and he found a way around it.
Is it a great job by Brad Stevens or a bad job by Sean Marks?
I mean, Sean Marks got a first-round pick and took less salary. He got pick 22 from Atlanta and only took back Terrence. But again, it's Terrence Mann's contract, $15.5 million this year, next year, and the following, as opposed to Kristaps' expiring. So if he's fine taking on the long-term money, I wouldn't say it was a bad job by Marks for getting a first-round pick for dumping the $15 million Terrence Mann. And then George Niang went to Boston for whatever his $8 million deal was. But I do think it was a massive, regardless of how savvy the other GMs were, like I think Brad Stevens, again, like masterful job. What do we think about just overall what Atlanta's doing? Well, it doesn't seem like we have any other free agent moves going on. Atlanta was basically able to take Kristaps for, as I said, Mann and Niang and a first-round pick, and then they move from 13 to 23, get the Pelicans unprotected first. That's better of New Orleans and Milwaukee, so that's going to be a dynamite first-round pick, unprotected. That might be a top 5 pick next year. And they still got the guy they wanted at 13 and Asa Newell at 23. Like, this new Hawks front office could not have got off to a better start, in my opinion, than what they did. So let's talk about that until we have. James, what are your thoughts?
No, I completely agree.
Okay.
I met Lindsay in New Orleans a couple of times. Great dude, fully deserved the opportunity to run with this. And, I mean, he's been crushing it so far. I mean, 2 for 2 on just getting great value, making the right bets against the right teams. I don't know if it's the right way to put it, but identifying the dumbest person in the room sometimes is like a smart business decision. Like the Spurs have kind of had the Kings and Bulls 1 and 2 on the speed dial. I'm like, all right, so Onsi's got his fleece list now too, I think. So he's done a great job so far. I think they're just like seeing a little bit of an opportunity in the East next year, especially with Trey's future being, a little bit questionable. Like they see they probably need to like put their foot at least a little bit on the gas and like try to make a Pacers kind of run next year, which I think they're going to be damn fun.
Connor, anything to add on the Atlanta Hawks specifically?
I mean, yeah, I'm definitely in agreement with everything James said. It gives them, like I said, more optionality, different looks. They don't have to play just one style. I understand that. Okay, Trae Young is, very a ball dominant, heliocentric guard. He might not be my cup of tea, but I understand, like the system that they have in place. But, they have the advantage of having a number of wings and power forwards, like Jalen Johnson, who are so good at attacking the rim, slashing, cutting, that, you could definitely benefit from having a stretch 5. And my whole thing with Porzingis has always been really health. And I guess that now covers a number of health categories, right? In the past, it's, normally like injury. maladies, but okay. But with whatever his respiratory condition he had this past season, I still think is still a little concerning. I hope that he makes a full recovery and he's back to 100%. And if he is, then yeah, I mean, it's a great move for the Hawks. If he isn't, then cool. He's an expiring contract and you move on.
For what it's worth, for the Lakers, now that we're talking about, now we finally have clarity on Jake LaRavia. They are now hard capped at the first apron. They are $14 million below the first apron. So they basically have $14 million to split into, let me see how many roster spots they have. Close to $14 million to split into two big men, essentially. DeAndre Ayton, for what it's worth, took $10 million out of his $36 million he gave back to the Blazers. So, does he think he could recoup that $10 million? Maybe. Yeah. So they have basically, as I said, $14 million for those two roster spots to sign, presumably, two big men. James, obviously, you're only with us till 7 Eastern, so you have a couple more minutes. Any other moves that we haven't gotten to, or anything you want to highlight before you sign off?
No, I mean, I love that for the Lakers. That's a home run. I get missing DFS and what he brings, but Ravia's 8 years younger, can approximate what he did, so that's great. And you didn't have to pay him nearly much, so that's awesome. Yeah, I can't really think of much else right now. I'm thinking the Kings are still in their Zoom calls right now, so we're just waiting on that. I don't know. Their Wi-Fi must be bad too or something.
At least you guys can afford synergy.
Oh, that's true. That is very true. But yeah, that's about it. I'm excited to see what else happens. Still a lot of huge. I can't believe Brooklyn hasn't done anything. I thought they were a big Santi Aldama team. If it wasn't Memphis, I thought it was definitely going to be them. So yeah, a lot to come. I think I'm excited.
Before you go, I might have missed it when we first logged on. Are there any specific targets, free agent targets, you'd like the Kings to pursue other than Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook?
It's neither here nor there whether I want them to pursue those ones. I like the idea of them getting, Trey Jones would be a better bridge, and he's young. At least you get a little upside for maybe a longer fit. I don't know. Other than that, it would have been bringing LaRavia back. I think looking at the big wing market, they've got their bigs now. They need size on the front. They've always been starved for it. Keegan's their one wing who can guard up. Everyone else is down to the twos as opposed to up to the fours. So they really needed him. I think the pivot here is just going back to Trey Lyles. Down season last year with a ton of injuries, didn't shoot it well, but when he's on, he's a good connector out there. He's been a small ball 5 option. $8 million last year, could be something similar to that this year too. That's definitely the pivot. I mean, they needed a point guard. You're not going to walk out of this pumped with any of these options. I am encouraged that it's Brogdon getting a meeting too, and not just Russ. For putting butts in seats, I guess Russ would be good. But if you could know you're getting even 55 games out of Brogdon, I'd take that at, I don't know if it's biannual or I don't think they'd give him full mid. And he's gone.
And he's gone. I got the notification as literally.
Wait. The Bulls just signed him another point guard to 24.
They need guards, man. They got rid of Lonzo. They need as many guards as humanly possible.
They'll be on the Kings in a couple years anyway. It's just a never-ending cycle anyway. So
okay, to be fair,
trade for him when he's 31.
If there is any truth to them, at least exploring the idea of moving on from Kobe White and or Ayo Dosunmu, then okay, it makes sense. But I mean, still, the continuous logjam at point guard, specifically point guard, is amazing.
You need as many people handling the ball as humanly possible. They might run They might run out a 5-point guard lineup at some point. You never really know.
As someone who's invested in Noah Senge, working out. They better not mess this up, man.
Okay.
Let's see. I think that's all I got for the point guards. In terms of excitement, I would say Brogdon on a reasonable deal, Schroeder, then Westbrook, just because, like, I don't know, I can't see
Yeah.
that going well. Trey Jones would have been at the top of that for me, honestly. That was poetic. Laravia and that. Come on.
Yeah, it's a
Keon
it's a-
yesterday, not great there.
Okay. Well, James, we appreciate you taking the time to come on the first hour with us. If the Kings do something and you want to jump back on to talk about it, we're going to be here all night. Just shoot me a text and we'll get you back on. Or even if Kings don't do something, obviously you're always welcome. You could follow James on Twitter at JamesMC__. And D'Angelo Russell is a Dallas Maverick. But we kind of foresaw that one coming.
That's
James, we appreciate you coming on. And yeah, if you want to hop back on, just let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be at the California Classic on the first day of it in SF, and then I'll be in Vegas for Summer League the 10th through the 13th. So if anyone's there, wants to talk hoops, wants to give me a shoulder to cry on.
I'll see you on Saturday then.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah, I'm excited to see
Yeah.
Chase. I haven't been there yet. It's gonna be
Oh
good.
yeah. It's good, man. It's great.
Yeah. All right, I'll see you guys.
Take care, man.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Okay, so now let's add in Andrew.
How we doing?
Andrew Schaefer Hoops, everyone. You can follow him on X, on Twitter at Schaefenbake. Andrew, actually, while you're talking, let's talk about the D'Angelo Russell deal to Dallas. This one isn't, I would say, like, this one had a lot of smoke to it, and typically will the smoke this fire. D'Angelo Russell, like, is it outlandish that he's signing 2 years, $13 million when guys like Dennis Schroeder may be getting the full mid-level exception?
Not really. I think, honestly, for D'Angelo Russell, I just think he has a bad rep. He's a ball-dominant guard, and a lot of these ball-dominant guards are kind of getting shut out. Like, Sexton got traded for nothing the other day. You know, Anthony Simons gets dumped in Portland. Clarkson gets bought out. You know, it's just like a lot of these ball-dominant guards, they're not getting the love. And he's another one that doesn't get the love. I mean, he's been moved around. He was in LA, Brooklyn. I mean, he's bounced around. But I like this for Dallas, though, because Kyrie's going to be out, and they need somebody to create something at the point guard position, because Kyrie's out till what, January, February, somewhere in there. So he's going to be out longer. Yeah, and you have an 18-year-old kid coming in who's going to be a great player, Flag, but it's going to take some time. You know, he's not going to be a Hall of Famer on game one. You know, it's going to take some time, and Anthony Davis can't play more than 10 games without getting hurt. So they need some scoring. I actually like this for Dallas. I do.
Julian, Conrad, any thoughts on D'Angelo Russell basically being the stopgap point guard? And what's the 2-year deal? Does it say it has a player option? Is that actually? I would guess it has a player option, but it doesn't specify one way or the other.
I like it.
Yeah.
Not to cut you off, but I'm a fan of it. I mean, I think, like Andrew said, you know, Russell's bounced around a lot, but you know, back when he was in Brooklyn, like, he had some success there for a couple seasons. I don't think it's crazy to think that he can't at least, you know, do some of what he was capable of doing when he was the leader of that Nets team that, you know, came to the 6th seed. The one thing that I would say if I'm Dallas is I'm hoping that he doesn't take the ball out of Flag's hands too much. That would be my one concern, especially because, you know that Flag's going to get more reps without Kyrie and with the inevitable Anthony Davis injury that occurs 10 to 15 games into the season. You don't want him to slow Flag's development in any way, but I think he's a fine stopgap point guard.
And he has experience playing with Anthony Davis as well.
That's right. I completely forget that.
For what that's worth.
Yeah.
But Conrad, any thoughts on D'Angelo Russell?
I mean, it's really interesting. As a Warrior fan, I think sometimes we kind of forget that he was like a Warrior.
Whoa! Hold
on.
Okay, forget that. Hold on.
Hold on, wait.
More pressing business.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
You guys see my
Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen.
Okay. I'm not good under pressure.
My jaw dropped for a solid 3 seconds before you guys noticed.
Was it just Julian who said That the Nets haven't done anything with their cap space?
I think it was James who said that.
It was James, yeah.
Well, either way, here we go. They had about $35 million in cap space still to use. They get Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick for Cam Johnson, which, like, Cam Johnson's going to fit great. Hold on, let me take the D-Lo off the screen. But, like, Cam Johnson's going to fit great in Denver. That's a huge financial move for Denver's flexibility. But that's a big one. Who wants to start with this?
I'll just quickly say. I'll just quickly say, Julian, before you joined, I was talking about how, you know, the Jordan Clarkson, the Simons, the Sexton move, draft capital had to be attached to them, which suggests that front office are like, hey, if you're an offense only guy and you don't give us much playmaking or defense, you're not really coveted. And look at this. Michael Porter Jr., I understand that there's a contract attached to him, just like there was a contract attached to all those other guys, but still, what's your perception around the league? Offense only, you're a bucket, you don't really play defense, you definitely don't create for others, and they just attached an unprotected 2032 on him. Like, that is insane, and I understand it. I'm not saying that the Denver shouldn't have done it, but it's like, we can criticize and, you know, break down what these front offices do, but there is still some logic and rationale to the moves that they make, and they're telling you exactly how they view certain players around the league and what is of value to team building. So please take it away.
I really like this trade for both teams, actually.
Yeah.
If you're Denver, you're getting a proven two-way player who fits perfectly with Nikola Jokic and plays defense. And if you're Brooklyn, you get an unprotected pick and a guy that maybe, you know, he's still not, you know, ancient or anything. You know, I don't remember offhand. I think he's in his, you know, early to mid 20s at this point, maybe older. But, you know, there's still some chance that you can make something into a rotation player out of MPJ, and you have pretty much infinite time to do it for the next few seasons. I love it for both teams, actually. This is probably one of the more, like, moves where I'm like, oh, both teams, like, I actually, you know, both sides I respect here.
Dennis Schroeder to sign with Sacramento for what it's worth, as James signed off.
Wow.
Fred Cass of The Athletic just tweeted.
Yeah, I actually agree. I like this for both sides. With going back to Porter, I mean, Porter's a guy who, when he was coming out of Missouri, people thought he was going to be a superstar. Okay, they thought he was that good. Now he's got a chance to kind of re-find himself as a star in Brooklyn, because they don't really have that guy right now. And Brooklyn got an unprotected first-round pick, and that's a while down the road for Denver. Like, we don't know where they're going to be at that time frame. And Cam Johnson, I think, is great for Jokic. 3-and-D guy. He doesn't need the ball a ton. He's not going to, like, stop the ball at all. Like, Michael Porter Jr. is a guy that will stop the motion of the ball. So I think this is a great move. It's a very good win-now move for Denver. I agree. Both sides win it. You know, Brooklyn takes a lot of upside there with Porter. If he can stay healthy, there's a chance there, like, that he could be a part of their future. And they get an unprotected first, which they have so many of anyway. And then Cam Johnson can help Denver. You know, he's a big valued piece for them because their bench has struggled in the postseason. They were so thin, young, and now you have Cam Johnson. That's a huge get for them. I actually like this for both sides. I do.
Yeah, I do too. I wouldn't love giving up the unprotected 2032 first-round pick, but, like, that's part of doing business if you want the financial flexibility that Denver's going to get. Ty Jerome. So we talked about this earlier after they announced Jaren Jackson Jr. extension and Santi Aldama re-signing, that basically Memphis is going to have to be a cap-space team if they're renegotiating extending Jaren Jackson, which gave them the $8.8 million room exception, which we said would likely go to Ty Jerome. Well, here's that deal. Again, nothing surprising. Let me ask you, I wish Matt was joining us, Matt Costa from the Center Hub. He's a Cleveland Cavaliers fan. I wonder how much, I suppose, Jerome's value took a hit during the playoffs, because it was a 9-game sample size and he wasn't good. But, like, he had a great year. He was top 3 and 6 man of the year voting. Like, I wonder if he could have gotten the full MLE from like Milwaukee or maybe even a Sacramento if they didn't go with Schroeder, something like that. He might have cost himself. I can't say, but he might have cost himself a couple $1 million for what that's worth.
No, I think he definitely did. I agree. I think the postseason really hurt his value quite a bit. Again, I don't know if he had played well in the postseason, how much more would he have made? I have no idea. But I get scared with guys who have career years in a contract year, and then they get that like multi-year deal and they get comfortable with their check. I get a little bit scared there. So I'm a little bit nervous here for Ty Jerome. Like he's got to continue to progress because this is a career year for him. I mean, he wasn't really on NBA radars all that much, and now he signs a 3-year deal. He's getting like 9.5 a year. So I mean, he's got to show up for Memphis, and Memphis is a team that's like not totally rebuilding. I mean, they traded Desmond Bane, but they still have Ja Morant. They just signed Jaren Jackson Jr. to a massive deal. So they're in it to make the postseason. Like Ty Jerome can't be a flop. But I'm a little bit nervous because, again, career year in a contract year, I get nervous when guys sign these multi-year deals because sometimes they just count the check and that's it.
Yeah, I don't love it either. To be honest, I think he got a bit of a case of Kenny Atkinson syndrome, which was great for the Cavs. But I mean, up until this season, he has been almost, on the fringes of the NBA for the most part, bouncing around rotations in and out of, G League-ish circles. I don't think he's ever gone down to the G League really, but, in that kind of 11th, 12th man spot. And all of a sudden he's, a guy making 9-10 million a year. I don't love it. Especially, I'd rather see someone like Cam Spencer take on that same kind of jump, who you just re-signed as well. I don't know. I think Memphis, especially when, they're in this weird, I guess, not rebuilding, half rebuilding thing, you want to be getting value for young players. And I don't think they're really doing that with a Ty Jerome addition here. I don't know. I may be in the minority on thinking that it's not a great deal, but.
No, I'm with you.
Kevin Porter Jr., 2 years, $11 million. A lot of Porter Jr.'s getting action right now. Maybe Otto Porter Jr. will come out of retirement.
Yeah.
But Kevin Porter Jr., 2 years, $11 million. I'm not going to talk about the obvious off-the-court stuff, which caused him to play for a minimum last year. But, did he really play that well that he deserves 2 years, $11 million? I don't think he was okay with Milwaukee last year. And I think because Milwaukee had a lack of point guard options with Damian Lillard out, and they're trying to keep Giannis happy, maybe they had the leverage, or maybe Kevin Porter Jr.'s team had the leverage, but Giannis has made it known, okay, I want to see what you guys do in free agency. I want to see what you guys do in the draft. And they drafted Bogo Markovic, who's likely drafting stash, and then signed Kevin Porter Jr. to $11 million.
I was going to say, does this keep Giannis in the building?
I mean, how long is Giannis going to wait? I mean,
Giannis is a family man, a married man. He should be out of that building.
I mean, loyalty's a detriment. I mean, what can I say? I mean, Giannis, I don't know. Those things are not moving the needle. But signing Bobby Portis helps, but Bobby Portis is not going to bring you a championship next year. I mean, come on.
Let's talk about Bobby Portis. He signed yesterday, 3 years, $45 million. I said during the Milwaukee Bucks preview with Conrad and Corbin for the offseason previews that I anticipated Bobby Portis being back in Milwaukee. Even I didn't think he was going to get $15 million a year for what that's worth.
No.
Given the big man market in free agency, maybe he would have gotten that from another team, but he would have gotten probably mid-level exception money, which is $14.1 mil. I guess Milwaukee's game a hair over that to keep him in town and not test free agency. But at this point, what big men are left? We saw Daron Sharp take a discount for 2 years, $12 million to stay in Brooklyn. Naz Reid staying put, Julius Randle staying put. We'll get to both of those when Maxwell comes on. Hold on.
Shams bomb, Shams wow, whatever you call it.
ShamWow.
ShamWow.
ShamWow. Okay,
ShamWow.
hold on.
I think we should make that his new thing.
ShamWow.
Okay, Bruce Brown back to Denver.
Yeah, again, I like this for Denver. Like
Yeah,
he understands
this, yeah.
his role there. You know, he understands his role there. I mean, he's done this already. And when he left, it didn't work. Wherever he went, Toronto, New Orleans, it didn't work.
Yeah.
I think this, again, smart business by Denver. Again.
Steven, so what are we looking at here since it's not actually specified? Is this taxpayer mid-level or?
Looks like it has agreed.
Okay.
It doesn't even say how much money it is. This is 1 year.
No, I know. That's why I'm assuming
Yeah.
It's either taxpayer or the min, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's still a tax. I had to crunch the numbers real quick. Bobby Marks did tweet out. Give me a couple minutes. Michael
Let's
Porter Jr. was 38.3 and 40.8 next year. Cam Johnson is 21.1 this year, 23.3 next year. So, like, Denver's saving substantial money.
But is that to potentially put more money into Jokic for his extension coming?
Probably.
Okay.
But it's also to give more flexibility from a roster management perspective, too. I mean, this team was a second apron team last year and had no way of getting better. Now, all of a sudden, they do the MPJ deal. Let me
Bruce
see,
Brown.
because
Yeah.
they were a first apron team. They may have the full mid-level now that I'm looking at it, Conrad.
Oh wow. Okay.
Good business.
Or close to it. So I'm good at math, but I'm not good at doing math on the spot. Because
they still need a reliable backup big on that team, and if they can like do what the Lakers did and split, if they have the full mid level, they can split that in half to Bruce Brown and a big. Okay.
Yeah,
You're
well,
cooking.
another reliable backup big just went off the market. It looks like.
ShamWow.
Wow.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, I didn't
all.
expect him to go to New Orleans.
That's really weird.
Can I ask you a question? Is this a move for Zion? Like, is this a veteran you stick next to Zion Williamson and go, look, he's going to show you the ropes of how to do certain things? Like,
They have two young centers. Why are they signing a third
like
center?
is this the veteran signing that they stick in the room and they say, okay, like, you're going to teach Zion and Derek Queen how to be a pro?
I mean,
Like, is that what this is?
paying $8 million a year to do that?
Apparently.
That's I'm not saying
I don't love this, to be honest.
This makes very little sense.
I think the issue is supply and demand. And Conrad even mentioned to me on the Warriors pod that, Kevon Looney, I think, might get a minimum. And I was hesitant to agree with that just because I said the big man market is so diminished, I would say. Yeah.
I didn't. But $8 million a year? I mean, like, even if I was being optimistic, I'm like, maybe
Conrad.
he's a taxpayer mid-level guy.
They traded their unprotected first-round pick after having this third worst record in the league to Atlanta to move up after taking on Jordan Poole's contract and after signing Hunter Dickinson, who has a sponsorship with LinkedIn, to a two-way contract. That's the front office we're dealing with. I mean,
you know, technology has come a long way since the true flip phone era, and like I don't understand how this happened. And like, I'm saying that sarcastically. I'm joking. I'm happy for Looney. Like I said, I mean, if he was going to leave, I'm glad that hey, he's getting a substantial contract to be leaving Golden State. But as a fan, I definitely appreciate everything he did. Maybe they need some more. I mean, actually, the irony, it seems like Looney's older than he really is, but I think he's only like, 27? I'm just saying, right?
Wait,
in terms of
he's only 27?
He's not 27.
He came into the league when he was like 18.
God. I thought he was like 35. He plays like he's 35.
Yeah, man.
No,
but point being was,
Anyway,
right?
He's 29.
In terms of veteran leadership, and just having like a quote unquote adult in the room, I totally understand it. So I'm happy for him. It sucks. It sucks to see him go, but maybe he can help out New Orleans kind of get back to being a professional organization.
That's unlikely.
I mean, I said he's a good example of veteran, not God.
Right, but that's why I said they probably signed him for to get those guys on track.
Yeah.
That's just a lot of money to be paying for a glorified babysitter, essentially.
I agree. But again, like I'm happy for the player. Like I
Oh,
think
yeah.
all of us are happy anytime a player gets paid a lot of money. We're
Oh,
happy
yeah,
for the
yeah.
player. But the way
He's-
these guys go about it is crazy.
He's a 4-time champ. I think he earned it. I think he earned to get that $16 million.
I think the contract in and of itself is great. I just don't understand why this team in specific decided to pay him that amount of money.
That's what I'm saying. Well, again,
Right.
hey. They
Like-
offered to him, he could take it, right? It's just,
Yeah.
I'm
look,
with
if-
you. I'm with
If
you. I
I'm
don't
Kevon
understand.
Looney and I get offered 2 years, 16 mil, I'm taking it too.
See, this is what we were saying, Andrew, before you joined. It's like, if you look at each of New Orleans' moves this offseason, like each of them in isolation, there's some really good ones, some really questionable ones, right? And then the ones that fall somewhere in the middle, like, I don't know, maybe this is either a really good one or no, not really good one, a questionable one or somewhere. I'm just saying, like, I don't get, I don't get what this plan is.
I mean, again, I said this a while ago. Joe Dumars was hired to babysit Zion Williamson. I mean, remember he was the one that talked to Draymond Green about his issues. If we remember, when Draymond Green had all these issues, Joe Dumars was the one who talked to him. So they brought Joe Dumars in because one, he was a GM like 25 years ago, and they think it's still going to work. And now he's a babysitter. Now you got Zion, who's got all these problems. Derek Queen, you got Fears, and Queen. And I assume Trey Murphy's staying. I assume Herb Jones is staying at this point because you're trying to be competitive after you decided to give up a lottery pick for no stupid reason. So I don't really understand it, Conrad. I agree. I just don't get it.
For what it's worth, Shams just reported D'Angelo Russell, the second year of his 2-year deal, was a player option. So I said I probably suspected it was, but that just gives further confirmation.
He will be on some other decent team that is looking for a ball handling point guard next year, probably when Kyrie gets back and he loses all his minutes.
I'm still waiting to see the terms for Bruce Brown.
By the way, there's a lot of smoke that Clarkson might go to the Knicks. I
That'd be-
keep reading this all over my feed from Knicks fans. That
How do you
Clarkson.
feel about that?
I was going to say, how do you feel about that?
I mean, they need size. I'm telling you, they need size on their bench. My concern with him is ball dominant and injuries. Because last year he was hurt, he had the foot injury, but he could score. I mean, he can score the rock. I mean, there's no question. And the Knicks don't really have a guy that can score off your bench. Like if Josh Hart's going to be on the bench, if that is the plan, if they keep Robinson and they go with that lineup they went with at the end of the postseason, and Hart's on your bench with McBride, like they're not going to score a ton of points for you. Like they're just not going to help you. Like at least he can help. I don't even know who their coach is going to be, for crying out loud. So
It's another ridiculous.
probably going to be Mike Brown.
It's starting to look like Mike Brown.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Mike Brown. But, I don't hate it for the Knicks if Clarkson goes there. I'm curious what kind of contract they're going to give him. Probably something, a 1 year would be my guess.
What?
But I don't know.
Conrad, what do you think of the odds? It was reported earlier today, I think by Mark Stein, about Al Horford potentially signing with Golden State. Now that Kevon Looney definitely isn't coming back and the big man market is starting to dwindle, obviously there's still Brooke, there's still Capella, DeAndre Ayton, obviously there's still some names. But what do you think about the possibility of Al Horford going to Golden State?
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I really like it. Whether or not Kevon Looney had returned or not, I would have still been an advocate for bringing back Al Horford. Obviously, at $8 million a year, there's no way that would have happened. But bringing both. But in terms, I was saying earlier, at the top of the show with James and everything with Horford. I mean, obviously, he also has championship pedigree. He's done it all. Right, he's been the man of a team. He's been an all-star, all-NBA guy, NBA champion. He's been, a six-man, a backup, played all kinds of role. He was, early years, he was like a beast in the low post. Then he became, the modern-day stretch five. So, I mean, any role that the Warriors ask him to do, he's probably done it already. And in terms of what the Warriors are, even if the rest of the league disagrees, hey, right, the Warriors have determined they are looking to make a title push. And that means that window is like the next 2 years. So that's the beauty of bringing in a veteran like Al Horford. He's totally on the same page, right? He just wants to compete. He wants to see if he has a shot at a title. And yeah, see? But I told you. This guy is going to be.
That's a
I'm
lot
happy
of
This guy,
money.
I'm
this
happy
guy
for
is
him.
getting paid, man.
I'm happy for him though. He was on the Knicks
Yeah.
like when we were bad. Like he was on the
was
Knicks
like
when they were bad, and I give this guy a ton of credit. I mean, he fought his butt off to get this deal. He was really good for the Celtics.
The unicornet. Is this, let me ask, we
Yeah.
keep talking about how saturated this big man market is. Is this partially Luke Cornett deserving $41 million, or is it just the nature of the big man market? I think it's a little bit of both for what it's worth.
I would agree that it's both. He played really well for Boston, though. I mean, especially in the postseason,
Yeah.
Especially in Game 5 when he had 7 blocks in Game 5 when they blew out the Knicks. I mean, he's got. I mean, I'm not saying like he's going to average 20 and 10, but he's a guy that can absolutely help Victor Wembanyama back there for sure. I mean, now you have those two guys back there with Dylan Harper, with Castle. Like this team is starting to come together. Now they have to get on the court and figure out how to do it with a fairly new coach in Mitch Johnson because Pop's not there anymore. But it's starting to look like a team that's starting to put something together. So I do like what they're doing, San Antonio.
Yeah, I like it. Just to chime in, I mean, look, San Antonio has needed something to put alongside Wemby. That is like a real center and not Jeremy Sohan. So I think Cornette is like a pretty easy. I mean, at the very worst, if you decide to upgrade, for something alongside Wemby at any point, like you can keep him as a decent platoon option. You know what? San Antonio, they're starting to like Andrew said, man, they're starting to build something over there. I still think they're probably another trade or two away. And obviously a healthy Wemby season away, but it's definitely looking better than, I mean, like when we looked at the Spurs outlook, even like 3 years ago when DeJounte Murray was their best player before, the year before they stunk and were able to draft Wemby, like it was starting to look like things were coming to an end for San Antonio, at least for their foreseeable future. Now it's like, okay, like, this team's not winning a championship this year or next year probably, but they're they should be a decent playoff team, and if not this year, next year, depending on Wemby's health.
Yeah, I mean, you figure they're probably in the playing tournament at the worst.
At the very least.
At the very least, they're in the playing tournament, which I think is successful for them considering what they've gone through the last couple of years.
Okay, Conrad, you are about to sign off. For anyone who loves Conrad's work, which everyone should, Conrad will be, I'm just looking at our schedule, Conrad will be back with us 9 Eastern to help finish off the show. So 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Conrad, any closing thoughts for the next hour and a half before you come back?
Like I said, I mean, in terms of the Al Horford thing, I think he'd be a good fit, right? It's not like this guy is, setting himself up for the next 5 years of his career. So
hold on. We got a sham wow.
What? Really?
That makes no sense.
Hold on, Conrad. Give us your closing thoughts on this, and then
Both the sham wow.
Well, it goes back to what you were saying to me, right? Whatever we think that these big men are looking to make on the open market, it's probably going to be a little bit more than what even we think, because supply and demand speaks everything. And I don't know, whatever. Let's be real. We called Clint Capella washed on this show, right? Well, we said he's kind of semi-washed. He's entering the phase of his career where he's going to be washed. So I don't know, man. 3 years, like this is way more than I would have expected. I thought like at most, maybe making around like closer to the taxpayer mid-level exception kind of value. Somewhere around $5 million per.
It's $7 million per for what it's worth. It's not like it's
right.
egregiously more.
Yeah, but still. Like, I don't know, for a team that, I mean, I guess, hey, you can afford it. But I mean, like, let's see the nature of like the third year, if that's like a team option or something like that.
I don't know how Houston came up. Ross in the chat said, "Welcome home, Clint." That's another one we don't have to Photoshop. We already know what it looks like.
See?
Capella in a Rocket jersey.
True.
I don't know how if Houston used a mid-level on DFS. Is this with the biannual, or is there a sign and trade perhaps coming? That's also a possibility. Maybe the Lakers
think-
are well.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Angel.
No, I was just gonna say, didn't they just sign Steven Adams like a week and a half ago?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
why are we doing this? Well, what is that's what I'm saying, Steve. I think you might be right. Maybe there is a sign and trade coming here. You might be right. I just don't understand this for Capella. I mean for the Rockets. Sorry, not Capella, for the Rockets. I don't get it. Like, so now you have Adams and Capella. You want to clog the lane more?
And Şengün.
They have
Right,
3
and
centers who
Şengün.
can't shoot.
Like, are we just looking to clog the lane? Are we doing this because we don't want him to go to the Lakers? Is that what this is about? Like, I don't understand.
That's what's clear too. This morning, right, there were rumors that the Spurs were also in on Clint Capella, and clearly they went with Luke Cornett, which I think is a great choice, right? I mean, the analytics on Cornett are crazy in terms of, the fastest processors in the league, in terms of the quickest to make a pass and the accuracy with it, right? He's like in the 99th percentile. I'm not even exaggerating. So, I mean, like, Cornett's a statistical darling. I could totally understand that. High-end backup, continue to space the floor. I don't get this. I don't like, if anything, the Rockets should have gone after Cornett. I don't know, man. Very odd. Very odd.
For what it's worth, I said a sign and trade has to be coming with this deal or DFS. But meanwhile, we also have
including. Wait, is that including? We'll get to this in a sec. Was that including Jock Landale's current non-guaranteed on the books?
I forgot he existed.
no. Either way, like that doesn't change anything for them because they still
got to move someone in addition to Jock.
I mean, they could. They don't have the exception right now to bring Capella in.
Can I ask a weird question? Do you think they
So
moved Şengün for Giannis?
I think they could.
Like, I'm just asking. Like, if you have Capella and Adams, like, does Şengün now all of a sudden become an option for Giannis if Giannis asks out?
Could you imagine?
I think Şengün was going to have to be an option for Giannis anyway because of the
Right.
fact that they're not trading Amin Thompson. You had to trade one of the two to get Giannis.
Yeah,
Correct.
I'm
I totally agree. Yeah,
I'm not laughing at the idea, by the way. I just think it's really funny, the
it's
concept of
interesting.
KD, Giannis, and Amin Thompson on the same team. It's
Yeah,
insane.
I'm just trying to figure this out. Sorry, Steven. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just
No,
trying
you're fine. I do think Houston's going to have to do a sign and trade, even if they waive Lando's non-guarantee for either DFS or Capella. I think DFS is more likely. I sort of speculated that before he signed with Houston when it was first reported that it's a possibility. I said it could be Landale and Cam Whitmore or something for DFS. Like, either way, there's going to be another sign and trade moved one way or the other for Houston to make this work. Finally, Kevin Porter Jr. is taking the biannual exception with Milwaukee for that 2-year, $11 million deal. Year 2 is a player option. Conrad, let's get your thoughts on this Karis LeVert 2 years, $29 million deal, and then we'll let you go until you have to come back in about an hour and a half.
Yeah. Again, as like the Pistons being like my second favorite team or whatever, I love this one. Of the names that were rumored, other than Nickeil Alexander-Walker, LeVert seemed like the one that made the most sense. Even though I kind of I rationalize a Cole Anthony to Detroit move. Has this like a plus playmaker with size, I think is perfect. Kind of fits what the Pistons need, as opposed to having a bunch of like undersized guards. He can create, maybe like a hit or miss kind of perimeter shooter. But again, the shot creation is more important. Specifically, being able to generate dribble penetration with a little bit more consistency. And again, this is in addition to Jaden Ivey's return. They need more of it, not one or the other. So I like it. And I think at that value, it's good. It's a great value. And obviously with the ambiguity of Malik Beasley, yeah, I think it's just all the more, right? A position of need has been addressed.
Ambiguity is certainly a word.
Yes.
Wow. For what it's worth, I think Nickeil Alexander-Walker is going to be heading to Atlanta now because I think Detroit was the other serious suitor for him.
Yeah.
And if they're going to be doing that with Karis LeVert, then that sort of eats into their Nikhil Alexander-Walker money. Bruce Brown on a minimum is pretty shocking,
That's ridiculous.
especially
I
given
mean,
the
there you
money
go.
Denver just
Familiarity.
shed.
That's it.
Yeah, but okay.
Kudos
Conrad,
Indiana and Toronto, right, for paying him. So.
Conrad Pascal, everybody. You can follow him on Twitter at CP3_777. Go listen to the East Meets West podcast. Go listen to the Indie Basketball podcast. Conrad will be back with us in about an hour and a half. Conrad, thank you so much.
Take care, gentlemen. See you soon.
Speaking of the Indie Basketball podcast.
Dude, while he was waiting in the chat, he said, "Can't gamble on Beasley returning."
Corbin Ford, everybody.
Oh God.
Oh, that was good, man. That was really good.
Corbin, let's just jump into it. DFS goes to Houston. For anyone who doesn't know Corbin or doesn't follow Corbin, one, you should. But also, Corbin is a Lakers aficionado and a Lakers fan. What are your thoughts about DFS heading to Houston? I still think it might be a sign and trade where like the Lakers could get Cam Whitmore back. I'm sure that would at least put. I was going to say put salt on the wound. I guess the opposite puts salt on the wound. I suppose that would at least ease your mind a little bit in terms of.
It kind of would put salt in the wound, only because we'd be losing an asset, but getting back a player that we should have drafted in the first place instead of Jalen Hood-Schifino. So, it's like a backhanded compliment. Like, yeah, we get this guy, but we should already had this guy. It hurts. I'm mad. I thought I get why the Lakers felt leery of doing it. That 4-year, that fourth year, that player option on a 36-year-old Dorian Finney-Smith, don't know how that's going to look, right? Like, he's a 3-and-D guy. The defense goes, and he's just a pretty decent three-point shooter who doesn't shoot off of movement. It's just standstill three-point shooter. There's only so much utility there, right? With that being said, I wasn't worried about ages 35 and 36. I was worried about ages 32 through 34, thinking that he'd be useful for the Lakers right now. So, yeah, that kind of bugs me. So I get why the Lakers didn't want to do that. But yeah, I don't believe this, but Sam Vecini's well respected among the center hub, and he said that Jake Relavia could be an upgrade over him. I don't see it, but like I'm willing to try to see it. But yeah, kind of hurts. I don't know what that means the Lakers are doing in terms of winning basketball. I don't know. Like you lose a guy who did help you win. I mean, honestly, outside of LeBron, Austin Reeves, and Luka, it came down to him and Gabe Vincent winning a bunch of games for the Lakers down the stretch. That's just the reality of the situation.
Okay. How'd that go with Gabe Vincent leading the pack?
I set myself for that. That's fair. I set myself up for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, Corbin, is there anything I've been asking everyone as they've been coming on? Is there a specific move that either happened draft night, the night before, the night after, like any move that has happened that you really are infatuated with, or on the alternative, any move that really surprised you?
Dorian Finney-Smith leaving was kind of surprising. But no, outside of that, Clint Capella to Houston is just weird to me. Like I didn't see that. That's just funky. The Nuggets trying to go like new agey 2022 Nuggets, like upgrading the Michael Porter spot with a guy like that, but also bringing back Bruce Brown. That's interesting as well. It's funny. I was just talking with a friend of mine earlier this morning, and he said both of those things are possible. I mean, we all knew it was possible. But he's like, yeah, I really think they're going to make that trade. I was like, we'll see if Brooklyn does it. For 2032 unprotected, yep, they do it, And then Bruce Brown going back, he was like, yeah, we can get it back on the minimum. I was like, I don't think it's going to go back on the minimum. Well, he's Nostradamus, and here I am. So I'll have to let him know that. But yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting for them as well.
So Yossi Goslin, friend of the pod and friend of the center hub, Clint Capella's deal basically could be Cam Whitmore and then guaranteeing a certain amount of Jock Landale's salary. So I'm assuming Cam Whitmore Landale would be going back to Atlanta.
Center, so.
Well, this would be going to Atlanta because this would be for Clint Capella, not for DFS.
No, but it said that. It said, it's retweeting.
Along
I was
with this
reading.
deal or the
I was reading the
Finney-Smith
first
trade.
part where it said, looks like a signing trade is coming either with this deal for Dorian Finney-Smith.
Okay, yeah, but
No,
I'm
either
saying,
way, it
yeah,
could
that
be a
one.
Lakers deal. That's what I'm looking
It could be a Lakers deal. I thought it was going to be a
I'm-
Lakers deal going in, but
Yeah.
okay. So until we get more clarity on that,
D'Angelo
talk about-
Mavericks we all saw.
Can we talk about the Clippers at all? I don't think we've touched on them yet, and they brought back Harden and Batum already.
yes, James Harden was what, 2 years, 82, whatever it was. He was basically 40 and a half to 41 million a year.
It's a lot.
I just don't
I mean,
get it.
he made All NBA this past year. Like, I understand why Daryl Morey was hesitant years ago to sign him to one final max contract when he was in Philly because he was coming off a down year. But like, he played great for Clippers last year, and then this past year he made All NBA third team. Like, he was good this year.
Here's the question though.
Okay.
That I would be asking. With James Harden locked in for the next 2 years, with Kawhi getting older, with I guess Norman Powell is your third best player and virtually nothing else on that
I
team.
mean, Zubac also got All NBA.
Zubac
this
as well,
year.
also
Yeah.
playing well.
For what
But
that's worth. Yeah.
how, like, with the money that you're paying these guys who are all aging, like, does that put you any closer to winning a championship? Like, does Nick Batum and James Harden put you any closer to winning a championship? Or is it just like delaying the inevitable of keeping you just relevant enough to make playoffs until eventually, like, I know that they probably have picks at some point. I know they've traded a bunch of them away, but I don't know. It feels like, resigning to mid for that team.
So I'm going to ask you the same question when you talked about Fred VanVleet to Houston. What would be the alternatives if you let Harden walk?
We'll see. For them, I don't think they have any.
Yeah.
Is
Okay.
the only thing. I think, like, Fred VanVleet, I at least gave you some names there. Not New Orleans. The Clippers are kind of just a bit of a mess right now, and I think they had to, like, in a sense, they had to do this. But I think that there were ways that they could have not put themselves in a position where they felt like they had to do this. If that makes a lot of sense.
No, definitely. For what it's worth, let me throw this on the screen. Matt George, Sacramento Kings beat writer. There's a reason why Schroeder's signing hasn't been announced. It was announced by Fred Katz. It hasn't been confirmed by Shams or Chris Haynes or Jake Fisher or Mark Stein yet. But he said, for the record, he believes it's happening 100%, but the Kings are working for more how they sign Schroeder as a part of it. So, like, we talked about early on when James was on, James McCauley from SI on Kings. And we talked about the possibility of the Kings signing both Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. Stein also reported that there was a good shot that the Knicks signed Russell Westbrook.
Hooray.
He's valued,
Russell
man.
up. Let's go.
High value
baby.
commodity,
Let's
Russell
go.
Westbrook.
I mean, Andrew, let's talk about it. What are your thoughts on the potential Russell Westbrook to Knicks?
Look, I think he brings a couple of things. Number one, he brings a lot of experience to the table for their group. He also brings a lot of energy, which he can feed off the Madison Square Garden crowd, which is great. The problem is he can't shoot the ball at all. And that's a problem. He does bring size, though, to their bench in the backcourt, which they need again. I tend to believe he's going to stay on the West Coast because I think that's what he wants to do. Like, if he has the choice, like you said, Sacramento or anywhere else. But I'm not surprised the Knicks are interested in him. Again, bigger guard, energy, crowd pleaser. My problem is he's been on so many teams and he's never won. Like, at some point, like, what are we doing with Westbrook? I mean, can't shoot. Defense. I mean, listen, he's going to take some lapses defensively. He's much older now, but I don't know. I'm not in love with the player personally. I'm not. He'll make some great fashion statements walking into the Garden. He'll do some good stuff, but I don't know. I'm not into Russell Westbrook myself.
Corbin, as the biggest Russell Westbrook fan I know, or at least previously, obviously when he was in his prime, what are your thoughts about Russell's market, whether it's Sacramento, whether it's the Knicks? Like, I thought he was pretty good on Denver last year, and I think he was okay on the Clippers 2 years ago. It's just, obviously, he's a specific type of player that you sort of need to build your team around because he's not going to necessarily fit in, be a seamless fit, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm as a big Russ fan, Russ defender, I kind of agree with everything you said. It is a very specific fit. Andrew described the strengths perfectly he provided to New York. And honestly, at this stage of his career, those kind of apply to any team he goes to, right? Like, hopefully your fan base is good. You better acquiesce a large portion of your bench to him just because the usage he's going to apply. The chaos he brings can be, beneficial, or it can be detrimental, right? I think the Nuggets saw both sides of that, right? I think the best part of his chaos was in that first round against the Clippers. The worst part, I think, was that Jokic 60-point game where, the missed layup and then the foul on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. You just don't know what you're going to get, which is crazy because it's been 17 years at this point. But, like, that's kind of the fun of him, right? I wanted him before D'Angelo got signed to go to Dallas because I thought he would get some more usage out of that. And, like, whatever they kind of need, he needs to be in a spot where he can get some rope. And the Mavericks were in a position where they could have given it to him. Not anymore now. Or part of me just wants him in OKC. That was never going to happen as a backup point guard, but just the symmetry of him going back on a team that actually has a chance to win a championship because he seems to be the one. I guess Harden hasn't won one either. Yeah, I guess Durant will be the only one coming out of this big three with the championship because Lord knows the Clippers ain't winning one. But yeah, it just depends. Watch him go sign with someone like Atlanta or something. Like, he'll be a team that we're like, what? Okay. Or he'll take Eric Gordon's spot in Philadelphia.
I was actually thinking, I was like, I would not be surprised if we went out. I would not saying that I want us to. I'm just saying I would not be shocked if, like, randomly out of nowhere we just signed Russell Westbrook.
Joy,
would not surprise me.
While we're speaking about the Philadelphia 76ers, it's actually funny because it was reported that the Spurs had major interest in Gershon Yabusele. They used most of the mid-level exception on Luke Cornett instead. And the Nets basically used all their main cap space in trading for Michael Porter Jr. So there's not really anyone out there for Quinn and Grimes. Join, are we going to run it back with VJ Edgecombe? Run back our 24-win season?
I mean, well, ideally, Clippers are. We'll talk about that in a sec because I think
I'll put it up.
The Brook Lopez sweepstakes have officially ended.
Wait, what? Where?
And he's going to LA.
The Lakers?
No.
The Clippers. Julian, that was kind of mean, not going to lie.
I'm sorry, I had to.
You had to. It was a good setup, but that was kind of mean.
It was a good setup.
I'm sorry, Corbin. Oh, no.
So that's a backup role.
That was messed up, Julian.
That was really messed up. I'm sorry, man.
That's going to be a backup role behind Ivica Zubac. They may play together a little bit, but
I don't love this for the Clippers though either.
Yeah, I don't
It makes zero sense. He'd rather go to a team that makes zero sense. We need a 7-footer, but no, backup Zubac. You don't even work with him. You're not going to play the 4. Zubac ain't playing the 4. What the fudge, yo?
Yeah, what is this?
Corbin,
It's weird.
Corbin, do you know how to say DeAndre Ayton?
Yes. Wait.
Can you say Damin Ayton?
I don't want to say it. Don't make me say it, Stephen.
Because
Dominating and no, I'm not saying that. DeAndre Ayton and Brook Lopez to me would have been like a decent tandem. Now I'm looking for freaking Jock Londale to be in a sign and trade. And what in the world is Rob doing, yo? Like,
no, but if we're being real, Corbin, do you in all honesty, do you really think that like one of those guys? Well, apparently Lopez did. But like, you really think they were getting both of those guys? Because I genuinely did not.
Listen, you know what's funny? I thought it was a possibility. I thought it was a never say never type thing. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I totally did. No, I didn't, Julian. But like, I was hopeful. I'm like, in my head. Listen, I just spent too much time on Twitter. Really, Steve? The worst.
Man.
And Conrad in the comments, I'm not saying Nick Richards.
Hell
Nah. My day's ruined. Thank you, both of y'all tag team on that one. Wow. I mean, mind you, it wasn't like Brook Lopez was like this amazing like free agent fish, but such as free agents for the Lakers. Like, I'm salivating over 37-year-old Brook Lopez. Like, geez.
I mean, but like that. What big men are left aside from DeAndre Ayton at this point?
None, because Houston.
Al Horford. Al Horford.
Al Horford's still available.
And Horford.
Yeah. He's older.
Gershon's kind of big man-ish.
Bro, he's big, man, but he's not a big man.
You could trade with Phoenix and get one of their like 10,000. You could bring Yusuf Nurkic in from Charlotte.
Oh god.
Oh boy, that
Precious,
trade was bizarre.
How
Precious
far we-
Achiuwa.
You could get
I love undersized big men right next to
I
Christian
love
Coloco.
Precious.
Why not?
is Jericho Sims a free agent this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Actually, Jericho Sims, I don't
He
think
could replace
is that
Jackson
bad.
Hayes.
Oh yeah.
I don't think Jericho Sims is terrible.
I
Well,
just
he
love
didn't,
that
he didn't play for the Knicks. That was the problem. They never played him.
When he did, I remember he played a game against Embiid and actually played pretty well.
Yeah. No, he's a good defensive center. Like he can defend and he can jump out of the gym. I mean, that guy can fly.
Corbin,
Problem
can
is
you
he can't shoot more than 3 feet. That's the problem.
say Larry Nance Jr.?
Yeah, yes.
That actually might that.
Actually, wouldn't be
Reunion.
bad.
What do you mean? Why?
I don't want now. Larry Nance Jr. is fine, except he's always injured. I'm sorry.
You're
Like
used to that.
always. No, but that's the thing. We're trying to not be used to that anymore, right? Like that's the problem here. And like he's, he does kind of fit the lob thing, but again, injuries might have kind of sapped a little bit of athleticism. And as a 5, like he's a very small ball 5, but not for like the reasons that we like, right? Like I wouldn't, if he's on the team, I'll make it work. Like I'll root for him, but
So
I mean-
go ahead.
No, I was going to say the Rockets have 3 starting centers. The Lakers have none. And the Celtics have, Neemias Queta, whatever his name is. So, like,
Hey,
you had it.
put some respect on Neemias Queta's name.
no, but I'm saying, like,
Utah State legend Neemias Queta.
Dog.
true. But I'm just saying, like, that's crazy. Because Al Horford's probably going to Golden State. I mean, as far as we can tell.
At least, yeah, from what's been reported.
Right. So he goes to Golden State, and then who's left? Ayton. And he's probably going to be a Laker. Sorry, Corbin. He's probably going to be a Laker.
yeah, I'm ready. Just give
That's
me
not
that.
even
give me that
bad.
shit, man.
Just embrace the 14 points, 10 rebounds, no defense, bad ego, DeAndre Ayton. That's what you got to
It's
embrace.
not as bad as like
As somebody who
what they
went
had.
U of A, bear down, right? Like
Right.
I'm not proud of it, but I had 8 number 1 on my draft board in 2018. Like I wouldn't be. It's almost like my payment for that, And mind you, I don't think Ayton is. I think Ayton lacks motivation. And okay, great, I get that. Like I think in LA, either he has the bright lights and the motivation is there, or he just doesn't. But if he's with the Lakers, he's not the end of the world for me. A guy who can actually like play above the rim and has a good mid-range game, sure, I'll take it. Maybe he can be motivated like he was in 2021 with the Suns and be a decent defender as well, right? Lord knows you got a passer like Luka on that team, and maybe we'll keep LeBron. I mean, I don't know, I imagine LeBron's saying, but the point being, like, yeah, I would actually like Aiden there, but I was thinking having Aiden and having a stretch big like Brook Lopez be like the best of both worlds, and having a guy who plays around the rim and a guy who can stretch defense is the breaking point in my mind, alongside Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves to kind of get to the rim. Like that's how I was thinking, But I mean, at this point, we're setting our who knows.
At this point, first I want to talk about the Milwaukee Bucks roster now that Brook Lopez is going to the Clippers. Because obviously Kevin Porter Jr. is back, Bobby Portis is back, and like that's it. Like
They've Kyle
Damian-
Kuzma.
Yeah, they have Kyle Kuzma.
They're thrilled about that one.
They are one of a few teams left that have the full taxpayer MLE remaining. Joy and I were just talking about the potential for Gershon Yabusele getting the full mid-level from someone. Like, they're a team that, like, if anybody wants the mid-level that's left, I don't even know what free agents are left at this point, but, like,
Miles
Milwaukee.
Turner is still a free agent.
But, yeah, he's going to sign for way more than the mid-level.
I'm just.
No, I know.
He is,
But
I'm
he'll probably stay in Indiana, I would guess. There's Milwaukee. Denver now has the full mid-level open. After that, Michael Porter Jr., Cam Johnson trade. That's really... Nickeil Alexander-Walker's obviously the other big one, but the expectation is that he's going to end up in Atlanta at this point. So we'll see. Sacramento obviously seems like they have something up their sleeves, whether it's Dennis Schroeder with the MLE or with the sign and trade. That's to be seen. The Pistons have some cap space left. It's going to be very interesting to see, how many teams actually have any sort of substantial contracts left at this point. Joy, and you only have a couple more minutes with us, and then you are going to be joining, same thing with Conrad, to end the show. Any moves that happened that we haven't talked about that you want to address?
No, I'm still pretty surprised by what just happened in the last hour overall. I thought the Sixers would have been a little bit quicker to get Grimes locked back up. So that's a little concerning that wasn't something that was in the works. It looks like they're actually like negotiating that after free agency has started. So that's a little bit concerning to me. He's the one player that I think we really need to bring back. I am surprised that, like I said earlier, that Ayton is still a free agent in general.
Well, he needs to clear waivers tomorrow. So, like, they could report it, but, like, no one's going to pick him up off waivers for $36 million.
They could, but yeah, it's just been the one thing that I'm still very shocked by that I actually loved was the Michael Porter Jr. Cam Johnson trade, and I think that is phenomenal for both teams, like we talked about earlier. Kind of as we're waiting right now. The two teams that I still have no idea what's going on is the Clippers and the Pelicans. I really don't know what they're doing. Everything else, though, it seems like a decent amount of teams have started to zero in on, what pieces they need to fill the holes and are actually successful in doing it so far. Denver's been fantastic so far, in my opinion. I think they're the free agency winners this early. And
as I said, Denver has the full taxpayer MLE still to spend if they need to.
Yeah, they're. I mean, we're only 2 hours in, but I think early reports, they're probably my winner so far tonight, barring anything else.
Okay, so that is Julian Mendelson, everyone. You could follow him on Twitter, on X at 12jmendel. He will be back with us. Julian, what time are you coming back on? 9:30?
I'm coming back on at 9, I'm pretty sure. Am I not?
I have you at 9:30. If you want to come back on at 9, feel free. But
I'll come back on at 9:30.
Okay, so Julian is going to close the show out with us either way, regardless of what time he comes back. Julian, any parting thoughts before we sign off? Or before you sign off?
Thanks for your Lakers slander there with the Brooklyn.
I would like to issue a formal apology to Corbin before I sign off.
Just ruined my whole mood. Man, that was good.
That was a great bit, but I do feel bad. I'm sorry, Corbin.
All good, man. That was good.
All right, guys. I'll see you in about an hour and a half.
Oh, man. All right, bro.
So we are now joined by Maxwell.
What's going on, guys? How are we?
What's
horrible? I'm just kidding.
I know. I was very sad to hear Julian slander your Lakers, but I can't say I disagree with him on some of the confusion he had with some of the teams.
That's fair. That is fair.
So, Maxwell, let me get your favorite move that's happened over the last couple of days, even if it's pre-draft, even if it's tonight. Your favorite move that has happened. Non-draft, we already talked NBA draft. Everyone could go follow those live streams. They're on the Bird Rights podcast feed as well if you want to hear them back. Also on the Center Hub YouTube channel and Twitter page. But any other move, like free agency, trade, anything like that. And then we're going to talk about who we think are some of the big winners.
I think my favorite move today was the Nuggets moving Michael Porter Jr. to the Nets and then getting Cam Johnson and then getting Bruce Brown on a 1-year deal. The Nuggets are so limited in what they could do, and being able to get off Michael Porter Jr.'s contract at all is a win in itself. And even if you have to give up a first-round pick, still getting back a player like Cam Johnson, that's a great way to get off that money. So good job to the Nuggets front office. And then being able to re-sign Bruce Brown, bring him back to Denver. It's a great fit. You already know he can play with Jokic. Obviously, Bruce Brown 2025 is not Bruce Brown from 2022 and 2023. So it's not necessarily the same player and the same effect, but I do think that playing with Jokic can revitalize anyone. And I definitely think there's some juice there. I also like Luke Cornett going to the Spurs today. I mentioned it in the live chat when I was watching on YouTube earlier. I just worry about the play strength or the lack thereof that the Spurs have now in their front court. Harrison Barnes, Luke Cornett, Wemby. I mean, play strength doesn't really matter too much for Wemby because he's the great eraser. But that front court's just really, really weak. And in a West where we have seen the Rockets now get Clint Capella and Steven Adams in the last week to add to Alperen Şengün and Tari Eason, two players who already play pretty strong. And Şengün's getting stronger as well as Eason. They're both still young players getting stronger. But, we've seen the Timberwolves and the Oklahoma City Thunder have, and display play strength that's been, one of their foundational aspects of their defense. So, kind of waiting to see what the Spurs do. I think they have one more move to make in their front court to kind of beef up there. But those are kind of some of my favorite moves that I saw today or that happened in the last few days.
So I want to talk winners real quick, but I quickly want to go through we just talked about who has substantial money. Obviously, the Nets still have, I think, $26 million in cap space. Mm-hmm. The Pistons still have a couple million in cap space even after the Karis LeVert signing. Potentially, they could either use that as the mid-level exception, or if they open up cap space, could use cap space to sign him. Teams that have the full mid-level, Atlanta has a full mid-level and a $25 million traded to player exception. They could use that's widely suspected to be used on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Maxwell, I want to get to the T-Wolves as well while we have you on. Indiana, Denver, Portland, Charlotte, Golden State, Milwaukee, Miami. There's still some teams, though the market is drying up. I think Toronto has a full mid-level, but the market is drying up a little quicker. So, Andrew, who would you say thus far is one of the big winners of free agency?
I think Maxwell said it's got to be Denver. I mean, just, getting off Porter's contract and, I'm happy for Porter. He gets to go to a rebuilding team and kind of refine his superstardom that was supposed to be when he came out of the draft. But Cam Johnson, I mean, he's the ultimate 3-and-D guy. I think he's going to play great in Denver next to Jokic. Re-signing Bruce Brown, like Maxwell said, a guy that, they're obviously very familiar with. He took a team-friendly discount probably for some of those reasons. And he's not the same player he was 3 or 4 years ago, but he's still a guy who, one, plays well with Jokic, and two, he doesn't need the ball. So it's very, very good business by the Nuggets. I love what they're doing. Obviously they were very close to beating the Thunder in the postseason. And it feels like, if Aaron Gordon was healthy, maybe they could have done it. But now you're adding 2 extra, depth pieces. They have to lengthen out their roster. I love what Denver's doing.
So as I reported earlier, it seemed likely that Atlanta was going to sign and trade Nickeil Alexander-Walker to Atlanta. Atlanta, again, has the full mid-level exception, which Nickeil Alexander-Walker doesn't need to sign and trade there. But Atlanta has a $25 million traded player exception that could give him, obviously, more than the mid-level exception in a sign and trade. Maxwell, let's go to you, and then I'm going to get Corbin's opinion. As a resident, obviously, we know your allegiance with the Wizards and with the T-Wolves. What are your thoughts about, obviously, basically sacrificing Nickeil Alexander-Walker by re-signing both Naz Reid and Julius Randle?
I think it was the move that had to be made. And I think there's still a potential move that could be made with the Timberwolves and Nickeil Alexander-Walker finding his new home. I think the best thing that can happen now is that the Timberwolves get something in return in a sign and trade. Anything at all. And like you said, and you were kind of pointing to, Steven, that's definitely on the table for some teams. And I think a lot of teams would sign and trade for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. But as far as the Timberwolves' outlook as a team, it was kind of the sacrifice that the front office and the coaching staff are getting ready to make. Obviously, Rob Dillingham didn't have the ideal rookie season, battled injuries throughout the year. Terrence Shannon Jr. started to come on late. Jalen Clark showed a lot of strides last year and really just showed a lot of defensive prowess and some things on defense that make me really hopeful that he can be a plus defender next season coming off the bench for the Timberwolves. So with some of those young guys kind of stepping in and playing a bigger role for the rotation, I don't think it's going to be as big of a loss as some people think it will be. I do think the combination of Terrence Shannon and Jalen Clark for that Nickeil Alexander-Walker role, plus the, secondary creation Rob Dillingham can give you, and primary if he's leading the bench unit. I think that'll be able to suffice what we're losing in Nikhil Alexander-Walker. Those three players weren't rotation players last year for us. So I think heading into this year, if you can get all three of those players, playing consistent minutes every night, and, I guess the real question is between Terrence Shannon Jr. and Jalen Clark, who's really going to solidify themselves as the 7th or 8th guy, that next kind of guard wing that we're looking for besides Dante off the bench. So it'll be interesting.
Corbin, any thoughts on Minnesota and everything they've done, whether it's potentially losing Nikhil Alexander-Walker or keeping both Julius Randle and Naz Reid? And Corbin, before you answer, real quick, Maxwell, Luka Garza, 2 years, $5.5 million fully guaranteed to the Boston Celtics.
Ooh, that's a steal by Boston. Man, Luka Garza is a good player, and he's, definitely, like, I think about it, like, if every NBA team needs 3 bigs, Luka Garza is definitely a top 90 big in the world, and I would go as far as to say he's probably a top 60 big. So for the Nuggets to get him on that price point, that's a pretty good deal.
Okay, Corbin, any thoughts on Minnesota and what they've done?
Honestly, I not a whole lot of thoughts. Like, I'm not surprised. I am surprised they brought back Randall. I guess I'm not looking back on it, kind of where you would have gone outside if they're making a deal for like a KD, right? So cool. And the Naz Reid, I honestly didn't seriously expect him to leave. I thought he'd be a priority for them. I knew that meant someone was an odd man out, and that does seem to be Nikhil Alexander-Walker. So I honestly can't say I'm surprised by any of it. It sucks to lose now. He played really well for them. Throughout the season at big points in the postseason. I think he was the only one who had an ounce of real competitiveness against the Thunder, so that's the thing that happened, right? But yeah, ultimately, no, I mean, Minnesota's basically, it feels like running it back. Like they're making the change that they have to, as dictated by the current salary cap rules, right? Otherwise, I think they would totally run it back. But I do wonder what they're going to do if they have anything to do for their backup point guard spot, because I do think Conley's kind of cooked there.
Okay.
Wow, that's a good deal.
That's a good deal.
I just said that. Yeah, no,
I
I
agree with you.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. No,
I was expecting Nikhil Alexander to get at least 18 million a year. So that's what, 15 and a half a year, basically.
It's not bad at all.
That's a great move by Atlanta to get the number down that far.
Yeah.
My only question about Minnesota, Maxwell could probably answer this better than me, is are you okay committing all that money up front for Reed, Randall, and Gobert? And then, banking on Shannon and Dillingham and Jaden Clark to kind of step into bigger roles, because that's ultimately what they're doing, is they're banking on those 3 kids. But when you put that much money into your front court and you drafted Zakarsky and Behringer, I take it that means one of those guys at some point is going to replace Gobert, down the road. So I'm just curious about committing all that kind of money up front to the front court there.
Yeah, obviously that's not the ideal situation, but I think the draft and, the mentions of Gobert and the trade rumors with Kevin Durant, and Gobert has been mentioned with, being shopped around to other teams. I think ideally the Timberwolves move off Gobert in the next 300, 500 days and are able to, slide those young players into, playing center or play small or get a cheap big in the free agency market. But yeah, I definitely don't think it's the ideal situation to pay all those guys up front. But I do think it is the ideal situation to let Nikhil Alexander walk. I do think the Hawks got him for a great price. I think he's probably worth closer to like 75 million in total over that time span. So I think that's a good price for Na. And I'm just sad that the Wolves didn't get anything in return. It doesn't seem like that's going to be a sign and trade, and it seems like that's just a straight up signing. But yeah, the one thing I am confident in is banking on Terrence Shannon Jr. and Jalen Clark. So happy for the Hawks, happy for Nikhil. He's a phenomenal player, and he's going to fit there. I mean, the Hawks just need to surround Trey with as many defensive-minded guards who have good basketball IQ and can play off ball offensively, as many as possible. So, great signing for the Hawks, and they're one of the biggest winners of the offseason.
They might be the big winner of the offseason.
They might. They honestly might.
I thought he was going to get overpaid for sure. I was like certain somebody was going to throw 20, 25 at him. But the fact that they got him for 15 and a half is incredible for Atlanta.
Honestly, if the Nets didn't draft the way they did, they probably would have overpaid Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Right. Yeah. No, you're definitely right.
But no, I'm in the same boat as you, Andrew. I thought that was going to be a for sure like 70, 75 million at least, over that type of time span.
So, Maxwell, we have Cole in the comments. No one deserves him but Minnesota. Thoughts? I know I'm throwing a lot at you because you're the resident Minnesota Timberwolves guy.
No, let me just say this, because I definitely can feel that emotion when you're watching your team in the conference finals get absolutely decimated, and the one player who is playing 94 feet for 4 quarters, game in and game out whenever he's on the court, and the guy that you can count on defensively. I mean, and granted, there was some, obviously he's guarding someone he's close to, and Shea, but I can definitely understand the emotional feelings about losing Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but I would much rather lose Nickeil Alexander-Walker than our secondary offensive creator or the cult hero Naz Reid. So, when you put it that way, you have to lose one of those guys. There's basically a zero chance that we were going to bring all 3 back. So, look at it that way. You don't want to lose Naz, and you saw what Julius did for us in the first 2 rounds, so you can't lose that. So,
for what it's worth, Maxwell, I just did the math. If he did the mid-level exception, it'd be 4 years, 60.6. Shane's reported it at 4 years, 62. So
2 mil off.
So
I mean,
I'm not ruling out the possibility of
hypothetically.
a sign and trade. Yeah.
So that's good that that's still in the cards. But if you're the Hawks, and if you're Nikhil's representation, what would be the, I don't know. Do you think him signing for that price point is pointing to that?
To a sign and trade?
Yeah. Do you think why it's that low, or do you think we're just overvaluing who he is?
No, I think at the very least Minnesota will get a very large trade exception, like a $15 million trade a player exception to you.
That'd be huge.
Point, yeah, that at this
That
point,
would be huge.
that is what it is, especially if it's a sign and trade. That might be what it is.
When would that exception expire if we did do that sign and trade? Would that expire next July?
A year from whenever the deal is, whether it's today, whether it's July 6th. I guess it would be July 6th.
So it'd be next July. Okay.
Yep. But it's funny. Corbin, we have 2 DeAndre Aidens. Aiden to the Lakers from beardless James Harden. And then, of course, Conrad left us. A minute later, Aiden to Warriors. Anyone's thoughts? Because at this point, we keep talking about the big man market. They're running out of options.
Lakers need to do something, man. I'm crashing out here. What are we doing?
Sitting on your hands. That's doing.
Bro. I swear, if we don't get, oh my gosh, what? Bronny might actually have to play real minutes for us next season.
Okay, Maxwell, it's a sign and trade.
All right. Ooh, what are the terms?
Second rounder and cash going to Minnesota, and then they're opening just a large trade exception. That's by Sam Amick and John Krasinski from The Athletic.
Oh, beautiful. John's the best. Well, that's great for Minnesota because A-Rod and Laurie need some cash. And, it never hurts to get an extra second-round pick. Tim Connolly's pretty decent at drafting in the second round.
I was going to say, with that guy in charge, second-round picks are home runs. So
Yeah. I am always privy to adding second rounders.
For what it's worth, Atlanta still has a full mid-level exception now to use to continue to add to the roster. because it's the sign and trade, so they didn't use the DeJounte Murray traded player exception from last year.
So is it possible that they would use that in the backcourt because they need backup guards?
I mean, do you consider Nickeil Alexander-Walker a backup guard? Maxwell, for what it's worth, it's a 2027 Cleveland second rounder, according to Jake Fisher.
I mean, the thing is, Alexander Walker, I would think. Well, I mean, do you bring Jalen Johnson off the bench because of his injuries? Because he was hurt last year? Like, is that something you do? Or do you put Ricochet on the bench?
I don't know if you can bring Jalen Johnson off the bench.
No, I just don't know what you do. Because, like, they're so loaded at that wing position, you know, with Johnson and Ricochet. And then you have they just drafted Asa Newell. I guess Alexander Walker's coming off the bench now. I guess, is that the plan? I
mean, he's came off the bench from Minnesota.
Right. So I guess that's the plan for them. And then with that extra money, I mean, are they just gonna are they gonna look at a backup point guard, or are they just not gonna use it? Or I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what they're gonna do with that money.
I mean, I would assume that they want to keep Dyson Daniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker on the court. One of the two with Trae Young at all times.
Right.
I would assume Nickeil would be on the bench to start, just, you know, at least going. They can't go small and play all three, obviously, because you got to play Ricochet and Jalen Johnson together before you play Nickeil and Dyson together.
Okay, we have another shame. Wow, it's just the same thing. Atlanta sending 2027 second round pick via Cleveland. Okay. So it seems like we're starting to slow down a little bit in terms of, like, teams are running out of money and, like, we're running out of free agents. So any thoughts? I'm trying to pull up the free agent list. Like
just going back to your winners for Steven from before. I mean, Atlanta's done an unbelievable job. I mean, just continuing on what they were doing. I mean, just to get Alexander Walker at that number, to trade for Porzingis, to get the additional first from New Orleans. I mean, how much better could it have gotten for them? I mean, like Maxwell said, you have to put defensive guys around Trae Young. Like, you just have to. And they've done that. And the East is wide open. I mean, the Knicks don't have a coach. Okay. You don't have Halliburton. You don't have Tatum. Lillard's gone. Giannis might be leaving. You know, I don't know if Orlando's done enough. I mean, they definitely got better. You know, I don't know what's going to happen, with Cleveland. You know, they're obviously going to be right there. So I think Atlanta's got a chance to be like definitely a top 6 seed in the Eastern Conference next year.
So I'm just trying to see who's available for Atlanta to sign. They want a shooter. They could go after Duncan Robinson, Luke Kennard, Tim Hardaway Jr. They probably need a big man still. Who else do they have? Onyeka Kongo and Kristaps. Is that about it? They probably need a third big.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Like Mo Wagner's available, Chris Boucher. They had Larry Nance Jr. last year. They could bring him back. Gary Payton in the second if they want more defense next to Trae Young. That's really, what we're looking at. Gilshan Yabusele, who obviously I'm still holding out hope the Sixers re-sign.
I feel like that's going to be a Sixers-Spurs bidding war between Yabusele.
Yeah, but the Spurs,
I feel like that's the smoke.
The Spurs use the mid-level exception on Luke Cornett. They use $10 million of the mid-level on Luke Cornett.
You think Yabusele is going to get the mid-level exception? You don't think he's going to get less?
I mean, if he gets less, then there's a shot he returns to the Sixers with the taxpayer MLA.
That's fair.
So,
I mean, I think the Sixers and Spurs need him the most. They're the two teams in the most dire need of his services, for sure.
Corbin, let me ask you. My brother-in-law, shout out Ross, is watching the stream right now. He just texted me, what about Walker Kessler as an option for the Lakers? And I know that's one that's been speculated for years. I'm not reporting anything. This is just, again, hypothetical, given the Lakers are running out of big man options. What do you think of someone like that for the Lakers? I mean, I'm sure you love it.
Yeah, I mean, who are we trading to get him? I guess that's the question, right? To get him, because right now, roster's in flux, man. Like Connie Rui, you didn't get any backup depth, so Rui's still needed on this team, right? Vando, if you could talk Utah into liking Vando, but you need Gabe Vincent. Jokes aside, you didn't really get a backup point guard right now. Like, you haven't done anything. So I'm with you. I think that Walker gets to be the dream. I'd be okay with John Collins. Again, I just don't know how you get that player over. It'd be easier Walker Kessler for sure. Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting.
ShamWow.
I don't hate it.
I mean, this is a team that, like I said, I think it was on one of the other streams. Orlando needs guards. I mean, they had a lot of them. They got rid of Cole Anthony, got rid of Gary Harris. They still have Suggs, obviously starting for them, and I like Tyus Jones. I do. I think he's tough, good defensive point guard. It didn't really work out in Phoenix, but now you put him in a backup role. I like it. I like this for Orlando. I do, and it's only a 1-year deal. Like, you're not locked into anything. So I actually like this for the Magic. I do.
Yeah, again, they need playmaking. We've known they need playmaking. I still really like the Desmond Bain deal for them, given, the shot creation, the shooting ability, but now they get like that true playmaker. I'm interested to see what the Memphis Grizzlies are going to do, because they might have shot themselves in the foot a little bit, announcing that they're doing the Jaren Jackson Jr. renegotiation and extension and dumping Cole Anthony to make it happen. Teams are running out of mid-level exceptions to take in Cole Anthony as a traded player exception. So, that's just a caveat that I think we need to be looking out for. In terms of if Memphis is actually going to be able, I'm sure they have a backup plan. Like John Conchar almost gets you there. If you jump John Conchar and Brandon Clark would get you there. But teams are running out of mid-level exception type money to take on a Cole Anthony type. So that's just a fun caveat. Fun for us. Probably not fun for Grizzlies fans in the Grizzlies front office, but something that we haven't really discussed. Otherwise.
I mean, Memphis, again, I think Julian said it earlier. I don't know what they are. They're kind of in the middle of no man's land with their team. They're not close to winning a title, but they're not tearing it all down. I was a proponent of tearing it all down, trading John Morant, trading Jaren Jackson Jr., trading Bane, and starting over, because the West is brutal. There's just so many good teams, and it's so hard to get up. Corbin knows, and Maxwell, it's hard in the West right now. It's brutal. And Memphis, John Morant's got injury history off the court. I like Aldama coming back. I do. Edie's going to be out to start the year. He had that ankle issue. So, I don't know with Memphis. It's a weird situation. I don't know what they're going to do, but I agree with you, Steven. They might have shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Orlando, for what it's worth, just used $7 million of the taxpayer MLA. That hard caps them at the first apron, so they're cutting it really close with this deal. I'm assuming they have another move up their sleeves, but same thing, did they shoot themselves in the foot potentially like Memphis did? That's to be seen. But, okay, let's talk about, what do we think about Davion Mitchell re-signing with the Heat? I mentioned that because I just wrote an article on the Center Hub that was released the other day. You could read that at the-center-hub.com, where I had the 9 most intriguing free agent dilemmas or contract situations this offseason. One of them was Davion Mitchell and the Miami Heat. He's back in Miami, I think, for $7 to $8 million a year. Any thoughts on that? I feel like that's one of the few free agent signings that we haven't even touched on the stream in the last 2.5 hours.
I think that was another guy that I thought was going to get paid more than that. And when I saw that number, I was surprised. That was my first impression, and that's still my impression. I'm surprised that the Heat were able to get him for that low, but I also think it speaks to who the Heat are and who Davion Mitchell kind of became from January on for the rest of the season for Miami.
Yeah, and Miami, we've seen time and time again guys that were good at Miami leaving Miami to sign elsewhere and just not being as effective.
Oh, 100%.
We saw Davion Mitchell in Toronto. We saw him in Sacramento. There could have been some of that, leaving Miami syndrome as well, potentially.
Yeah, they're another team, though, that's bid. Again, they're another team that, they don't have a 1A guy. Now, maybe, if Giannis does become available, I'm sure they'll be very much in the mix for him. We know their offer for Kevin Durant wasn't great. We know they were trying to get that for spare parts with Durant. But, I'm curious, what do they do with Wiggins? There's been talks there, I know. But I don't know. Pat Riley talks championships, but they haven't been close last couple of years. It's kind of been in the middle of no man's land. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest.
Okay, Corbin, we only have you for a couple more minutes, and then you'll pop back on in about a half hour to end the show with us. Any closing thoughts or anything that's happened thus far that piqued your interest?
What are the Lakers doing? What are the Lakers doing? That's my question. No, I'm playing. It is
I mean,
like I'm
it's a
kind of
valid
stressed.
question. It's a valid question.
Yeah. I'm kind of stressed about low-key if you couldn't tell. But no, I like the Magic making that move with Tyus Jones, kind of everything we talked about, but I like the shooting it adds. He plays with Desmond Bain again, in the backup role for a team that is going to try to make some inroads in the East. Like, I think Tyus Jones, that kind of point guard, he almost is like, I hate to say this, but for that team that's like trying to, I'm trying to think of, actually, it's almost like the guy he apparently replaced, Corey Joseph. Like, he's always on these teams that are like good but not great, like trying to clear the hurdle or trying to climb up. Like, he's the perfect point guard for that situation. Almost like D'Angelo Russell's like the perfect situationship point guard. Like, the journeyman point guard, need a guy in a fix. Here's D'Angelo Russell. Like, Tyus Jones, the perfect kind of guy for an Orlando team, just like he was for Memphis, just like he was for Minnesota. That's just the kind of guy he is, Outside of that, yeah, I mean, Brooke Lopez to the Clippers. I'm still mad about it, but I guess they have some center depth. So that's good, But yeah, where's Chris Paul going? I have, and hopefully have some more answers when I come back here in about half an hour or so.
I think I saw someone said Chris Haynes said this, so I don't know if it was on Bleacher Report, whoever it was, that Chris Paul was between the Suns and the Clippers, right?
Yeah, correct.
So
yeah.
I did not see anything that said Chris Haynes said that. So take that with a grain of salt. But we'll see. The Milwaukee Bucks could desperately use Chris Paul.
Well, hasn't it been a known thing that Chris Paul wants to stay close in the Southwest or close to California? Isn't that a thing that's been reported?
Yeah, he wants to stay close to LA because of his kids and stuff. But he had some success in Phoenix. I mean, like he actually played pretty well there.
100%.
And he actually would be a fit there because they don't have a point guard. Right now it's Devin Booker playing point guard with next to Jalen Green. So I actually wouldn't mind that for the Suns. The Clippers, I just like Julian said, I don't know what they're doing. I'm so lost on the Clippers at the moment. So
yeah, Phoenix loves Chris Paul. So
yeah.
I know that Phoenix would be excited to get him back on a cheap deal.
I'm sure they would. Okay, so we have a little bit of a slow period right now. Let's talk about the Utah Jazz. Corbin, if you want to stay on for the next few minutes, you can for Talk Jazz, but I know you have to jump back on in a half hour.
Yeah, I'll probably leave and come back on a bit, but always good. If I don't see you two gentlemen, as far as Maxwell and Andrew, I will see y'all next time. And I'll see you in a bit. Steven?
Corbin Ford, follow him at Corbin NBA. Go listen to the Indie Basketball Podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Go check out his work at the-center-hub.com. He just released a Forge Focus article on the NBA draft. Corbin, thank you. We'll see you in about a half hour.
Thanks for having me. See you then.
So the Utah Jazz, interesting because first, yesterday, they basically salary dumped Colin Sexton for Yusuf Nurkic, who is probably a less valuable contract, and gave a decent second-round pick to do it. And now today, they're just buying out Jordan Clarkson. I don't love either move. I actually don't like either move at all. Like, what do we think the Utah Jazz are doing? I know it's been reported that Austin Ainge is now helping run ship there. And it's not a nepotism thing. I'm not going to say it is. He's a very well-deserved candidate for his front office pedigree. But given these are like the first two moves, plus the Ace Bailey drafting, who doesn't want to play there, like it's just a lot of questionable decisions that I'm not sure make a lot of sense for Utah. What's your guys' opinion on what the Jazz are doing?
You want me to take it?
Yeah, you can go first.
Yeah, look, they had a lot of ball dominant guards, with Isaiah Collier and all those other guys. I didn't love the Sexton deal either, Steven. I just don't get it. I think you could have done so much better than Yusuf Nurkic. And then with Clarkson, I thought they could have gotten something. It just shows you that they held on to their assets for too long. I mean, they should have done this last year. Should have done this at the trade deadline and gotten something. Because, as much as Sexton is not, like, I don't really think he's a winning player per se, like a starting point guard of a championship team, but he can be a scorer off your bench, just like Clarkson can. But I was shocked that they got a second-round pick in Nurkic and then they buy out Clarkson. I didn't understand that. I'm curious to see what they do with Walker Kessler. Do they move him? What do they do with him? And obviously the Ace Bailey thing. I mean, look, Ace Bailey's crew wanted him to go east. That was clear. They wanted him to go to Washington or Brooklyn. I love Walter Clayton. I'll say that much. I did like that draft pick a lot. I'm a big fan of his. I think if Ace Bailey's open to the idea of being in Utah, I think it actually could work because I think he's going to get a lot of runway there. But I'm just concerned that he's going to be a distraction more than a help. But I guess we'll see. But I agree with you, Steven. I wasn't really a fan of either of the two trades, or the trade and the buyout.
Yeah, I mean, kind of to piggyback off Andrew, like the buyout made me question two things. Are the Jazz doing Jordan Clarkson a favor for all that he's done for the Jazz? Or is Austin Ainge doing Rich Paul a favor as a first-time GM? And I feel like that's a pretty fair question. But as Andrew said, like they got completely fleeced on that Sexton deal when they could have sold him for potential first-round value earlier last season at the deadline. And I feel like they could have even sold him for more in this offseason. So that trade was just puzzling. And then, with Clarkson, I mean, that's really what you questioned. Was it a favor that they're doing him, or did Rich Paul pressure, a first-year GM into, releasing his client and getting no return? So we'll see. I mean, I guess there could still technically be a sign and trade on the table to get the Jazz some sort of return, but I really don't know what the Jazz are doing. They're one of the teams that it really makes you wonder, like, are they going to clear the runway for Ace Bailey and try to watch him and some of the younger players try and complement Lauri Markkanen as like 2As, 2Bs? I'm interested to see. And plus with the logjam in their front court, it really feels like John Collins is on the move or Kessler's on the move. One of those guys is probably on the move here in the next 7 days.
So we are going to be joined by another guest in a couple minutes. Meanwhile, let's talk about this. Lonzo Ball to the Cleveland Cavaliers. This happened a couple days ago for Isaac Okoro. The Chicago Bulls trade Alex Caruso for Josh Giddey without getting a single draft pick back. Now they signed Lonzo Ball to a great contract. I understand the injury concerns with his knee, but Lonzo Ball's on a great contract. Isaac Okoro is perceived as negative value, and the Bulls again don't get a single draft pick back. At what point, is Chicago's owner going to have enough with AK, Arturas Knishevitz? And I just don't know, because every deal they make, that front office makes, is puzzling. Every single one.
I don't even know what to say because they just extended him. So it's like they like whoever's paying AK that extension is loving what's going on. They are the most dumbfounding and puzzling team in the NBA to me, even more so than the Pelicans, because at least that you can see the Pelicans' direction, and it may be a chaos direction, but the Bulls have no direction, legitimately no direction. The best direction the Bulls have is centered around Montas Buzelis and that future, and that's, that's still kind of a shot in the dark. I don't know what we have there if you're a Chicago Bulls fan. So, I mean, both of the moves that they made, bringing Isaac Okoro in, you still have Patrick Williams. You might not be able to get off Patrick Williams. It's just very, very puzzling. I mean, they're paying Zach Collins $18 million this year and Kevin Huerter $18 million this year. A combined $36 million for Zach Collins and Kevin Huerter. And if you combine Patrick Williams, $18 million in that, it's just so confusing to me. And I don't know how you get a contract extension after legitimately winning nothing of any value during your first contract. You have nothing you can point to ownership to be like, hey, this is quality, return, for being a GM, especially with the assets that you started with. So, I mean, I think AK and the Chicago Bulls, it's just the most chaotic, no direction situation in the NBA. Worse than the Kings, worse than the Pelicans, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't made a conference final since 2010, 2011. I mean, it's been a long time for this franchise. They have been irrelevant for a while. And, I mean, we joke about it all the time, but like they have so many guards. I mean, the amount of guards that organization has gone through is insane. I love this for Cleveland. I always loved Lonzo, because he's a guy that can really move the ball well. He's just dealt with a lot of injuries. It happens. I think he's a great fit next to Donovan Mitchell. I do. Now he's probably, I assume he's going to come off the bench. Assuming they keep Darius Garland, I would think he's the Ty Jerome replacement in Cleveland.
Yeah.
As long as he's healthy, I think as long as he can be ready for the postseason, right? As long as he's healthy for that, I love this. I love this for Cleveland. I do. Chicago, I just don't get it. They overpay all these guys that are just not good. Like they found a Coro who's not good. They overpay Patrick Williams, which everyone knew at the draft. Now I don't know where you guys had him on the board, but I don't think it was 4.
No.
So I don't really get it with Chicago. I don't get it.
Yeah, Cleveland continues to win though. Cleveland continues to win. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch them them in New York push next year. That's going to be a real fun push.
Yeah, no, I think they're two favorites for it.
So here's a fun one for college basketball fans. Nigel Hayes Davis, Wisconsin Badger great. Won EuroLeague Championship Finals MVP as well as Turkish Cup champion and MVP. A 1-year fully guaranteed deal with the Phoenix Suns. Admittedly, I don't watch much EuroLeague, but I knew he was a baller in college. I've heard great things about him coming back. But meanwhile, we are joined by Mike Shearer, www.basketballpoetry.com. Mike, if any of you don't remember last year's live stream on the Bird Rights YouTube channel, Mike co-hosted with me. And it's great to have him back. So, Mike, how you doing? Give me your favorite free agent, either signing or even a trade that's happened over the last couple of days.
Yeah. Thanks for having me back, first of all. I feel like there's a lot more going on this year than there was last year, where it was a lot of crickets in the beginning, if you recall. The insects were chirping. But there's been a lot more fun going on this time, I think. Maybe not any like major names, but there's been a lot of like really interesting pieces moving. If we're talking favorite moves, I think just everything Atlanta's doing. I heard you guys cover that a little bit already, so we don't have to go too much into it. But it's fun to watch a team kind of like look around and be like, hey, there's like a real chance to make some noise in the East, and we're just going to kind of go for it without compromising too much of the future along the way. So I think that's been great. Love seeing them get to add to like their kind of like very young, exciting core, where Trae Young's like the old head in the room, but the rest of them are all young and on the up. I'm really pumped about Atlanta. I think the most interesting signing from the team side was the Jabari Smith deal for Houston, who I'm not actually very high on Jabari Smith, to be honest. I think he's the kind of guy that, people like us are like, oh, he's a pretty good three-point shooter as a big man. He's a pretty good defender. And those things in most kind of like, nerdy brains click and they're like, this guy's going to be awesome. I think he misses so much of the connective tissue that makes you like a really strong player. But I also think the Rockets got him for way less money than I expected them to. And that's kind of like a habit they're starting to form of getting guys on deals that seem like pretty good value, going all the way back to Şengün last year. Ooh, I see there's some breaking news here, so I'll pause.
No, go finish your Devin Booker potentially re-signing a contract extension, 2 years, $150 million. But Mike, finish your thought.
Yeah, Houston's approach from the team side, I think, has been very impressive, putting together pieces around Durant without, again, they still have a very rich war chest if they wanted to make further additions in the future as well. And it's like, I was a little bit worried about their shooting when they lost Dylan Brooks. And so they're kind of fixing that anyway. I don't even know if Jabari Smith's going to start for them because they just have so many good options now. So yeah, it's kind of fun to see what Houston's been doing. Like it's good that nobody is scared of the Thunder, which I think I was a little worried about. I remember back in like the mid 2010s when teams were worried about challenging the Warriors, in the West. And it's like the only team that was making win now moves back then was coincidentally Houston. And it's fun to see them doing the same thing again.
Yeah, so every single person that's come on really said the Rockets have been one of the big winners of free agency. Interesting to talk about this potential Devin Booker extension because, like, the Phoenix Suns really haven't done anything to warrant Devin Booker, like they didn't do anything that made Devin Booker say, okay, you know what, I should sign here. Is this just one of the things, okay, let me get my money and figure it out later, which we've seen previously, with other players? Or, I mean, is he a Phoenix Suns lifer?
You always get the money if you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you always need to get the money if you can. I mean, it's known that Devin Booker loves living in Scottsdale and Phoenix, so there's that. But I don't think any NBA player loves where they're living enough to be miserable at their job and then maybe in turn their life. So
yeah, I mean, I think he's just he's one of these guys who wants to stay with the franchise for his whole career. Damian Lillard tried to do it, didn't work. Giannis might try to do it. I don't think he's going to last either. I thought by now Booker would have requested a trade, to be honest with you, because Phoenix is building a much younger team around him now with Malawach and Kobe Bryant and some of these other younger players. I thought he would have become available by now, but he obviously really likes the quality of life there. It's a great place to live. I've traveled there several times. It's great out there. But like Mike said, if you want the money, just go get it, man. It's just the name of the game. So I can't really blame Booker. I really can't.
Yeah. And again, like the Supermax is sort of not doing what it's implemented to do, is that guys can only sign it with their incumbent team. Obviously, this isn't a Supermax type situation, but in terms of guys being able to maximize their earnings by signing new deals with their incumbent team, guys are just signing it or foregoing it and getting traded anyway. We saw Anthony Davis not sign it with the Pelicans. We saw Kawhi Leonard not take it with the Spurs. Like, some of it is, go get your money, but some of it is also, hey, I have generational wealth regardless, for what it's worth. Mike, given you just joined us, Andrew's been on for a little bit, Maxwell's been on for a little bit. What move do you want to discuss? I'm going to open the floor to you.
Or what team? Good one, Mike.
Well, I will say that I think that it's pretty funny just from a optic standpoint that the Celtics lost Luke Cornett and picked up Luke Garza. I think that's just like kind of like all my Boston friends are just so sad. I had somebody text me and be like, well, the average melanin levels are the same, but talent is so much worse now. I think it's a great pickup for the Spurs, right? I don't know how deep we went into Cornett, but he's just like one of those guys he's sort of the opposite of a Jabari Smith, where he has all the little things you want your basketball player to have, except for like the 3-point shot, which who knows? Like I'm a fellow Commodore, so I've always followed his career pretty closely, and I've been waiting for him to bring back his 3-point shooting, which we saw in like pretty high volume early in his career. It's just disappeared. Poof. I remember reading an article about Cornett early last season where he said he still practices it and hits them in practice, but that the Celtics have never had a need for it, which I always thought was a funny way to phrase it. So I'm curious to see if the Spurs ask him to bring that back out of his bag.
The Spurs are an interesting one. They have, I think, $5 million left after signing Cornett to that deal. I know we already talked about Atlanta. I still think Atlanta has one more move in them. They have the full mid-level still after signing and trading for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Detroit still has flexibility. They could either sign Karis LeVert and Paul Reed into cap space, or they can, sign Karis LeVert to the non-taxpayer MLE and then still have flexibility that way. So I'm interested to see what some of these teams do. I'm just making sure. I think we've talked about at some point on the stream almost every deal. Let's talk about this. I wish Corbin was on for this. What do we make of the Shams Charania tweets this morning about potentially LeBron James wanting out of LA?
I'll believe it when I see it. I think this is like pretty tried and true. I know him opting in is unusual, especially with like that interview is not quite the right word, but like that dinner conversation he had a couple days ago where somebody filmed him saying Savannah wanted him to retire pretty soon. But like we've seen LeBron basically throw smoke around wanting the team to make short-term improvements for forever. And right after they made the trade for Luka and then tried to trade for Mark Williams, remember there was some reporting that his camp, quote unquote, so probably Rich Paul, maybe not LeBron specifically, had some raised eyebrows that they were finally making a move for like a rim running young center when LeBron had been asking for that for a long time. And, as good as the trade was for the Lakers to bring in Luka, you can see why maybe LeBron, from his point of view, is trying to figure out like if that's going to be what's best for him in the next year or two of his career, right? The Lakers are positioning long term, and yes, but that said, like we've just seen him do this so many times. It's hard for me to imagine that he has any interest in moving on from LA unless it's like a random kind of 10-day NFL style retirement tour with Cleveland one time down the road. But I don't think that's going to be this year.
Yeah, I think the big thing too is, he's got to waive his no trade clause to approve wherever he's going to go, and obviously it's LeBron James, so he'd have to approve wherever he's going to go with or without a clause, probably.
Yeah, great point.
So, for him, the only teams he'd probably waive his clause for would be the Clippers to stay in LA, and I don't think he'd want to do that. And maybe Cleveland, but what is Cleveland going to possibly trade to acquire LeBron James? It's going to be Jared Allen, and it'd have to be like 4 firsts, 3 firsts, or it'd have to be like, would Garland and not with Garland's new money coming in, but you get my point. It'd be gymnastics trying to figure out a trade for LeBron. So
just for reference, because Cleveland's a second apron team, they can't aggregate salaries, so they'd have to make a trade that gets them under the second apron. So something like they'd have to be outgoing Jared Allen, Darius Garland, and DeAndre Hunter, or something like that for LeBron.
So the only other team I would throw out there is Dallas, just because of his relationship with Kyrie and Anthony Davis. Remember, he played with both of those guys. The other thing is he probably knows Nico Harrison quite well because Nico Harrison was a big Nike guy with LeBron. And also Jason Kidd was an assistant in LA. So there are a lot of connections to Dallas. Now, I don't know what Dallas, and Steven would know better than me, what Dallas would have to do to make any kind of a trade there work. My guess is it would have to be a multi-team trade. I can't imagine Dallas has enough to make it work straight up with the Lakers. But I would just keep an eye there because we know Nico Harrison, there's a ton of pressure there to win, especially after the Luka deal. We know Dallas and LA make deals. We saw that already. So I wouldn't rule out Dallas.
Yeah, I get this is totally intuition speaking, nothing that's been reported, but it does feel to me like this is just gearing up to be LeBron's next to last year in the league, where this is his last year for the Lakers. He opted in, and that's going to give him complete and total control of where he wants to go for his final season, whether it's Cleveland to try one more time or, somebody like Dallas where maybe he wants to try to make one more push for a ring. But I think by opting in, it just completely clears the way for him to do anything he wants when the season is over. And I think, to me, that sounds like it's going to be a farewell tour in that following 26-27 year.
I think that's kind of a good point that you bring up too, Mike. Like, does him opting in put pressure on the Lakers at all to maybe make more moves or make more advantageous moves to keep him happy? What do you guys think?
Totally. I think he'd basically like, listen, you've got 1 year to make it work with me. When I leave, no matter what happens, you're going to be worse, right? Like when LeBron's gone in a year, no matter what happens, they're going to be worse than they are right now because you don't replace a player like LeBron, even at his age, and get better.
Yeah, I thought Rich Paul's statement was interesting. That was telling, I just don't, again, I think Mike's right. It's setting up for a farewell tour. LeBron's going to handpick his team. It's kind of like a mini decision in a way. But he's gonna make his call whether he wants to go home to Cleveland and try to do it again. Because the East is weaker. Like it's definitely an easier road. Or whether he wants to go to Dallas or, I mean, as a Knicks fan, I don't think it's gonna happen. But I'm sure Knicks fans are already firing up the trade machine for that. And Golden State, I think, is a team just to keep an eye on, just because of Steph and the timeline and everything else. But I would say if he's gonna go, I think it's Cleveland or Dallas. Those would be the two for me.
So, for what it's worth, Jackson Gadlin from Locked On Rockets said it's still a possibility the Rockets keep Cam Whitmore in addition to the signings of Dorian Finney-Smith and Clint Capella. So they have a signing trade up, they'll see, but it might not necessarily be Cam Whitmore as the odd man out, for what that's worth. We were talking about that earlier before Mike joined. I think Andrew was on for that conversation, but okay. What do we think? Did this group of guys talk about Denver and what they're doing?
That's what I was just about to bring up. I haven't talked about them, but I do think it's interesting. bringing back Bruce Brown, I think will be fun. Who knows if he can even play anymore? Like, I'm a little worried about that. We haven't seen him do something positive on the basketball court in like 2 years, right? Doesn't mean he can't. Just means we haven't seen it yet.
But for a minimum.
But for a minimum, no harm, no foul, except unless he plays really well, and they're not going to be able to extend them again, right? So they might lose him again if he does come back and rehabilitate his value sufficiently. Although I do think he probably gets that non-shooter bump playing next to Jokic. That is very hard to replicate anywhere else in the league, except for maybe something like playing next to Doncic in LA. It's tough sledding out there for an undersized guy who can't shoot. If you're anywhere other than Denver. But the Cam Johnson, MPJ first round pick swap was really interesting too. I heard you guys talking about that when I was putting my kids down for bed, but I still think like fully realized, I still think MPJ is a better player than Cam Johnson because I think Cam Johnson's very overrated defensively. I don't think he's much better of a playmaker, a little bit, but not enough to matter in a system where everything's going to flow through Jokic and Murray. But I think that, the contract, obviously players they don't live in Dysons, right? Like these aren't in vacuums. And you're not going to have MPJ's contract on the books if you could have Cam Johnson's instead. An unprotected first is no joke of a price to give up, but I think that's what they would have had to do to get rid of MPJ's contract anyway. So to get Cam Johnson back seemed like pretty good bit of business to me.
Yeah, we kind of had the same thoughts. Exactly.
And they have I think now with that shedding salary, they have the full mid-level still to spend as well. I don't know who that's running out. The market's running out of players, but okay.
Maybe they can attach another unprotected first and get off seeing Najee's $8 million.
I don't think they have any more firsts to give.
I kind of like the Tyus Jones signing for the Magic was nice too. I think that happened right before I hopped on, so you guys probably covered that one. But like, it's just so good for them to have another point guard who can shoot a 3-pointer, like regardless of whatever his other deficiencies may be. I think that Tyus Jones season actually was kind of quietly underrated last year because the Suns were such like a train wreck, but he played like he did exactly what Tyus Jones was supposed to do. Tyus Jones was a Tyus Jones plus, in my opinion. And if he can be anything like that for the Magic, that's going to be an amazing depth piece for them. I mean, their point guard depth was so wrecked last year after they lost Jalen Suggs. It was ugly. So it'll be good to have 2+ shooters in the backcourt now, and that's before they can get anything from their rookies. We'll see.
Go
ahead, Steven.
No,
I was just gonna. Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I talked with Conrad before, and basically said when a guy becomes a minimum player, it becomes very difficult for him to be perceived around the league as anything but. I said that's my worry for Tyus Jones, and that's my worry for Gary Trent Jr. this offseason. But hey, you got $7 million, so for what that's worth, he still wasn't exactly perceived as a minimum guy.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and Mike just kind of pointed at it, but I really like the marriage of Tyus Jones and Jace Richardson coming off the bench for the Orlando Magic. And with Jones, there's a lot of intentionality in that signing, not only for what Tyus Jones can bring you, but ideally you lose Tyus Jones and Jace Richardson just absorbs those minutes and then, slowly grows into a bigger role. So I was a big Jace Richardson fan coming out. He was top 12 on my board. And he's just a player who understands how to play basketball. And even with his defensive deficiencies, playing in a system like Jamal Mosley's is something that excites me for him in his defensive growth in the NBA. So I really like what the Magic did getting Tyus Jones with Jace Richardson to come off the bench, because the Magic need guards who understand how to play on the ball, not turn the ball over, but also be able to play off the ball in space and play around other ball dominant players.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were starting Corey Joseph in the playoffs, right? Like they were in real dire straits when it came to ball handling, Speaking of Jace, though, I'm not a college guy at all. I rely on you guys for that stuff. Like what is his like defensive ceiling? Like 90th percentile outcome? Like can he be good enough is anybody's ceiling, right? But like how good enough can he be? If that makes sense.
I mean, I think his best moments right now are kind of like effort-driven moments. He's an active defender, and I do think that he has plus IQ that kind of like carries over to the defensive side. He's active in passing lanes. I think he's the type of player that, like with Jamal Mosley and playing behind plus defenders that the Magic will have, I think that's going to help him a lot. But I think as like a rookie and probably as a year 2 guy, he's going to get picked on a lot in pick and roll. And a lot of his value is going to be, can he generate turnovers off the ball? Is he going to be active off the ball? Because I think probably 40% of the time he's on the court, he's going to be attacked within the pick and roll, within some sort of action, trying to get a switch on a bigger player onto him. Because I think he's going to play it probably once, like 185 probably as a rookie. I have to look at what his weight was when he measured at the combine, but he plays strong, but he is, against NBA strength, I'm a little worried still.
Sure. Yeah. And that's a normal thing for rookies to struggle with too, right? Like you just want to see him fighting. And if he can fight, he can put on the weight eventually. Magic. Sorry, Steven.
I was going to say, like, when I talked about Noah Pender earlier, the Magic's pick at pick 32, he fits the defensive infrastructure so well. And when I talked about the Desmond Bane trade, I said, yes, he has the shot creation and the shooting that Orlando desperately needs, but he holds his own defensively to hold himself accountable in that Orlando defensive structure. Jason's going to have to find a way, as an undersized guard, his shot creation is so valuable that he should eventually find his way on the court, even if, he's a little bit negative on the defensive end. But as long as he fights and gives the effort, I think, good things are going to happen for him.
The Magic are going to run really deep next year. Like, I'm really excited about what the split rotation looks like, but I'm also really curious how Jamal Mosley is going to stagger things, because they actually have, like, at least two really good players at pretty much every position, except for maybe small forward, depending on how they, whether they have a couple guys play up a spot or down a spot. That's really the only spot where they're going to be weak. And like, you're not excited about Wendell Carter as a starter necessarily, right? But like between Wendell and Jonathan Isaac and Goga, like they can cobble together 48 pretty good center minutes the whole time. I'm really excited to see what that team, the Magic and the Hawks are going to be super fun to watch early in the season as we see how they kind of gel.
For what it's worth, Tim Reynolds said that not only is Ty Jones going to the Magic, but Mo Wagner will not be leaving either. I think Orlando is right at the first apron, so something's got to give in terms of how they operate this. Maybe there's going to be another move to be had, especially if Mo Wagner's going to be back. But while we were talking Orlando, I figured that was at least worth noting.
I mean, I know Jonathan Isaac was out there for a while. Like, he was rumored as, the rumored package for a while was him and Cole Anthony to try to get something. So I do wonder if Jonathan Isaac is a guy that maybe they try to put out on the market and see if they can move him at all, frankly.
Okay, so I already see what Maxwell's looking at.
Sorry, I had to.
No, you're good.
So Atlanta, as we said, has the remaining other mid-level exception even after Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Now they get one of the premier three-point specialists in the league, let alone on the market. Luke Kennard to the Atlanta Hawks. So Atlanta is getting deeper and deeper. Andrew, you're only with us for another couple minutes. Anything you want to address, whether with Atlanta or with this move in like any other move that we didn't discuss?
Yeah, I think Atlanta's a top 6 seed next year in the East. I really do. I mean, look, like I said, it's the Knicks, Cleveland, Orlando, and Atlanta. I mean, I really think it's those 4. And I do think Philadelphia is going to bounce back because there's a lot of pressure there. The players know it. So I think Philly's going to bounce back because, again, you lose those 3 guys to injury, Tatum, Halliburton, and Lillard. Those 3 teams are all going down. There's just no way around it. So Atlanta's going to be a very interesting team to watch. With all the length they have, all the guys they've added, it might take a little time for them to gel just because there's a lot of new pieces and, that's just how it goes. And I love Quinn Snyder. I think he's one of the best coaches in the NBA and he does a great job, especially on the defensive end with his teams normally. But I'm very curious now. They added a lot of defensive pieces around Trae Young. And like Maxwell said, that was a big thing for them was they had to get better on that end around Trae Young. But I think Atlanta is very dangerous. I do. I actually think they are going to be a threat.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Andrew, we appreciate you coming on. Everyone go follow Andrew at Schaeffenbake. That's SCHAEFFN Bake, BAKE. Andrew, we appreciate you taking the time. And yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So we have Conrad's back.
Hey. Let's go Hawks, baby.
So
Give us the Hawks
ATL,
screech. Give us the Hawks screech.
ATL.
So, Conrad, you obviously were with us for the first about hour and a half, 2 hours or
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
What deals have happened that have caught your attention since?
Nigel Hayes.
Okay.
I'm very serious. Look at that. I knew you guys would laugh. I'm serious. I'm like a EuroLeague junkie. Like, I don't watch EuroLeague to scout prospects. I watch EuroLeague to watch EuroLeague. So, I don't know. It means, I don't know, man. I'm like happy for him. I've said all the time. It's just like, I don't know. It's the nature of like the way, I'll say it, like kind of like American fans kind of consume sports. And I understand it, right? Like, you know, we're privy, like we're familiar with what we're privy to. Let's put it that way. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, I think sometimes when a lot of players leave the NBA spotlight, we kind of like seem to assume that maybe, you know, like they're forgotten or their basketball journey ends there. And it doesn't. And Nigel Hayes specifically, like he's one of many guys who like, you know, you don't stop getting better. Like it's still possible to continue to develop, to get better. He really has. And I think his time with Fenerbahce, like, I don't want to say he's transformed his game, but I mean, like, he was always kind of like, I don't know, like a utility kind of guy. And he's only further amplified his game in that way. It'll be interesting to see. He's going to Phoenix, right?
Right.
Yes, yes.
Right. It'll be interesting to see how Phoenix utilizes him just because, like, you know, in his first very small, like, short stint in the NBA, you know, like he had a cup of coffee with like the Kings and stuff like that. When you kind of relegate him to be a spot up shooter, of course, he's not going to look particularly impressive. That's not to say he needs to be handling the ball like every possession when he's in the game. But if you can have, like, again, a little bit more, like whether it's DHOs, connective passing, I think he could definitely be a guy who could bring some value to the back end of the Suns roster, especially now that they're in flux. I just really appreciate the creativity by the Suns front office. Like, you know, leave no stone unturned. What does it hurt? Rather than like kind of recycling all these different retreads, some of whom, like, you know, maybe their NBA careers are kind of coming to an end. So I really appreciate that. I really like that deal.
Maxwell, before you sign off, any deals that you didn't have the chance to discuss or any closing thoughts?
I mean, I guess like just one closing thought. We kind of talked about the deal for Colin Sexton, but I really like what the Hornets have done this offseason. I know we probably haven't talked about them. Have we talked about the Hornets as a whole today? I still think there's a potential chance they could move off of Miles Bridges potentially this offseason. I don't think a lot of people are talking about that. But you bring in Colin Sexton, you draft super well. I really like Con Knipple. He was top 5 on my board. Lee McNeely is top 20 on my board. I really like Ryan Kalkbrenner. I think his NBA application is super easy to understand, especially if you're watching him just for the first time. So I think the Hornets got 3 NBA players in the draft, and on top of that, you know, they got Colin Sexton and got off the Nurkic money, and I still think there's probably a couple moves that are to be made by them, but I don't think people have been talking about it. But I like what Charles Lee and that front office have done.
Yeah, shout out to Jeff Peterson. They've done a phenomenal job. I know Conrad always says, like, the Hornets are kind of the butt of the joke of the NBA typically, but I think this new regime with Jeff Peterson, new ownership, I think they've done a phenomenal job.
I agree.
Maxwell, we appreciate you coming on. You can follow Maxwell at Hoops Disciple. Hoops is 2 zeros, not O's. Maxwell, we appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
So now, welcome back. Corbin Ford, everyone.
What's up?
Hey.
What's going on?
Oh, and Mike in the building.
What's up, man?
So, Corbin left the stream, about an hour ago, I would say? A half hour ago, either way. He was very disgruntled with the Lakers' lack of moves. Thus far, Lakers still have not yet made any additional moves. for what that's worth. Sixers, same thing. I'm sure Julian will be coming on at 9:30 Eastern to talk about, still Quentin Grimes is out there. I think this actually bodes well for Gershon Yabusele sticking put in Philly, given he hasn't signed anywhere else for more than the taxpayer MLE. Corbin, not much has happened since you left, but anything you want to talk about in this part of the hour? Again, Mike.
I had a question.
Speechless.
I had a question because I wasn't on when you guys were talking about this one, I think. But what was the feeling around the Clint Capella move to Houston? Who I think we've all been impressed with what Houston's done over the last few weeks, but I think the Capella signing was definitely the one that made the least amount of surface level sense. Besides, like, hey, he's still a big man who can play. Why not add him? But it wasn't like he was dirt cheap. And I'm curious as to how you guys think that's going to go, or what they were thinking.
So, I mean, he's the third big. He's an expensive third big for what that's worth. And again,
He's the third big.
We still need to see the corresponding move for Clint Capella because they use the taxpayer MLA on Dorian Finney-Smith. So one of those two are going to be a signing trade, whether it's Capella or whether it's DFS. But yeah, behind Şengün and Steven Adams, Capella's the third big.
Plus, they have Jabari, who they wanted to play at center a little bit. Like, I mean, it's nice to have a quality injury insurance, but it still felt like kind of a big move for how much playing time he's going to get when everybody's healthy. I was just surprised.
Yeah.
Same.
Let's go to the comments.
I don't understand it. I mean, I can't say I was like the biggest fan of him being a Laker, but I also didn't think for that. Like, I'm not sure what Houston's doing outside of just grabbing, the top 3 to 5 free agents at whatever position they're looking for, right? Between Finney-Smith and now Capella.
Yeah, it's a luxury when you have clean books, I guess, right? Like, you see a good player, you can just kind of go get them. You don't have to worry about it when you have managed your cap so well. That's you save $30 million on the Jabari Smith signing, you can go spend 21 on Clint, I suppose.
So we have Flex
Absolutely.
Sports and Entertainment Agency LLC commenting. What do you guys think of the Bulls keeping Trey Jones, and what do you think will happen to Josh Giddey? I think Josh Giddey will be back. Definitely, he's a restricted free agent. At what number? In my article for the Center Hub, when I did the 9 most intriguing contract dilemmas this offseason, I think I pegged him at about $28 million a year. I also think the Bulls will still play for Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe Conrad could give more insight if he's seen anything more than what I have, given he's the Warriors connoisseur here. I haven't seen anything to indicate Kuminga going to Chicago, but I know them and Miami were the 2 rumored landing spots for him going into today.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that has any legs to it, in the sense that I think a lot of those reports are kind of based on past interest that was reported for Jonathan Kuminga. I think I remember, was it not this past season, but the prior season, the Warriors and the Bulls had kind of had deep negotiations to acquire Alex Caruso. And I think the Warriors would have been justified in doing it. But originally it was supposed to be like Moses Moody and picks. And then at like the 11th hour, the Bulls, tried to do the bait and switch, say, hey, instead of Moses Moody, can we have Kuminga? And that seems to have been verified from a number of Bulls sources, Bulls beat writers. So I don't know if that interest still remains. I definitely could see it. To me, they moved off Lonzo, but you have Trey Jones, Giddey. I'm assuming, I believe he'll be back. I think there is some ambiguity as to whether or not Kobe White and Ayo Dosunmu will have a long-term future with the Bulls. Probably more so Kobe White, just because again he's extension eligible soon. So I could definitely understand it in that regard, in the sense that hey, they both, Trey Jones and Giddey, will have a role because this logjam could clear out organically. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean Kobe White is being sent out in some kind of, in a Jonathan Kuminga sign and trade? I think Warrior fans would be open to it. I think they definitely see a fit for Kobe White alongside Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, but I don't know, that's TBD. But right now, again, it's kind of a recurring joke amongst Bulls fans, right, is that they just keep collecting guards, specifically point guards, who seemingly can only play point guard. It's kind of like they set precedents for like what the Brooklyn Nets did in the draft, right? So I don't know, but I think at some point there'll have to be like some corresponding moves, whether that's packaging Kobe White or Io with Nikola Vucevic, because clearly they're trying to trade him away as an asset, as a positive asset, not a negative asset.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit worried about what the Bulls are doing. I mean, besides the obvious worry about what the Bulls are doing at any given time, right? Like, I think to further on your point about them collecting only point guards who can play point guard, to me, it's like they're collecting guards who only have one skill. And for Trey, it's like playing defense. For Isaac Okoro, it's playing defense. For Josh Giddey, it's passing. Dosunmu sort of, I guess, on the defense side, like I worry that there's just not enough versatility amongst their players. And if any of these guys has like a step back from last year, like if Giddey forgets how to shoot again, like he did for most of his career, or if Trey Jones doesn't make every single layup he takes, like he was actually an amazing finisher last year, and he traditionally has been pretty good at the rack for his career. But he's not a bad shooter; he's a non-shooter, and he simply does not take 3-pointers. Dosunmu couldn't hit a 3 last year. Okoro was an okay regular season 3-point shooter on very low volume. If he takes a step back, there's just not going to be enough spacing on this roster and not enough defensive size. It's a lot of guys who are pretty good point guard defenders, right? To your point. But it's not a lot of guys who can play up a position. Like Dosunmu is going to be bodying up much bigger dudes, I think. So there is a world where all these guys play to their capabilities and they look pretty decent in a kind of a demolished Eastern Conference, but you're counting on a lot of ifs to make that happen. And even though I don't mind Trey Jones as a player in general, I don't know that Chicago is really in position to make use of his skill sets when they just have so little shooting around him up and down the roster.
So, Mike, what's your overall sentiment then of the Trey Jones signing? Because I know we talked about Tyus Jones to Orlando. I'm not just comparing them because they're brothers, but like similar type players.
Yeah, I see. I think they kind of do totally opposite things is the funny part. It's like if Trey and Tyus Jones had been just one player, he'd be awesome, right? Like they bring a lot of complementary skill sets to each other. But to me, Trey's like a decent passer for the position. He's pretty good at getting in the paint and finishing, like I said. Can't shoot for anything. Feisty defender. Love that about him. It's not that I dislike Trey. I don't even dislike the price he comes in on. Like I said, it's just like he doesn't really have the organizational architecture around him to make the best use of his talents. And like you don't build a team to maximize your backup point guard, obviously, but I just struggle to see how he's going to do his best there.
So we have here from Mike Scotto. Shout out to Mike. He's been on top of it. Like in terms of competing with the heavy hitters and Shams and Chris Haynes and Jake Fisher, Mike Scotto has been, one of the, even during the NBA draft, one of the more accurate, reliable NBA insiders this offseason. Al Horford has received interest from several contending teams, including the Boston Celtics, Golden State Warriors, New York Knicks, Denver Nuggets, and Cleveland Cavaliers.
Man.
Corbin pops in and says the Lakers.
You're not even on the list, man.
What are we doing? What's going on? Huh?
Corbin, Lakers must have really liked what they saw from Jackson Hayes.
You didn't see that report this morning that they've registered trade interest in Nick Richards? Okay.
Jericho Sims is
Don't do that
available.
to me, Conrad.
Hey,
Expiring $5 million, man. Expiring $5 million.
If we're talking about the Lakers being quiet, like I think it's interesting that Miami hasn't been mentioned like at all outside of like re-sign Davion Mitchell and like maybe shipping out Duncan Robinson somewhere, right? They haven't had, not that they have a ton of financial flexibility, but like it's just weird to see. Miami's so used to being in at least like on the fringes of every conversation with every medium or bigger name, and you haven't heard about them at all this offseason.
What?
That's true.
What teams still haven't done anything today? The Lakers, the Sixers. OKC basically has a full roster. They're running it back. They made the couple moves they had to make. Milwaukee's kept their own guys. Right. Pacers definitely have been quiet, but like for the most part, it's been relatively pretty active. I'm still surprised Dennis Schroeder deal hasn't been made like official by Shams or anyone. They said that signing is still happening. They're just trying to figure out, I suppose, whether it's a mid-level exception or another alternative in terms of bringing him on.
And shout out to Pistons Twitter, who all those guys are like setting themselves on fire right now. That is the glummest fan base in free agency right now. They are so sad.
Corbin, I wish I could make this up. Mike Scotto just edited his tweet to include the Los Angeles Lakers.
Okay. He heard.
Oh, he must be
There we
listening.
go. I love it.
He heard how upset you were that they didn't sign 37-year-old Brook Lopez, that he said, okay, let's give him 38-year-old Al Horford.
I mean, at this point, anyone. Like, I mean, a big who's been there before, who knows how to play with some actual size. Like, I mean, come on now. That's all I'm asking for. The bar is the floor.
I mean, realistically, at this point, would you prefer DeAndre Ayton or Al Horford? Let's just say the money was equal. Ayton?
For equal money, yeah.
I can convince myself that a guy 11 years younger can find some sort of inspiration on a team that has some sort of championship designs. Also, let's be real, he'll play with the point guard who can actually throw him a lob, which he hasn't had since Chris Paul, because Scoot wasn't doing that. I'm sorry. I mean, not effective.
Can Ayton catch a
It
lob?
also seemed like I feel like he can. I feel like he was doing okay before he fell in love with his like 15-foot jumper, which will be always a feature of his game. But yeah, I don't know. I think he can. I hope those skills haven't atrophied in Portland.
Okay. Conrad, have the Warriors really done anything so far?
No.
Aside from Kevon Looney obviously leaving to go to the
Kevon
Pelicans.
Looney. Other than that, no. They just, a lot of clerical work. Picked up the options on Quinton Post. Tendered the qualifying offer to Taron Armstrong, and I can't remember who else. Basically our two-way guys. So that's cool. But
they got
other
rid of
than
Spencer, right? They dropped Pat Spencer. I thought I
we have
saw.
Pat Spencer. Yes,
But his
love that
brother
guy.
got signed, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Cam.
My how
So-
the turns have tabled.
No. So far, I mean, it's now that we know the details, obviously, of Kevon Looney's contract, I mean,
It's a lot of
I
money.
totally understand. Go get the money. You know what I'm saying? Just cool. There's no way he was getting that with the Warriors, so I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm okay in the sense that I'm happy for him, but it's sad to see him go. But I do think now I'm kind of, I'm a little kind of like where Corbin is, maybe not as animated, but I mean, the veteran center options that you have reason to believe that they can be somewhat dependable, they're kind of drying up. I think, Sham Charania and some other guys on, we're saying that Al Horford is now the priority for the Warriors. I could also I'm totally open to DeAndre Ayton also. I understand what his reputation is, but I'm with Corbin. I mean, dude, you're younger, you have that much talent. Let's just bank that our respective coaching staffs can reach you on a certain level. And maybe this clicks at least to the point where you're more consistent than not. Let's put it that way. Other than that, I mean, now we're in the same boat in terms of somewhat undersized center options. What are we talking about now? Like a Larry Nance, who I like, but I thought the whole point of this offseason, at least from the Warriors, is let's add some actual size and length, to the front court. So
Not lose it.
yeah, I know, right? Otherwise, okay, there's another year of committing to small ball. Okay, cool. We've done it before, but so it'll be interesting to see what they do, in the next day or so.
So go ahead,
Sorry,
Mike.
Steven.
No, go
How
ahead.
much do you think Ayton is going to get from any team? Don't worry about which team, but how much do we think he's going to get from a team?
For what it's worth, he gave up $10 million in the buyout. So
You'd think at least that per year, but
yeah,
I
but
can't
again,
imagine it's going to be a lot more than that, right?
at most mid-level exception money.
That's
And again, teams are running out of the mid-level exception to give.
Right.
Really. So
Yeah, and his brand is so damaged.
I mean, for what it's worth, he had some really good stretches, even in Portland. I don't know. I mean, again, it's the things that like the whole like I can't make it to a game because my driveway is iced up, random things like that that kind of like gives you a little bit of pause. But in terms of production, I mean, should he have been the number one pick of his draft class? Probably not. But I mean, there was a reason why it was a legitimate debate, and actually, since we're talking about big men options, okay, and I say this seriously, I am not making fun of him. Marvin Bagley is out there, who I think we're talking about a flyer like closer to minimum. Okay, right? I could talk myself into that. Like, okay, cool. A young athletic dude. Okay, just rebound and dunk things, But
how old does a player have to be before we give up on taking flyers on them? Real question, Jen, because we were talking earlier about Nigel Hayes, right? He's 30 years old now. They're coming over, and I think we all agree that was a creative play from the Suns to bring in somebody new. But Bagley has flamed out of 4 teams now. I think maybe flamed out too strong, right? Like he's put up some numbers. He's not an unplayable big,
right?
But where's the upside with Bagley?
I mean, I think at this point it's a very team dependent flyer. If you have a team that's flushed with shooting, and all he has to do is just be like a lob threat or diving to the rim, I remember when Bagley was with the Sacramento Kings and the Warriors had James Wiseman out here in the Bay Area, even though both fan bases kind of felt like, oh my God, I think our respective bigs are the B word, right? There was debate. Well, then fine. If they're both the B word, who's better at least? And I think there was a strong case that Bagley was better because I mean, he does have a pretty nice second jump, which is why I'm saying
what a conversation that was.
Yeah. I know. Trust me, man. Both sides admit defeat. But I'm just saying, that's kind of why, I've always liked him. Okay, right? That's something you're just born with. And that is pretty cool. You do get a lot of offensive boards just by jumping, and I'm not trying to say he has no basketball IQ. I'm just saying if we could just completely simplify your role, you're playable. He had some stretches like that with the Pistons. He definitely did with the Wizards. Now, albeit the Wizards were horrible, but still, I mean, those were fairly decent. Okay, I'm just saying, I feel if he's a minimum contract, okay.
Sure.
I think you could sell me. I think a front office can be sold on that. Now
he's still an NBA player, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Now, internally, we all thought Capella maybe he was going to get more than the minimum, but he was going to be somewhere closer to the minimum than as a mid-level exception. So you never know right now with this center market. I mean, if the number becomes something that is just a little bit uncomfortable, then I'd be out. Now we have another big guy.
Back like we never left. Mason Plumlee is returning to the Charlotte Hornets. Another one we don't need a Photoshop.
The funny thing is they have him in the Suns jersey.
But it's
come on, Shams.
Conrad, this is going back to what we were talking about with Davion Sharp. You don't think the Pelicans would have given him anything bigger? In terms of contract wise? Or not the Pelicans, the Hornets, excuse me.
I mean, at the end of the day, again, Davion Sharp, maybe, that's cool that maybe he really enjoys what Brooklyn is building. He is part of this new generation of Brooklyn Nets, right? This new youth movement. It's just, I'm with you. If you're giving Kevon Looney, and I love Kevon Looney, but you're giving him 2 years, $16 million guaranteed, you're telling me Davion Sharp couldn't have gotten the same amount? I don't know. That is pretty crazy. But this big man, the center market has been all over the place. I feel like there has, I don't know, been a lack of consistency. I think really of all of them, that Clint Capella one threw a curveball because we were using the WASHED term with him. And I mean, is that fully guaranteed?
I think I saw that it was fully guaranteed.
Okay, wow. Because Jock Landale, right? He signed that 4-year 32, but it was only the first year fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
Right. I thought, okay, maybe they did that with Capella, but wow.
Let me double check. I'm pretty sure Sham said it was fully guaranteed.
That's an expensive reunion. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think Capella's bad for the money right now. I worry what it looks like at the end of the contract. The length surprised me more than the average amount, truthfully.
Yeah.
Because he's definitely falling fast.
No, and that's my point. It's like, okay, I could understand like a 1 year bloated deal, you know, but
Yeah.
3 years guaranteed.
oh
Per
man.
Sham Sharania.
Yeah,
So-
that third year could be tough, but
Okay. Mike, anything you want to discuss that you didn't have the opportunity to talk about before you sign off?
just glad that there's a lot to talk about. I think there's been a lot moving on. There's still a couple of dominoes left to fall, not huge ones, but interesting ones. I think Giddey is one of the guys that springs to mind, right? Like just where that number ends up being is going to be something that just the NBA nerd in me is like so excited to find out, because I would believe an extremely wide range of dollars and years for that. So I'm just glad that there's been kind of a lot of movement and a lot of action, and it's getting me revitalized for the upcoming season. That's for sure.
Okay, everyone, you could follow Mike on Twitter at bballpoetry. Go check out his work at basketballpoetry.com, as well as the-center-hub.com. Mike, we appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Good seeing everybody.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
That's it. All right.
And then we are joined once again. Julian Mendelson is back, everyone.
What's up, boys?
So, all three of us, or all four of us, rather, are on the screen right now. None of our teams have really done anything. The Lakers, the Sixers, and the Warriors. Three large markets that you would think would really be doing anything. Sixers are probably being held up right now by Quentin Grimes and Gershon Yabusele. The Warriors, I don't totally know what's going, because they do, and the Lakers, same thing, have their mid-level exceptions. They just haven't used them yet. But yeah, all four of us are in the same boat right now. Julian, anything you want to discuss that you haven't had the opportunity to talk about when you left?
I mean, Atlanta, man, they are cleaning up.
Yeah, they are.
They're having themselves a nice little off season. You know, it's funny. I've been their GM in mock off seasons and mock deadlines, and a lot of what my default has been is that, I think that they're probably going to, kick the can down the road and trade Trae Young. And it could not be any further from the case based on what they've done this offseason.
Oh, my God.
Obviously, it started with Chris Stapps. They've just signed Nickeil Alexander-Walker. They brought in Luke Kennard. They're doing the deal, and okay.
So let me get this straight. Giannis said, I need to see what you guys do in free agency and the draft. They draft Bogo Markovic, then re-sign Torian Prince to $7 million, Kevin Porter Jr. to $11 million, and locked up Bobby Portis for 3 additional years.
I think
and Brook Lopez walked.
I think Giannis might be gone, guys. This is not good.
Do you know what Brian Windhorst said this morning when I asked him about the Warriors?
What?
He said that the Warriors are sitting around waiting for Giannis. Like they're waiting for him to say he wants to go. Now, I mean, I don't take it super seriously, but I'm like, huh.
Realistically, like, what would that trade look like? I mean, the Warriors are pretty much in cap oblivion. Are the Warriors a below the second apron at this point, or like?
Yeah, they are. They got out of it last. And for what it's worth, that Torian Prince deal is 2 years, 7.1. I read it as 1 year, 7.1, and I said, "Oh my!" That's why I gasped. 2 years, 7.1 is not nearly as bad.
No,
obviously.
It's not. But it's not really anything that I think moves the needle to getting Giannis to stay. Like, I don't know. I don't really, at this point with this free agency class, what would get Giannis to stay? Like, honestly, like, that's not even like trying to be mean or anything. It's a serious question. Like, bringing in Ayton's probably not going to do it, right? And he is probably bringing in Grimes is not going to do it. Like, what really?
Do they even have the means to bring in, let's say, like a Quentin Grimes?
Probably not.
Right? Like what's the most that they could offer? The Bucks, that is. What's the most that they could offer a free agent?
The mid-level exception,
14.1.
That's not. So I mean, maybe that gets you an Ayton. I mean, like, not maybe that gets you an Ayton.
Yeah, but I mean, is a roster of, I mean, what's that starting lineup even look like? It's what, Kuz, Giannis, Pat Connaughton. Who's the point guard without Dame? Kevin Porter?
Kevin
Thompson's,
Porter.
they're looking to trade him for what it's worth in terms of
Connaughton?
yeah, I mean, you could flip him for a more complimentary piece, is all I'm saying. But I mean,
Bobby Portis is probably going to be starting somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, without Dame, like, I know you're not trading Dame. Like, I don't know. I really don't see anything that they could do at this point. If I'm Giannis and I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, that's the move right there that's going to get me to stay.
Yeah, it's rough. Like, this rough to say the least. Like, that's my best summary of it.
Maybe trading Pat Connaughton and a sign and trade for Josh Giddey, if that's even viable. I don't know what Josh Giddey's number is.
No.
I don't know, man. Like, I'm trying to throw something out there. Like,
I feel like that's the approach the Bucks are actually taking. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, they're more poised. They don't have the assets to bring. I don't think. Yeah, they just don't have the assets to bring in a star, unless, I mean, they're really what they're going to dip into whatever remaining future draft capital that they have.
maybe,
You know?
maybe you go to some team like New Orleans or Houston, somebody who will take Kuzma, and see if you can like turn that into a few like role pieces for Giannis.
What about Sacramento? They've had interest in Kuzma. Would they flip like Kuzma for DeRozan or something?
Does that really move the needle though?
Can they get Levine?
That
They'd
might
have to
be
package something, right? Levine's like
Yeah.
what, 40 something?
Levine's
Yeah.
at 45. So if you wanted to do like Kuzma plus Connaughton, like it still would be difficult because you can't trade Bobby Portis right now.
No,
'Cause
you just signed him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even that though, like you're relying on two players who do not have a history of staying healthy for a long period of time. One who's literally out for the season with a torn Achilles. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I would not be surprised if 2 weeks from now, Giannis is looking at this and is like, you know, I'm in my early 30s. I've gotten this franchise a championship. Like, it's time to go win somewhere else.
If I'm Giannis and I'm his agent, I'm looking at Denver, who just made a substantial. If they might have gotten a hair bit worse by moving MPJ for Cam Johnson, that's to be seen. But I'm seeing Denver make moves. I'm seeing Houston after getting KD make moves. I'm like, I could play for Houston. OKC, we just saw them lock up all 15 guys that just won a championship for them. Like, if I'm honest, I'm like, okay, the Spurs are still used, got another big man in Luke Cornett. Like, I'm seeing these teams do anything. The Bucks, it's like, okay, they're just running it back with Bobby Portis and Torian Prince and Kevin Porter Jr. Like, I'm pissed, if I'm honest. That's the way I'm putting it.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's no two ways around it. I think you have no choice but to be.
once you make a trade request, you make a trade request, right? I mean, unless like you're just beloved. He's beloved by his fan base, but still, it takes a certain kind of fan base to be like, oh, you opt out, but like we can reverse, right? Like, here's your reverse Uno card, right? I don't know. Like I said, I mean, you just kind of look around. Like, could the Spurs have put in a more competitive offer for Giannis? Yes. Right? It's well documented. Could the Heat have put in a more competitive offer for Giannis? Absolutely. But they didn't. I mean, like, do they really believe that, like, he'll ask out? And if they do, then it totally makes sense. I mean, you're not just going to blow up, or just give away assets, but still, I'm just saying, like, where the Bucks are and their lack of flexibility and more so their inability to kind of maneuver and improve moving forward. Aren't you more on the trajectory of like a rebuild? You don't even have like a guy to fall back on, you know?
They got Beauchamp and Tyler Smith.
Beauchamp's not even there anymore. He already flamed out of there.
He's gone. Never
They
mind.
have Tyler.
I'm not gonna
Smith.
lie. I forgot Tyler Smith is there.
I do. Well, I was a big Tyler Smith believer going into the draft last season, so I track that man. But he's good. I don't know about franchise altering good, but he's good.
No, he's I don't know. It's really odd. So yeah, what do you guys think about your Sixers? I mean, you guys already did quite a bit of work in terms of the extensions.
I think, honestly, the longer this plays out, the better it bodes for the Sixers of getting both Quinn Grimes and Gilshani Abusele back.
What's the max that you could offer Yabusele?
The taxpayer MLE, which is 5.7.
I
At
mean,
this point, there's not many teams with mid-level exceptions left.
No.
What's the most the Spurs could theoretically offer him if they still wanted to?
I believe 4.1. Because Cornette got 10 mil. But this is from Stefan Bondi. Assuming he clears waivers and deal is finalized, the Knicks will be getting Jordan Clarkson on the vet minimum, given Utah just bought him out.
I mean, sure.
Wow.
For the vet minimum, that's not terrible, but
That's not.
That's great for the vet minimum.
I mean,
Lakers could use that.
you want Clarkson back?
I mean, wait. To be clear, isn't Jake LaRavia
Who's our backup guard?
a Los Angeles Laker?
Huh?
Gabe Vincent.
Yes.
I mean, like, would you like me to pull up my old
Thank you,
tweets?
Julian.
This
So, yeah, we
guy
could've
is
used
like
him
a
too.
statistical king, man.
Like, I don't.
He was like
understand why
the
you
only
don't-
Memphis Grizzly, right, who produced a positive plus minus or a positive net rating in every two-man combination he was a part of. I mean, like,
I don't
I
know
am a
why
high-
you were
I'm-
so incensed by this Jake LaRavia thing. He's like significantly less than Harrison Barnes, Dorian Finney-Smith, and is a better player. And he's like 10 years younger.
Who's incensed?
You're
Who's
incensed.
incensed?
You're incensed.
I'm not incensed. I'm underwhelmed. I'm not
There you
incensed.
go.
But if that we had a whole lot of pressing needs and that's the only thing we've done,
well, I mean, it's day one.
yeah, I'm underwhelmed. No, he's a good player. Great. We only needed a big and a backup point guard. And what let's like there's so many other things we needed. Jake LaRavia, whip the damn do. Like, I'm happy, I guess.
Well, please continue enthusiasm.
I mean, like, in all
mean-
Like, he's a good player. We just
be
had bigger
fair.
needs. Like, a big.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I definitely understand where Corbin's coming from because, as I was saying, even for my Warriors, okay, wow, I didn't even particularly like. I don't think neither Corbin and I wanted Clint Capella for our respective teams, but he's off the board. Brooke is off the board. Well, we didn't really want Mason Plumlee, but he is a 7-footer. He's off the board. I'm just saying, right? Like, okay, Cornette, who I had a good a feeling that he was going to get more than we expected. He's off the board. Right. So now what are we talking about? We're talking about Al Horford and DeAndre Ayton. Otherwise, now it's all the undersized bigs, right? The Larry Nances, the Trey Lyles, who in general are good players, but that's not really what the Warriors or Lakers were looking for. So I can understand now that we're seeing how this day one's playing out in terms of prioritizing needs. Yeah, maybe the big guys should have been prioritized first. Because I definitely think point guard, in terms of backup point guards, there's a number of them still out there. Now, will the Lakers get any of them? I don't know. But I mean, like, in no particular order, DeLon Wright's out there. What's his name? Morris.
Monte Morris.
Monte Morris. Thank you. Right. Brogdon, I believe, is still out there. Right?
Ben Simmons is out there. Ben Simmons, who has stated he wants more than a minimum contract.
Yeah, I'm out. You know, I was like the only guy on the center hub who made a case for him, and he makes me look foolish, man.
He's doing the offseason
You know,
workouts.
it's still time for him to. It's still time for him to join the big three.
As if he didn't make enough money. You know what I'm saying?
I think the other thing too, like for all three of our teams, honestly, is because we're rooting for three teams that have gone pretty much all in and assets are pretty much out the window at this point. Like, this is kind of the opportunity to improve the roster. Like, you know, we have at Sixers, we maybe have one or two pieces that we can trade. Warriors, it's pretty much Jonathan Kuminga at this point, and maybe Moses Moody you can trade. Yeah. Lakers have essentially.
Yeah, I know they're like Podziemski could get you something, but I don't think they'd have any interest in.
Yeah, I think they want to keep him.
Yeah.
Lakers, you pretty much have Dalton Connect, who I'm sure does not want to be there anymore after he was, you know, almost traded. Like, for
he's in great spirits, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, but for these three teams, like, this is how you're gonna fill out the roster because you're one, you know, pretty cap locked for the most part at this point, and two, like, have very little going forward in terms of draft capital. So it is a little bit different than a team like, I don't know, like Brooklyn or Oklahoma City or Memphis, who have a lot more assets to fill the, you know, holes that they need to through trades and stuff like that, even if they don't get all the guys that they want in this free agency class. The Bucks are kind of in the same position as us too. Phoenix is too, where it's like, you know, you can't really trade right now. Like, I mean, unless somebody takes one of your god-awful contracts that nobody else wants, you know, or one of your, you know, 2-3 best players that you're not going to give away, you're kind of just hoping you can get someone on a bargain, or if not, you're kind of stuck.
I mean, with the exception of, say, like the New Orleans Pelicans, teams are a little bit more reluctant to trade away first-round picks, especially without any protections on them. So, I mean, it makes it a lot more difficult, again, to make those trades that Julian's talking about, right, where you can bring in a substantial improvement. If you're not willing to do that, then, you know, we don't really have a deal here, right? There's not much to discuss or negotiate. Speaking of negotiation, I'm curious, right? Because when I logged off earlier, it's kind of when a little after the Michael Porter Jr. Cam Johnson swap went down. And I know, like, I do, like, you guys did say that, like, you liked it for both sides, and I largely agree. But for the Nets, do we think Michael Porter Jr. staying, or do you think they'll try to flip him again? Will he play a game for the Nets? Let's put it that way.
Yes.
I think so.
I think it's a tough. I think
well.
it's a tough contract to move. And how do you think he fits with Cam Thomas?
You
Cam
also
Thomas is
got
like
a team. Oh, my fault. My lag's bad. I'm about to say they're going to eat because you have a team full of passers and two guys who can only just shoot the ball.
They built a team. They built a team for MPJ.
It's going to be MPJ will average a lot of empty stats next season. I tell you that much.
I mean,
Brooklyn.
It'll really be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what they do.
Brooklyn still has about 25-ish million in payroll, I believe, as well, for what that's worth. Like, they still could have another move up, though. So, like, is this the Cole Anthony dumping ground, potentially, that Memphis needs?
How many roster spots do they have at this point? They just drafted 5 guys.
They do have a lot of non-guarantees on their, like, I know they have Tyrese Martin, Jalen Wilson. Like, if they need to cut one of those guys to, and training camp, they could go over roster limits. So, like, they could do up to 21 guys. Right now, they have 16 guys on the roster. 4 of them are non-guaranteed. So, like, they could make it work, and then if they need to make a subsequent trade later or buy someone out, whatever it may be.
They're the ones that they didn't buy out Terrence Mann. They just have him, right?
They have Terrence Mann, yep.
Okay.
Yep, Jordan Clarkson, according to Chris Haynes, intends to sign with the New York Knicks upon clearing waivers.
That's not bad.
For vet minimum, that's I mean, people are talking about maybe Russell Westbrook going to the Knicks. Jordan Clarkson is a much more effective player for what the Knicks need than with Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, he definitely provides the floor spacing that Russell Westbrook very much does not.
I mean, Danny Ainge, man, you know, like you've had he's got a good track record of success, but this stint, these last couple seasons with the Jazz, obviously it's a different team. You're taking over, a rebuilding situation, but I guess I want to say if nobody agrees that it's reasonable, it makes it unreasonable, right? I think that's fair to say, in the sense these unreasonable prices that he put on his veteran players these past couple of years, whether it was during the offseason or at the trade deadlines, right? I mean, because now look at that. You basically had to attach an asset to get off of Colin Sexton. You're now just completely eating Jordan Clarkson's salary. Yeah, I get it. You have the ability to eat that dead cap, but still, like, that's part of your job, right? Isn't it, right? To read the market. And clearly whatever you were demanding, the rest of the league did not agree. So,
I mean, it's also like Sexton's a valuable piece in some, like he's at least a very solid, guard off the bench who can, play 20 minutes a game. Maybe not a playoff guard, but like if you're a team who's looking to upgrade at the backup point guard position, like Sexton's a pretty solid ad. So,
Now that Colin Sexton's on the Hornets, they chose not to give a qualifying offer to Trey Mann. Where do we think a guy like him ends up? Like a bench microwave scorer? Like, are people going to try to trade for Cole Anthony's $13 million, or are they just going to try to sign Trey Mann outright?
I mean, Man's got to be the better bargain, right?
I would assume so. I think Cole Anthony had a very down year last year, for what it's worth. Like, if you could get Mann at $10 million, would you rather have him for 4 years, 40-something million, or would you rather have Cole Anthony, whatever, like just 2 for $27 million left?
I would. Well,
like if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, let's say.
Man, depends on Man's back.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm saying health permitted.
Oh, I would take Man.
Okay, so that
which team am I though? For which team?
Milwaukee.
Like if I'm a younger kind of like, say like I was the Rockets, I'd probably go with Mann. If I'm the Knicks, for some reason, I'm just saying I probably would go with Clarkson. I don't know. My mind is saying like a younger team on the rise, go with Mann because he can grow with the team, because you're signing him, right, to something that's probably more than the minimum, I'm assuming, right? But with Clarkson, he's already saying I'm going anywhere on the minimum, then it's probably better off on a veteran-laden team.
I mean, Detroit. I don't think he fits in Detroit because I think they've got plenty of guards that do more than what he does. I think they need a more two-way guard than Trey Mann. But like a team with at the stage that Detroit's at, where it's like, on the way up, we're better than we used to be. We have a star we're building around. We need someone to come off the bench and get a bucket, like that kind of team. Or Sacramento. Or LA. Honestly, he wouldn't be bad for the Lakers.
Well, no, right? I mean, right? The Kings are reportedly in discussions with both Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. Amazing.
I think that's why they haven't announced Schroeder to Sacramento yet, because I think they're trying to make sure they secure both of them.
That would be... Man, that team is so interesting. Like, not in a good way, actually, but that team is so interesting. With Domas, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook,
Malik Monk,
and then just Keegan Murray.
I don't know, right? Like, if you're... It's what we just said, right? If you're bringing in those specific free agents, you believe you are playing, like you believe that you're playing to contend, whereas if you're committing to a rebuild, which I think a lot of Kings fans would totally be okay with, right, then yes, pursue the Trey Manns, right, get the younger guys in.
I don't think that's Vivek's MO though.
Here's a
Nick Stauskas, man.
here's a question from a
Stauskas.
comment,
Stauskas.
not front office related, but how do we think Philadelphia 76ers just signed Trendon Watford? Shane said Watford is set to play a potential key role in the Philadelphia 76ers rotation. Julian, thoughts?
Sure.
That means Yabu's gone, right?
I would have rather had Yabu.
Wait, what just happened?
We signed
Yep.
Trendon Watford for 2 years, 5.3 mil.
So 5.3 mil. That's a little bit more than the minimum, which means
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh,
they're either
man.
using part of the taxpayer MLE or the full MLE, depending what they do with Crit and Grimes.
I'm
But
so-
that, given Yabusele hasn't signed yet, that's not, that doesn't bode well.
That's not appealing.
Well, the Sixers finally did something.
Yeah, and we signed a guard that we really do not need. Great. Love
So
that.
what? Dame
I
Reed.
mean, he's kind of played stretch 4 before.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I think it was a minimum actually.
2 years, 5.3 million. So that's basically minimum.
That's
That's-
2.6 million a year. Yeah, that's a minimum basically.
Yeah.
So
That's
they're not-
fine.
So
I
that's fine.
guess.
So they didn't dip into the taxpayer.
Well, let me
MLE
ask
at
you:
all.
would you have rather had him or Lonnie Walker back?
I think we need a guy like Trendon Watford more connective passer that has size than another guard off the bench who could score.
Okay. Well,
We
there you
do.
go. I mean, again, it's minimum, so I won't criticize it too much. But it's more of a opportunity cost in the sense that, like, you're taking up a roster spot, right? So
That's
could
fine.
it have been used better on somebody else, even at the minimum? But I since Andre Drummond opted in to his 5 million player option, right? Can he still be traded immediately?
Yes.
Does he doesn't have the right to like veto it or anything like that?
No, that's only when you sign a 1 year deal, then another 1 year deal, then you
Okay.
get one, because he signed a 1+1 and just opted in. He does not get it
Because
as well.
again, right? I mean, like I think I don't know. I mean, obviously, Embiid's health comes and goes, and I'm being very nice about that. But still, I don't know. It depends how much you trust Adam Bona and Janai Broom. I'm just saying that, like, Andre Drummond, there is a market for him at 1 year, $5 million. If you're telling me teams are calling in for Nick Richards, they will call for Andre Drummond.
I mean,
You
look at some of the contracts that these centers are signing, man.
Luka Garza, man.
Luka Garza got 2 years, 5.5 mil, and I mean, Andre Drummond is a significantly better center than Luka Garza, respectfully.
So, real quick, let's get a question from Dame in the chat. How do you think Cooper Flag will perform during Summer League? I don't think he's going to play much. Typically, like, generational type guy. Like, Wemby didn't play much his Summer League year. Zion was shut down after 2 games. I'm sure he'll be great, but I can't imagine him playing out the full Summer League.
I don't think their roster is going to be particularly good, to be fair, as well.
It's Summer League. I don't think it matters.
But yeah, I think Cooper Flag puts up a solid 20, 25 points per game in 2 games, gets shut down. And if he doesn't, like, the world's going to get set on fire and everyone's going to start calling him a bust and he's never going to be a good NBA player and all that stuff if he doesn't do that. So,
I mean, Jason Kidd was interviewed, I think yesterday, right, when they were giving Flag's introductory press conference. And he says, like, he wants to bring Flag along, like, as a point forward, right? Which what a lot of us said could really be a realistic outcome for him moving forward. That, like, he wants him to basically be like a jumbo point guard. So at least for this summer league, I wouldn't be surprised if, he's racking up assists, and again, maybe he'll, kind of go toward, well, it's hard to get an assist in summer league, but still, I'm just saying, right? Maybe 18, 10, and 6 is in the card for him or something like that.
Is that your prediction?
I'll say 18, 10, and 5 conservatively, just because, like I said,
It's very conservative.
Yes, Well, like you said, I mean, he probably won't play much. They'll just get him out there, make some cool splash plays, get the crowd on their feet, and then peace.
He's gonna be out there for game 1 for sure.
Yeah. But yeah. As for actually, I was thinking about like, oh, cool. I was going down the list of first round picks, and then I was thinking about the Utah Jazz. They traded for Nurkic.
Okay.
Does this set the stage for an eventual Walker Kessler exit? Perhaps this is why, Corbin, the Lakers have not sought out a free agent center, right? Maybe Rob is on the phone.
I have to
Like,
believe
hey.
there's a plan. So
There definitely has to be. But what I'm saying is, like, what was the
gotta be.
point, even on Danny and Austin Ainge's end, what was the point of making that trade for Nurkic? Right? Like, I mean, like,
Something's going on in Utah.
right?
I mean, that trade very well could have been just the Jazz diversifying their roster build, I suppose, because they have so many guards already and needed additional big men. Like, I wouldn't have given up a second with Sexton for Nurkic, but maybe that was the logical thinking behind it. So, I don't know. Nurkic on expiring, I don't think that's the end-all, be-all in terms of Walker Kessler getting moved. It could be, but...
Yeah. I don't know. I've just got...
He's probably the lead outside of Laurie, but I think he's probably the lead candidate to get moved because his contract's still affordable. He's still young. We haven't really seen him in the playoffs yet, if I can remember right. I don't think the Jazz have made the playoffs since he's been there. No? So we don't know for a fact that he gets played off an NBA floor in the playoffs yet. So I think teams would be willing to give him a shot. Like, there's still value. I don't know that the Lakers necessarily have what it takes to get him. Like, so you guys got to talk me through what a package looks like for Dalton Connect that doesn't completely
Rui Hachimura and stuff.
Dalton Connect and Rui Hachimura. I get like Gabe Vincent.
That's not great.
Rui Hachimura. I'm trying to think of a big man that makes like $20-ish million. That would have made sense.
Nurkic?
Jesus. John Collins, since I know Conrad and Corbin have talked about him.
Yeah. John Collins, $25 million expiring.
I mean, he's not really a true 5, but sure.
I feel like he.
I see Corbin's mouth moving, but...
Corbin's coming in and out. Corbin's pulling me tonight. It's crazy.
Okay. Everyone, Corbin Ford, you could go follow him at Corbin NBA. Go listen to the Indie Basketball Podcast, wherever you get your podcast. Go follow his work at the-center-hub.com. He just put out a Force Focus article for the NBA draft. Go read that. And otherwise, you guys know Corbin and I collab all the time. He's on my content probably more frequently than anybody else. So, yeah, you guys will hear him very soon. Corbin, we appreciate you coming on. And, yeah, we'll talk soon. Okay. So, R.I.P. Corbin, Maxwell said.
It's a shame too. We were getting into some fun stuff for his Lakers. Like, I mean, like as non-biased people who are following the Lakers and aren't fans of the team, like, who do you think they should be going after at this point?
Like, at this point, it's going to have to be DeAndre Ayton, right? Like, you're basically doubling down on him. How funny would it be if the Nets picked up DeAndre Ayton off waivers and then screwed the Lakers?
I mean, maybe you go for Claxton?
What, you're saying they pick up DeAndre Ayton off waivers intentionally to force the Lakers to trade for Nick Claxton?
Yeah, that would be pretty fun. But I mean, to be honest, I think if you're the Lakers, you'd probably rather have Nick Claxton than DeAndre Ayton, though, would you not?
Yeah, but Aiden, you don't need to give up an asset and don't need to pay him $27 million. Claxton, you would.
But he's a legitimate, like, he's a piece that
Yeah.
can be there for 3 or 4 years, though, as well. Like, it's not like Ayton where you're kind of hoping that he figures it out this year. I don't know, man. Could the Wizards send Kelly to the Lakers? From the chat. You want to pull that comment from Max up?
Kelly Olynyk, I'm assuming he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to be. They could. Like, would the Lakers give Maxi Kleber or Gabe Vincent for Kelly Olynyk?
It's not much of an upgrade.
I think it's an upgrade, but
I
to put a stretch five along. Luka needs a rim running big next, so not a stretch big. That's the issue.
That's what I mean. Like, you need, like, and I don't even think Ayton is that much of a rim running big of his own right.
He's not.
Like, you need, like, it's funny. Like, Claxton would actually be like the perfect pickup for them if they could afford to get him.
So then we talked about the Rui Hachimura potential. What if it's Rui Hachimura, Gabe Vincent, Dalton Connect, and a first? Is that something that would interest Brooklyn? Probably.
You're at least not, they're at least not hanging up the phone right away.
I agree.
They took on the entirety of MPJ's contract for a 2032 unprotected. I'm pretty sure Brooklyn will play ball. Now, having said that, we just saw what they did with a bunch of first round picks, but that's a story for, that's a separate conversation. But hey, at the end of the day, maybe it all comes together and we look foolish, but right now it's just a very questionable draft process. But in terms of their ability to manage their cap and accumulate assets, Brooklyn does a good job. And the funny thing is, like I said, for example, they took on Zaire Williams as a true salary dump. You want to roll, you want to go further back in the past. They took on D'Angelo Russell and Spencer Dinwiddie as salary dumps. They completely rejuvenated their careers to the point where they were actually appealing assets that other teams gave them stuff for, like good stuff. They could very well do the same with any of these guys, whether that be MPJ or some of the other guys that we've kind of thrown out the possibility. So, that was, Kenny Atkinson before. Now it's Jordy Fernandez. They seem to be really good at kind of identifying what these guys do well and developing it. So I think they would, but obviously, they're going to want that draft capital.
But if you're the Lakers, you have to start looking at something like that because, at this point, you get 1 or 2 years left of LeBron.
Technically by contract, 1.
Yes.
Right. I'm saying, it's just like, you have to, under what we're operating under.
However many he feels like playing.
For what it's worth, Tony Jones just tweeted at someone saying, watch out for the Nuggets and Gershon Yabusele. Denver did open up the full mid-level. One of a few teams that could probably outbid the Sixers at this point.
The fact that Bruce Brown is going back to Denver on the minimum, my God, that gives him so much flexibility. Bruce Brown is basically giving them a get out of jail card, No, to be fair, that's assuming Bruce Brown is back to being like relatively healthy.
Okay.
But he's helping them make up for like blowing the entirety of their taxpayer MLE on Dario Saric. Let's call it like it is. And I like Dario. Cool. Oh, wait. We're all Dario guys here, right? Former Sixer, former Warrior.
Yeah.
But no, man, he
should have won Rookie of the Year over Malcolm Brogdon for what it's worth.
Actually, I do remember that. Like I said, my friends are like diehard Sixers fans. Born and raised.
Shout out Dario.
Embiid, I don't care if you played 30 games. You did something historic.
Embiid should have won Rookie of the Year playing 31 games that year. Yep.
It's not a participation award, man. What he did in that 30 games was literally historic. But I know. Wouldn't it be funny if like you guys end up with Malcolm Brogdon?
I would love Malcolm Brogdon.
I actually think that
but
would be fantastic.
we don't need another. We don't need another guard. That's the issue. You already have Max.
No,
the
I
issue
know.
The issue is we have a lot of guards. We don't have any ball handlers. You have Maxey, McCain, Edgecombe, and probably Grimes. All those guys are off-ball guards except for Maxey. Apparently, Eric Gordon will be back, and apparently Kyle Lowry will be back. But I don't want to have to rely on either of those guys.
I don't
So
know.
I would love Malcolm Brogdon, and I think playing him in a 15, 20-minute game role off the bench might, keep him healthy. I think Brogdon's going to go to Milwaukee for what it's worth. I think he's going to go back there. They'll make Giannis happy. They're the full mid-level to offer him. I think that's the one that people's not talking about that we're going to see later today or tomorrow.
So you think that's probably the one thing that they can do to kind of like maybe stabilize the boat?
For Milwaukee?
Yeah.
I mean, who else is there at this point?
I know, and that's what we're saying. I mean, that I think is definitely.
Milwaukee's not going to throw the mid-level like Gilshani Abusele and say, "Hey, Giannis, here's your potential replacement." They're not going to do that. I mean, they might, but
What? Oh no. Okay.
what? So no.
Oh no, I'm just looking at Brett Siegel. Clutch points, but he also specifically reports on the Warriors. He says if the Warriors miss out on Al Horford, who is being pursued by several big name teams, keep a close eye on Chris Boucher as a cost-effective option.
He's not ideal.
I mean, he'll always have a soft spot in my heart. One, I was high on him, during his pre-draft, right? And then again, he broke his leg, but still. But people forget, he started his career as a Warrior. He has a ring with the Warriors. Yes, he does.
Why was he with the Warriors?
His rookie year,
He was on a
basically,
two-way, wasn't he?
he was a two-way, yeah. He was our first two-way guy, and he just rehabbed majority of the year with Santa Cruz. He played like 3 games, he made 3 appearances in an NBA game. He made a 3, if I recall, and he has a ring, yeah. But it would be kind of interesting if he came back. I'm not against it. It'd be cool if they got him and Al Horford, but hey, beggars can't be choosers.
Dude, I will say the one thing about you guys getting Al Horford, that roster's so old, man.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
The nursing home, man. You have 4 38-year-old guys on that team.
Oh, dude. Yes, we do.
That's
We have an
ridiculous.
identity. Hey, man, you're going to go all in, you go all in.
Look, at a certain point, I guess.
I'm just
Yeah.
looking at like above average NBA players at this point that are still on the market. It's getting rough. If
All right,
I'm being honest.
so who are the big names on the board?
Well, Miles Turner, but he's not going anywhere. Malcolm Brogdon, Tim Hardaway Jr., Duncan Robinson if you need some elite shooting. Schroeder, it was reported is going to the Kings, but I still haven't seen an official Shams or Chris Haynes or Jake Fisher report. Mo Wagner, Larry Nance Jr., Al Horford, Chris Paul, Gary Payton II, Josh Giddey, Jonathan Kuminga, Malik Beasley's on his way to federal prison, Trey Mann, Russell Westbrook. Like, that's who we're looking at this point. Yabusele, Cam
depending
Thomas.
Kuminga. Cam Thomas?
Cam Thomas is a restricted free agent.
Well, they're going to match whatever. That's not.
Will he even? Well, no. Like, do you think teams are even going to extend him an offer sheet?
I'm sure
Like,
some.
what teams can?
At this point, teams are running, like, who has anything more than the mid-level left? Maybe
Exactly.
Detroit?
I don't think. I mean, they got Karis LeVert.
They did.
Joel and Tony Jones from The Athletic just tweeted, sources tell The Athletic it appears Gilshani Abusele will not return to the Philadelphia 76ers next season. And he's also the one that posted, watch out for Denver for him, for what that's worth.
That's a bummer.
But again, they had to prioritize, they don't have to, but they're going to prioritize Quentin Grimes because they have his bird rates.
Should we talk about Giddey's landing spots here?
I think it's Chicago, but if you guys feel differently, feel free to.
The Giddler.
I
I'm
mean,
always down to talk about the Giddler.
what, like, where else other than Chicago would even make sense for him.
Please, Brooklyn.
Haven't played with Diego Demon.
Oh man, I would love that. Honestly, I think it would be really funny if he went to
Brooklyn is basically doing what Phoenix did, except they're doing it with point guards instead of shooting guards. We got this. Actually, there really should be a trade in there between Brooklyn and Phoenix. Now that we say it out loud, right? Like, hey, you got a glut of shooting guards, we got a glut of point guards. Maybe we can balance this out. But, man, I don't. That's the thing. I don't know. I think it's the same. It's, in my opinion, like Josh Giddey is a significantly more accomplished player than Cam Thomas. But I don't see either of them moving. I don't see them getting. I'm sure there's interest, but they're not going to get anywhere close to what they're looking for on the open market. Like, what should Giddey be getting? Like 25 per, or?
That's probably what he's looking for. Right.
Same thing as Kuminga. Actually, Kuminga's a little bit more delulu, man. He's still holding out for 30 plus. The fact that Naz Reid signed for like what, 25? I'm sorry, dude, bro. You're not better than Naz Reid, man.
Nah, man.
You're not better than Jabari Smith. Jabari Smith signed for like what, 20 something, 21, 22?
21. Yeah.
Like,
I was surprised they extended him, to be honest.
Yeah. I think he really did he did wonders for himself. Actually, there you go. You're right. Thank you, Maxwell. Thomas Bryant. Actually, no. So at the top, when we opened the show, when Steven asked what were some of the surprising moves that caught my eye or caught our eye, mine was the Pacers extending the qualifying offer to Isaiah Jackson. Given that he tore his Achilles, it's like, whoa. Like, one, will he even play for you this year? And then two, like, you're going to give him more than the minimum, not really knowing if he's reliable. Let's see. Okay.
So that means they still have to send salary out unless, let me see, do they have any trade exceptions? I think they still need to send salary out.
So I think
DFS would be a sign and trade as well. So the Lakers could get maybe Cam Whitmore, Jock Landale, something like that.
I'm really confused why they want Clint Capella. I'm very confused. Unless there's something bigger in the works that we're not seeing, I don't understand why they have Clint Capella, especially with the amount that they're paying him. Like, I don't understand why, because they just extended Adams, they've signed Capella, and they also have Shank. This makes very little sense to me unless there's something else going on.
At least this for Corbin, this bodes great for the Lakers because they still need to send out salary to bring in Capella. So that means it's a DFS sign and trade.
Yeah, so
that means Lakers could be getting Cam Whitmore or someone.
Jock.
Whitmore and then whatever you need to guarantee a Jock Landale's contract probably.
I don't know if Jock Landale really sets the world alight for Corbin, but
Cam Whitmore might.
Cam Whitmore, yeah. Although he was complaining because they should have drafted him instead of Vecchino. But yeah, it is really weird from Houston with what they're trying to build. I guess they're just going as big as humanly possible because again, they've just brought in Kevin Durant. But then they also have Fred VanVleet, and they got rid of one of their wings in Dylan Brooks. I don't like. I feel like the more that I talk about Houston's roster, the more I'm confused at this point, if I'm being honest.
I mean, everything made sense up until this. It doesn't make sense. Like I said, before you hopped back on with Mike Scherer, we're saying like if it was like a 1 year bloated deal, that'd be one thing.
Yeah.
Or if it was like they structured it the same way they did Jock Landale's. Okay, it's a 4 year, $32 million deal, but really only the first year is guaranteed. That's not the case. They really gave him $21 million. Like, here you go. For a guy who, assuming they're not making that bigger move, you just paid your third string center $7 million AAV. Like, that's crazy.
And they still need guard depth as well. Like, that's the other thing that kind of baffles me about it a little bit too. I mean,
they brought back Aaron Holiday, Jayshawn Tate on minimums, I believe.
Those guys are fine, but you just lost. You were the 2 seed and you lost the series in 6 games. You got to start improving at some point, especially since, you just traded for Kevin Durant. Like, that's a win now move. You got to start building a roster. You got to, first off, I don't know that they know who they're building around at this point. I think they thought it was Jalen Green. I don't know that it's going to be Alperen Şengün, if I'm being honest with you. Like, but then they go out and they make this move for Kevin Durant, which is we want to win a championship move, right?
Right.
Amen is probably their most viable build-around player, if we're going to be honest. But
yeah,
there's concerns with him offensively still. Like, he's not fully developed yet. So, I don't know, man. The more that I think about what the Rockets are doing, the more I'm confused.
Just because of the Capella signing?
That's kind of the last little bottom of the barrel thing where it's like I'm looking at the roster up and down and I don't know what's going on.
Like I said, at the very surface level analysis, defense has to continue being their calling card.
And they signed DFS to replace Dylan Brooks.
Right.
Yeah.
So defensive playmaking, forcing turnovers, getting out in transition. But I agree. Like, it doesn't seem to all make it doesn't seem to be the most efficient way of maximizing the resources they have. Like, yeah, cool. You had the cap space, you had the flexibility to give a player a 3-year, $21 million deal. Why did it have to be Clint Capella? But again, in terms of potential reunions for the Lakers, Thomas Bryant, as Maxwell reminded us, Thomas Bryant, though. So Isaiah Jackson potentially signing that qualifying offer signals Thomas Bryant is likely on his way out. So he could definitely be an option for the Lakers or any other team that is center needy. I think all things considered, he had himself a pretty solid postseason. I think he's kind of put a little bit more confidence in front offices. Like, hey, I'm a viable rotational big man.
Yeah.
And with how the big man market's been, they've all been getting overpaid because of the lack of them.
Luka Garza got signed already, man. Now, to be fair, I'm sure Luka Garza has, some untapped potential. He has some pedigree, but still, right?
Well, I think we're also at a time in general where the backup big position is in a transitional period, I think. One, just because of how small ball lineups are kind of going all over the place. Teams don't know whether to run small ball or 2 big guys. And 2, I think a lot of the current generation of bigs are getting pretty up there and have not fully been replaced yet. So we're seeing some guys that probably if there was more depth at the position would be fringe, not really considered particularly relevant to the conversation, that are getting a lot of money because at this point, like we keep saying, there's not much out there. And what is out there, teams aren't particularly thrilled with right now. So they're going to pay more to get what little they can. Sacramento's another team that probably also should be in the Thomas Bryant market, given their center situation. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier. There's a few teams that have 5 of them, and a few teams that don't have any, which is very, very strange. And I think it's making, maybe that's a plan by some teams to just be like, you know what, we're gonna hoard centers. You overpay for the centers, and we're gonna buy low on the wings. Maybe that's the plan. I don't know.
All right. This is some 3D, 4D chess going on, man.
That was good. But I'm it is weird, man. There's a weird mix of, teams that are either hoarding them or just refusing to pick any up.
What do we think about because I didn't really touch too much about this. I think I was logged off when it happened, or I think like it was announced right when I was logging off. But the Luke Cornett deal to the Spurs, especially given that they were like rumored, to kind of be in on Yabusele or even Clint Capella. So they completely, I guess they didn't have one specific archetype in mind. They went with Luke Cornett, 4 years, $41 million. I mean, like, how do you guys see that fit with the Spurs, with Wembanyama? And was it like, do you think it's a good move?
A lot of rim protection and a lot of stretch bigs, which could be a good thing.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, like, if you're the Spurs, you can put any good, like, half decent rim protector behind Wemby, and your defense is going to be fine. They needed some kind of like actual center alongside him, or to come off the bench and platoon. It's a lot for Luke Cornett. He's a good big.
He and Zach Collins aren't the same, but I feel like he'll be playing the Zach Collins role.
I could see that.
Which is that what they needed?
I mean, they're
paying $41 million.
They're paying Zach more.
I mean, that's true. I'm just saying, right? Like, I don't know. I thought they were going to go for a more contrasting look. Like you said, it's a lot of stretch big looks going on. I thought maybe they'd like to have a more traditional rim runner to allow Wemby. Let's be real. I mean, he's got enough ball handling and fluidity, agility to play a couple minutes as a 4. I mean, he basically kind of did playing next to Zach Collins, right? I mean, so why not have, a typical, like a traditional rim protector, like drop protecting center? But I mean, it's an interesting. I don't hate it at all. It's just,
For what it's worth, Stefan Bondi just tweeted it's unlikely Russell Westbrook ends up on the Knicks. Now that they
Kings,
got
baby.
Watson.
Kings, baby.
So Kings are going to end up with Schroeder and Russell Westbrook, it seems like.
Yes. And Zach LaVine.
Like the beam.
What's going on? I have a buddy who's a Kings fan, and I was so excited for him a couple of years ago when they were good and make the playoffs. It is not fun being a Kings fan. Are they trying to win?
It seems like it.
It's an experienced team. I mean, individually, all those guys are like good players. It's another one of these rosters that I don't really understand how it fits together. That other than like they've all been an all-star at some point or another, with the exception of obviously Keegan Murray, who's just hanging out, developing. Devin Carter hanging out, developing.
Yeah, it's weird, given that like their player development staff has been pretty solid. Again, as you said, I guess they want to contend, but I'm not really sure. As James said earlier when he was on at the beginning of the show, I mean, it definitely brings eyes to the team. It'll sell tickets. It's exciting. Is it a winning brand of basketball? I mean, I have my answer, but I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't think that they're in a place to really tank right now either. Like, they don't really have enough that team like. Is a Sabonis package enough to start a tank? Probably not. Like,
And who would even give a package for him is another question.
Who would give a package for Levine? I mean, the Bulls were basically at one point in the offseason offering a first-round pick and Levine for someone else to take him, allegedly. This is not confirmed. This was, but that's what people were saying. Like, people aren't going to take DeRozan probably. How do you start a rebuild with a bunch of guys who, like, yes, are talented players, but are talented players that most teams around the league don't really attribute to winning at this point?
Yeah. No,
Bleak.
It is
I'm like-
bleak.
I'm literally trying to think about this. I'm like, man, your window ain't now. Your window's not tomorrow. It's
Like-
man.
Well, their window was when they had Tyrese Halliburton.
So, okay. We actually went a little bit longer than I was anticipating. Do we have any closing thoughts? If something happens in the next few minutes, we'll talk about it. But otherwise, Julian, anything to say before we sign off about how the last 4.5 hours or beyond have played out?
I mean, look, centers are setting the market. I think that's kind of been a big theme so far. I have dubbed myself the big man guru at times in the process, so I'm thrilled by it. And I think we talked about also as well, like defense and versatility or something teams are prioritizing. These ball dominant guards are really, really struggling to find a home over, basic rim protecting centers at this point. I mean, Jordan Clarkson signing for a minimum and Luke Cornett getting 10 years, $40 million. Not on my bingo card for 2025 free agency, but here we are.
Yeah. Conrad, anything to add?
I think we knew this even coming into it. The free agency pool was pretty shallow to begin with. So I don't think the fireworks were necessarily going to come in the form of simply free agent signings. I think there are a lot of potential. Well, I think the potential sign-in trades can really shake up the NBA landscape, whether that be Jonathan Kuminga, Cam Thomas. I still believe Josh Giddey will ultimately stay with the Bulls, but you never know, right? The Bulls can definitely be active in terms of, again, they might be in the mix for that Kuminga sign-in trade. And then you'll start to see other big names, like we said, Kobe White, Vucevic, Ayo Dosunmu, right? A number of guys potentially on the move. I think, like we saw last year with, for example, that seven team sign-in trade, right? That involved like the Warriors and Minnesota and Philadelphia, and I'm missing four teams, but I think that's just the norm now, right? I think teams have to be willing to work with each other if they want to improve their respective rosters. I mean, it's not the old CBA where everyone can just kind of hoard assets and intentionally block others, from getting what they're looking for. So we'll see how it plays in the next couple days. But yeah, otherwise, unless, that one Greek dude in Milwaukee decides that he's had enough, that'll definitely shake things up. But,
don't say.
I mean, because I feel like that's it, right? Everyone is waiting. Harden signed, right? We signed with the Clippers. KD got traded to Houston. I think those teams like Toronto, Miami, they're waiting for someone to kind of say, hey, we might want to be somewhere else. And that place might be Toronto or Miami. Or I'm sure there are other teams too that are looking to do that. They're just kind of biding their time and seeing if something develops in the next couple days or weeks.
Okay, that's pretty much all I have. I keep refreshing Twitter to see if anything else is going to transpire in the next few minutes, but it doesn't seem like it's going to. So, okay. Yeah, we appreciate you guys. We have almost 7,500 of you that took the time tonight to listen to us over the last 4.5 hours, so we greatly appreciate it. You can follow me on Twitter at @the_NBAGel. That's NBAGELL. You could follow Conrad on Twitter at CP3_777. You can follow Julian on Twitter at 12JMendel. Go listen to the Bird Rates podcast. Go listen to the East Meets West and the Indie Basketball podcast. Go listen to the One and Done College Basketball podcast. Go check out our work at the-center-hub.com. And otherwise, again, we appreciate you guys taking the time to, talk free agency, trades, everything with us for the last 4.5 hours. Okay. Nothing else is happening, so we'll sign it off. Talk to you guys soon. We appreciate you all.